All right. And we're live. Hello and welcome to the third day of Hexpo.vegas, the second annual Hex conference. And we've got a really awesome panel, an awesome lineup in general today. Aubrey DeGray will be here in person.
Hey. Cool, man. Yeah, very cool.
And of course, the Hex community raised $27.5 million for longevity research. And so that gets a lot of attention so far.
Nice.
And that gets a lot of attention in Silicon Valley. And so that's an exciting thing to promote. PulseChain community as well, right? Hex and Pulse. And that's why we've asked these special guests here on stage to start off by explaining what is Pulse and what is PulseX, because that will fit into the program later on today and is relevant to the Hex community. And so I wanted to make a couple announcements. If you're gonna be talking with other people here at the conference, we love that. We love everybody making connections and sharing community. We'd ask that you just step outside if you're gonna have a conversation while there are people up here presenting. And also we have lapel pins for sale that are Pulse and PulseX. They're $20 each, and you can pay with cash, or you can check out on Eventbrite like you did before. And so those are available today and tomorrow only for pickup. So check those out. And without any further ado, I'm gonna welcome our panel here. Thanks for being here, guys.
Appreciate it, man.
Thanks a lot, Maddie.
Thanks for having us.
Good morning, everybody. So to introduce ourselves real quick, I am Long Vacation, joined here with Mandalorian, Walrus, and Jay Future. You may recognize some of us from the PulseChain and PulseX chats in Telegram, answering lots of questions, helping folks with sacrifice and so on. Just want to recap real quick, what is PulseChain, what is PulseX, and then talk about a community as well. So you want to start us off?
Yeah. Again, I'm Walrus from a lot of the Telegram chats, and if you guys recognize me, you probably already heard me say all this probably a dozen times. So glad for everyone that spent time and got a lot out of the things we've done for the community. Thanks for Maddie for bringing us up here and allow us to speak that same good stuff out here to a large group. So PulseChain is something that came from Richard Hart, our great founder and leader, all those kinds of things. And it's an improvement over the Ethereum ecosystem that we've seen. So it's an EVM chain. It uses the same type of code, allows these things to be retroactive, allows all these projects to come over, but it does so with a big improvement to delegated proof of stake, which is going to help reduce gas fees, helps make it much more green, allows us to all participate in the consensus layer and receive yield from that. And then it also is going to drastically lower fees with greater throughput, which is what has really affected this particular community because of our longevity and stake length and the fact that compared to most communities, we actually use the chain for what it was meant to do. Not only do we stake and actually use computation on the chain, but we actually purchase their DEXs and we don't just sit around with dog pictures on centralized exchanges. So these things actually matter to our community. We actually use the crypto for what it's for. And so PulseChain is, again, it's the layer one, the network that's going to allow us to build all these great things. PulseX allow Hex to be used again as it was intended. And we're very, very excited to see all the improvements it'll make and what it's doing to bring in new audiences to our space and allow us to share our worldview with them.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure serving the community. Just taking a history lesson. Richard really did make Uniswap popular. I was there, and we had a blast doing it. We had a blast learning about DEXs until Ethereum's gas fees blew up on everybody. And he always said that if that happened, that he would fork the chain. We can't have Hex sitting on a chain that just costs way too much to engage with a smart contract. So this endeavor that this journey we've been going on, it's been a labor of love for everybody here on the stage and for all of the mods around the world that have been serving everybody tirelessly, onboarding people professionally at a very high level, from security all the way on down to just understanding how to take advantage of the fork in every way without wrecking themselves. This is a very important part of history in crypto, I believe. I believe Richard is more than just some very charismatic character out there in internet land. He's forcing people to really think about the narratives out there in crypto. And even though they really don't want to deal with it, it's not timing friendly to them. They're being forced to deal with it. And PulseChain is forcing people to really look at how we do crypto from an ethos type level. You know, no admin keys, freedom of speech, freedom of movement, freedom to be able to use the chains the way we want to use them, not how other people want us to use them. So for me, PulseChain represents those very things that Richard talks about in a very tangible way. They're working tirelessly to get it out to us as soon as possible. I know that we all are like, when Pulse? But Pulse will be here as soon as it's ready. I don't think that there's any reason to not, but we want it to be done right. And I'm very excited about it. And Maddie, I just wanted to say, I love you, brother. I've been watching you, everything that you do. We're here because you're willing to, you know, toe the line. And really, through the ebbs and through the flows, this community needs to know that we're not going anywhere. We're here for the long haul. And Pulse really just represents the beginning of what's going to become something that I think is going to be a behemoth in the crypto space. So with that said, I do want to say that just keep personally letting people know that Pulse is coming, educate them on how to properly take advantage of the fork. And I think that a lot of lives are going to be changed. And it's not just Hex, it's the entire ecosystem that we need to be talking about.
Yeah, and you know, well said. You know, and how do you take advantage of the fork? How do you set yourselves up, right? So PulseChain taking an entire copy of the Ethereum blockchain, all of the data, all the contracts, all the tokens. And you know, you can see what started as a basic idea of how to bail the Hex users out from these crazy fees grew and blossomed into this massive, audacious idea of we're just going to copy the whole thing, and we're going to save everybody across all these projects, across all these tokens from fees. Right? So how do you prepare for the fork? You stack up as many of the ERC20s that you have in your wallet as possible so that you get a copy of them onto PulseChain, right? Everyone here hopefully has already sacrificed for PulseChain, for PulseX. You're already set, you're ready to go. There's other projects getting ready to come to PulseChain as well. There's people building things all over the place, right? This is an opportunity then to build community around PulseChain, for us to go out and tweet and educate and do videos and posts and blogs and tell your neighbors and your family and your friends. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity that we as a community have been given to get first mover advantage. Yeah. We had first mover advantage to learn about PulseChain, right? We were given that. We have first mover advantage to obtain Pulse coins through sacrifice. First mover advantage to learn about all the things building on PulseChain, right? And first mover advantage to be the ones building this community and building for this community on PulseChain. That never comes alone. That is an extremely rare event. And here we are, this community at the center of it, able to take advantage of it and to help lift each other up in the process, right? So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to launch. I know everyone's very anxious and ready for things to happen. You know, obviously with code, you don't want to rush it. You don't want to get in front of things. You want it to come when it's ready. You don't want another Solana, as like we like to say in the Telegram rooms, where it just kind of goes down every once in a while. And for, you know, good code, it just takes time and a lot of testing and a lot of verification. And we know that Richard's not going to launch something that is half-baked, right? So when it comes, it's going to be great. And we're going to have great things on there. We're going to have a community. It's going to be a community run, because who's going to hold all the Pulse coins? The community, right? Who's going to be selling the Pulse coins? Are you selling your Pulse coins? I'm not selling my Pulse coins, right? So, you know, it'll create a very unique situation.
And I think that first mover advantage is more than just all of us getting a chance to have a big bag and get it pumped. It also means that we're the ones that are setting precedents for how these things go. And I think you can see that on some chains. I don't want to knock, you know, competitors too much. They're not coded very well. The projects on top aren't as well. Sometimes their bridges get hacked for a couple $100 million, things like that. And I think one of those things is when we look at this really cool stuff that our devs and the code that we see, it may not matter to us directly, but I kind of relate this to when we go, like any of the places that we live, we probably don't know who's our city council. We don't really care. We don't know about the zoning laws. There's a lot of these things that we don't really pay attention to because all we care about is goods and services. All we care about is that we can go to the local coffee shop we like, that the grocery stores run well, the roads don't have potholes, all these things, right? But the people that provide us those goods and services care about those things. So I think what we can see from the projects, the community, the amount of adoption from other devs is because these guys are doing such a good job on the layer one, the coding, the things that maybe we don't even understand. The people who build things that we're interested in understand and they care. We can see that with all the projects coming on. RH preached, don't have admin keys, have these things audited. Look at certain precedents for what means a viable crypto, what it means to launch and earn trust in the community. That's already playing out. Compared to a lot of these chains that have done a poor job, whether we necessarily see that or not, there are chains that have a hard time even keeping their nodes synced. Most of us don't run a node, we don't really care. But the projects you do want to interact with care. They care when they have a hard time that's unstable. They care when that thing goes down. Would anyone here build a business on a road that was down once every couple of months? Never. No one would do that. Would you build one where you couldn't get to other infrastructure, where you couldn't take credit card transactions? So we don't care who the credit card processor is for the business, but that business cares and we care about the business. So these things that may not be directly that impactful, seeing that level of care and doing these coding right and keeping things updated and secure at that layer one, they matter to the things that matter to us. So I think seeing that play out means that we're gonna have a lot better projects. Some of the things that we see from that fork is if you fork over Hex, and let's say that RH wasn't around, we would all have Hex. There's multiple front ends. There's no admin keys. No one has to run the code. If RH had nothing to do with PulseChain, Hex would be fine because it's an immutable and it's a very valid cryptocurrency that has a use case that people want to participate in. If you participate in something that has admin keys, you have to ask for permission. You would have to hope that those guys run. You'd have to go beg for those guys to make sure that your project could run on this new network to get your free coins, to have viability over there. That's not what crypto is about. You shouldn't have to ask permission for these things. So I think that besides what we see at the base layer being done so properly, so clean, so fast, so transparent at such a high level, that not only do people who are of high skill, devs that say things the rest of us can't understand, they care about that. They build better projects here. This is where they want to set up shop. But we also will see, I think, a bit of these as these other communities come over and they go, well, how come I can't use my coin over there? Because you have admin keys. Maybe a lot of these communities don't know, don't realize. This might be something that shakes things up. So I hope that we see the value, sort of the worldview of this community start to shine in these other communities when they're like, why don't I have free coins? Where's my liquidity? How come that guy can shut down my chain? That matters. Maybe those guys have just seen their bags pumped. So the first time it hits their pocketbook, I think we'll see that these things that are extremely valuable in this community will resonate across, and we're going to see a lot of our worldview that gets spread across crypto.
Yeah, that's true.
The other last thing too. So everyone always just says that PulseChain's about low transaction fees. That's not true, because there's other chains that have low transaction fees and none of you guys are on them because you don't care about low transaction fees. You care about your transactions having low fees. So just because a network has cheap transactions, who cares? They're not the transaction I wanted. I want to be able to participate in things like Uniswap, to have Hex. Those things don't exist on bad networks. They exist on one and they're going to exist on PulseChain. So having just low fees with no services, no projects, no devs of value is like if I came to your business and said, hey, I'm going to run all your credit card transactions for free. Just not Discover, American Express, Visa, or MasterCard. What good does that do? That was everything. I'm going to give you guys the cheapest cell phone plan ever. You just can't call your friends or family. These things are useless. What we care about is a network that provides the transactions, the things of value that we find on them at an inexpensive rate and that has throughput that's going to grow. And that's what PulseChain is. It's not just low fees. It's your fees are low. Your projects are there. The worldview, the things you find value in are on the chain and then can be operated the way they were supposed to be. That's what really matters. That's what PulseChain's about.
Yeah. And you know, Hex.com, the smart contract started a innovative revolution in terms of how people look at cryptocurrencies. It was just too disruptive too quickly for the broader cryptocurrency community to either understand it or take it in. And that's why we saw such pushback outside of the fact that Richard is Richard and he loves to be Richard. And, you know, he's not gonna peruse anybody. But the ethos was started with Hex. It's done for you. There's no admin keys. It is immutable. It is on Ethereum. It's not a promise coin. It's something that you interact with on your own, out of your own volitional free will. And, you know, what we see talking about the ethos on PulseChain is that the community broadly is adopted that. And so the community is creating protocols now that mimic that ethos that started with Hex. And it's really important because we don't want a bunch of promise coins coming out of our community. There's nothing we can do to prevent people from building on Pulse, whatever it is that they want to do. But from within our friends and the people that we know, that ethos is going to be injected into everything that they build. I can tell you that right now. We're already seeing it happen. And it's very important. And the unit bias for me, he's talking about cheap transactions. I mean, we've been spending up to $3,000, $4,000 per ETH. And, you know, whether you're minting NFTs or whatever you're doing, and you're talking about being able to get 20, 30 transactions tops out of $4,000 or $5,000. And we've been dealing with that for quite some time. You know, the unit bias of Pulse is going to allow people to look at Pulse even at $1 and say, wow, I spent $4,000 over here to run 30 transactions on Ethereum. I can spend $1 here for one Pulse and run 5 times that. It doesn't matter if you launch chains empty. It doesn't matter if you have great throughput, if there's nothing happening on the chain. They're just ghost chains. And it doesn't matter if you launch a chain like Cardano just recently did with Sunday Swap, and it's just devastatingly horrible, the launch. Like, everything went wrong, and then they're patting themselves on the back. Richard doesn't build things like that. And I don't think that the community does either. So what we want is we want Pulse to launch. And when Pulse launches, I mean, it's live on testnet, guys. If you're not playing with it, we have testnet v2. We're going to go into a testnet v3, and then the network will fork. But when it launches, Richard's going to have set the highest bar in crypto for launching a layer 1 blockchain. I can guarantee you it's going to be, he's going to rock the space, because you're just going to add an RPC setting to your MetaMask wallet, and you're going to toggle onto PulseChain, and everything is just going to work, as opposed to everything that we've been seeing with L1s. Now, even the L1s, the last 7 EVM L1s that launched empty did an average of a 646x in 14 months. Empty. So that means that if Pulse launched empty with a better launch, it's an average of a 646x in 14 months, but we're forking the entire system state, which is absolutely phenomenal. Now, some protocols will take advantage of it. Some won't. Some can't, because they'd have to retool everything. But we're already seeing a ton of native adoption in building on the chain. And I'm just getting more excited, because I would rather be operating on PulseChain with PulseX, with Hex as our better version of Bitcoin, than dealing with all the shenanigans that we know is going on in the space right now. And I'm very blessed to be a part of something that Richard's built that really, guys, frees us up to do what we want to do in crypto in a way that resonates with what we know ought to be true about crypto. And that's decentralization, you know, personal sovereignty, personal freedom. And this is what PulseChain represents. And so I do believe that when it launches, people are going to come over to Pulse because it is the best chain to be on. It's not because of one thing over the other. It's because the ethos. It's because how the protocols are built. They're not promise coins. And yeah, the unit bias, again, the unit bias for Pulse. Imagine Pulse at $1, which I know that's like moon talk or whatever, but it's not about that. Imagine Pulse at $1 when I'm spending 3,500 for ETH. I mean, it's just astronomical. And for everybody who thinks, oh, I missed the PulseChain sacrifice, I'm late, I'm this, you're not late, ladies and gentlemen. You're not late. We haven't even launched the chain yet. Just be careful on how you scale into the things that you want, over what time frames and with how much percentages, so you don't wreck yourself during the process. Yeah.
Definitely. So let's talk about PulseX.
Yeah.
You know, with PulseX now, we have not only the better blockchain out here with Pulse, now we have the new top of the line decentralized exchange to trade pretty much everything.
K4K told me it was going to go up 10,000x the first 30 days.
I'm sorry.
I was like, we need K for K up here. We got PulseX. Where's K for K?
Our moon boys got math.
Yeah. I was like, PulseX. I don't see K for K on this thing.
Go ahead, LB.
So we do know it's a fork of PancakeSwap, which is a fork of Uniswap, right? So it's an automated market maker, decentralized exchange, which normally after the summer of DeFi a couple of years ago, be kind of like yawn, no big deal. But the secret sauce is the automated market maker fixer bot, right? The AMM bot that's being programmed right now, where all of the liquidity that is being forked from Ethereum onto PulseChain will be bought up and rebalanced so that the ratios of what used to be Ethereum, now replaced with Pulse, are now back in line with where they were before. What does that mean? This bot will go and actually buy up all those the forked ERC20s, and by selling or by using all that Pulse to buy more. It's going to buy up like 99% of the liquidity pools, right? Injecting all that Pulse into the liquidity pair. And then take all that liquidity, right, all those ERC20s, and deploy that as liquidity within PulseX, becoming the number one place for 90+% of the liquidity on chain, right? You basically now airlifted all of the liquidity for all of the trading into now the custom DEX for PulseChain, which then also has PulseX, which is the governance token that you will have the ability to do single asset staking with, to basically compound your position in PulseX, right? The piece that we're missing that still hasn't been fully revealed to us is that yield rewards token, right? We don't have the exact name of it, right?
XPulseX?
XPulseX is actually the receipt that you get for single asset staking, I think, right?
Yeah.
So when you put your PulseX into a vault, it will then give you XPulseX, which is kind of an identifier of where you entered the vault and where the vault is in its compounding process internally. So it's kind of a receipt token of sorts, if I understand it correctly. Maybe I'm wrong. But then there's also the yield reward token that the liquidity providers will be able to farm. But not everybody who provides liquidity on the chain will be able to farm that. Only the pools that are selected by the governance token users, right, those who hold PulseX, will be able to vote to see who will earn those rewards, right? So what are the liquidity pools that we want the highest liquidity for the longest amount of time on chain? Well, I can imagine one token that a lot of folks are very interested about here in this room that we would like to see a lot of liquidity for, right? So, you can imagine that this is the opportunity, again, that first mover advantage, where we have the chance to do better for the chain, to make our voices heard, to support each other and lift this community through identifying not only, Hex liquidity, but other protocols that will actually be operating on chain, will be doing things on chain that we can support by getting people to earn rewards for providing liquidity for their tokens. So another opportunity, not only for the community to benefit, hopefully financially, but also to have a say in how this new chain is operating and how this new DEX is operating, right? I mean, this has been an extremely inclusive experience here with PulseChain, its design, PulseX, and its design. In the end, this community has been now given, top tier level executive status, the top status possible in being able to drive how PulseChain blossoms and blooms, right? So I think this is an amazing opportunity for all of us. And, this sounds extremely cheesy. The saying, be the change you want to see in the world, right? This really stands for this because, as I was saying before, we have to go out and spread the word. We have to bring people on board. We have to go educate those other protocols that are coming from Ethereum and getting that free ride, that this is coming, and to let them know that this is something they can take advantage of. The reality, though, is that the vast majority of things that are going to get forked are not going to work on day one, because if you don't have oracles, if you don't have graph, if you don't have all these other infrastructure type things, these contracts are not going to be operable on day one without some kind of manual adjustments by those teams. We want those teams to know. We need to go out there and keep educating them, right? And for those who are in these other communities, it's a great opportunity to let them know that, hey, not only do you have this chance to get onto a new chain, you can save your users from these crazy fees, right? So, just excited about that piece of it. As far as the PulseX yield farming piece, we're still waiting for the details. We're hoping for a live stream soon, as I hope everyone is. Maybe later on tomorrow, when Richard joins us, we'll be able to get a little bit of a sneak peek into where things are. So keeping our fingers crossed on that.
And so for those of you guys that don't know, I'm a big part of the How To Pulse team. And those guys have done an incredible job with adoption and outreach. We kind of have a little internal joke that bro high fives don't pump the price. So it's always good to come and mingle and understand the community. But we really have to reach outside of those bounds. We really saw that as admins, and I'm sure a lot of the community did as well, when PulseChain and PulseX had its own room. In PulseX, there was an entirely different, you could feel it was a different audience. The people who were into yield farming, who wanted to play with these dexes, who saw the governance token DAOs. That wasn't really the Hexicans, that wasn't our stick. We had a different look. We were looking at immutable contracts, very long-term yields. We saw a different demographic come in and gravitate to that project, and look at how many of those guys have started to encompass and come into Hex. So when we look at adoption, these things are really important, that we reach outside of the community, that we don't come in and just blast, that we have to make design compromises that are understood, and understand where other communities are coming from. Just building something like PulseX brought a lot of eyes into the project, a lot. It made a very big difference to resonate with an audience that APY, that yield farming, that was something they were very interested in, being liquidity providers. That made a big difference. So adoption, reaching out in these circles is very, very important. There's a lot of people that are doing a really great job, a lot of great people in the community. A lot of those guys are here. So we just got to reach outside of our circle and not be too close-minded. We can all be maxis. We can love RH. We can love our community members. We can love each other more, but we can't love those other communities less. We just can't alienate ourselves like that. It's a little different when it's a network. There's going to be a little more give and take. Hex did one thing and it does it incredibly well. Everybody bought in. We're forward thinking. We're delaying gratification. I mean, we got somebody here about mental health. He came here to keep us all sound. Our coin did so well. We had to have somebody keep us level, and Maddie's done a great job of those things. So keeping it buoyant is very, very, yeah. So those are things that are important in the community. We've got our characters who are absolute maniacs, who are basically walking memes that are great. We've got people who care. We've got very, very smart legacy guys. We have a very odd group. I mean, look around. This is a diverse group of people here. Look at us. We're a bunch of crazy people. This is awesome, right? Yeah. I mean, we got top hats and floral patterns. Some of these guys look like they work for JP Morgan. I mean, this is a group here, guys. So it's important that we resonate and keep that we're all on the same page, but we're trying to incorporate more people into our worldview, and that's more and more important with Pulse. So that's something that these new projects are doing. That's something that How To Pulse is really working on. And we're going to put out more things in the future. We have things coming down the road. We have some other great tools. We'll have some projects. A little bit of a sneak peek. We are working on a solution for compromised wallets that I think will be extremely important. That's a big one. So RH says he has some solutions for that. We're going to let El Jefe have first crack and everything he wants to do. Anyone that has a compromised wallet that has a lot of funds in there, if you guys want to start reaching out to myself, any of the admins here, guys, they'll get with us, the How To Pulse team. It's a bumpy one. It's not a fun solution, but as of right now, there's really none. So we're going to do what we can to take the biggest crack we can at a lot of people who've lost a lot of money. It hurts, guys. It's not. This community cares about each other. There's a lot that we've done and seen. We don't like that. So people that have stakes on compromised wallets, people that are looking to get their airdrop that have compromised wallets, try to reach out. We got to be careful about how much we disclose because we're trying to fight the hackers with fire. But that's another thing that we're trying to offer How To Pulse. This just shows, guys, we care about the community. So We have a solution that's a little bumpy. We're going to try to get it out. Anyone that knows people that have been taken advantage of and hacked, try to get them with us at How To Pulse or myself, Walrus, Mando, any of these guys will be more than happy to help. We're going to try to take a good crack at that for everybody.
Yeah, just to piggyback just real quick. In the chats, we definitely, after the first sacrifice set for Pulse, you know, it was about 40,000 sacrifice wallets for PulseChain, which I think is going to be like the envy of the crypto space in a very short amount of time. But for PulseX, we just saw so many different people from all over the world coming in, just providing them with just really quick, solid answers, coming over from Avalanche and from Phantom and from BSC, just really want to take part in this new chain. And, you know, the thing that I love about what Richard did with Hex is for the new cryptocurrency investor, you don't have to think. You know, you buy your Hex and you stake your Hex. You get your Pulse and you can delegate it to a validator and you can earn fees on the network. So you don't have to think about doing anything. You don't have to be a trader. You don't have to learn all that stuff. Most novices get wrecked trading. Richard is right. There's a lot of people that make a lot of money trading, but that's not for the new individual. So Hex is a perfect product for everyone, but it's specifically really amazing for the 90%ers who come in that are brand new. But I do want to say this, the community is moving to stage 2. The chief cornerstone was Hex. Now we have Pulse and we have Hex on ETH. We have Hex on Pulse. We've got Pulse. We've got PulseX. We've got a rewards token. So there's an obvious shift away from a super focus on one thing. And now we have to shift to a focus on an entire ecosystem that we're building, which is really important to make that shift in our mindset, because we do not want to alienate people holding to dogmatic thoughts and dogmatic belief systems about one thing, because a lot of the times, you know, we don't know. You don't know what you don't know. You don't know when somebody is buying way more Hex than you, right? But they also like meme coins. And every time they make 100X on a meme coin, they take half of it and buy more Hex and they pump your bag. And then you know, so what I'm saying is that it's time to broaden, because we don't have an option, guys. With Pulse, it's L1. There's going to be hundreds, thousands of potential protocols on this, but we have to open up and we have to bring all those people in, love them, respect them. And it's starting within our own community. Now, I'll say this and then I'll be quiet. Hex is going to go up and it's going to go down. It's going to go up and it's going to go down. It's going to go up. It's going to go down. 60, 70, 80%. That's crypto. On the downs, they're buying opportunities. Don't buy tops and sell bottoms. But just remember this. We have a broader market sell-off, people feeling pretty crazy about Bitcoin. You know, this is coming off of 2 in the billions of dollars sacrifice sets for PulseChain and PulseX. We have many in-house projects coming from the community that are gearing up, ready for Pulse to launch. So obviously, we're the Hex community. So some of that Hex is going to go to in-community sacrifice sets. That makes a lot of sense, right? Then we have people that are taking profits with Hex, which that's what it's designed to do. So it's an ebb and it's a flow. Don't get emotional about it. Just take advantage of buying these things when they're 70, 75% off, and engage the community with dignity and respect, because for the next 5, 10 years, guys, we're going to be on the train together. And we want as many people to come and as many people to feel like they're accepted as possible. And that's a very important piece to the next stage in the ecosystem.
And then just to ride on that, and then I'll let LV get the last word. He deserves it. At the Austin meetup, I was on a little bit of a stream, and I made a joke because Kareem wasn't there yet. And I said, oh, he's here for 15 years. He's in no rush. And then I realized we're all going to be here for 15 years.
Yeah.
Guys, it's easier for me to get divorced than get rid of you guys. Like, it would probably cost me the same too. Be nice. guys, we're going to be here. We're all going to have issues. We're all going to fight. We're friends. We're scattered across the world. We have different backgrounds, worldviews, languages. Be nice. We're going to build cool things. Some of them are going to fail. Some of them are going to be great, but we're all still going to be here. And don't forget the one you brought to the dance. That's everyone here, and that's Hex, guys. So believe me, Pulse is going to be great. PulseX is going to be great. I'm going to hold K4K to it. Like these things are going to be amazing. People that you guys know are going to build cool things. You may or may not participate in them, but just know that, guys, we're a community. We're going to be here forever. We're about to get the queue. We love you guys. We know so much you guys love everyone else. As admins, we get a lot of hate, but we get an unbelievable amount of gratitude. I know a lot of the community does. Be nice. This is our space, guys. We're going to be here for a long time. So let's just take care of each other, keep educating, keep spreading the good word, bringing more people into our worldview, and be nice.
Be nice.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for everything that you do and for speaking here at the Hex Conference.
Thanks, Maddie.
Thank you.
So next up, we've got an amazing streamer who goes by My Life is Awesome.
Hey.
And we're adding him to the live. There we go.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
What's up,
Let's
you beautiful
go.
Hexicans? How are you, you beautiful Hexicans? Look at all of you.
What's up, brother?
Doing great.
So good to see you guys.
Yeah, you as
Yeah,
well,
you
man.
too, man. Didn't know you were going to be on, bro.
Yeah, I've been going through a lot, but I couldn't miss this. I wanted to be in person, but this is where I'm at, and I wouldn't be anywhere else. I got so much love for this fam.
Awesome.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Hey, I know, man.
So we're gonna hand the stage over to you, and you'll be able to do your talk here for 15 to 20 minutes. Thank you.
Beautiful.
You're the
Let's
man,
get it
brother.
cracking.
We'll get out your way.
Thanks.
Awesome. Oh, yeah.
All right, y'all. It's super good to see you. Thank you for having me. I'm glad we could all link. This is what life's all about. So I guess I have about 15 or 20 minutes. I'm just going to shoot from the heart like I always do. And what I want to talk to you guys about is never work again money and how it relates to Hex and the Pulse chain. And one of the things that is really important is to understand that in my background, I've been working with people for almost 20 years, and a lot of them have a lot of money. All right, y'all. And that doesn't equate to happiness. A lot of these rich dudes, they're super unhappy. And some of them even judge themselves because they have these fat stacks of cash and they're not happy. And they're wondering, like, I'm so lucky that I have this abundance, but I'm still missing fundamental factors that aren't making me happy. So I want to address some of those factors in this community. And I want to help all of you because at the end of the day, we're all human beings. We're all flesh and blood bodies, right? So we're in these bodies and we're spirit inhabiting it. And that spirit has a mind, and our mind can be hard to navigate. All right, y'all. Stanford recently did a study, and that study showed that we think on average one day. Do you guys have any idea how many thoughts that your brain thinks in one day? Just honest question. How many thoughts do you think you have in one day? Stanford did a study on it. Guess what the number is, y'all? 85,000 thoughts. 85,000, okay? That means our minds are constantly running. And out of those 85,000 thoughts, we build neural patterns, neural networks. And the way neurons work is they fire through a synapse and they connect. And the more that you think a certain way, the more your brain links up that way. And we end up building these giant channels. So our brain is always thinking down the same pattern of thought. And if you have 85,000 thoughts in a day, how many of those thoughts do you think end up being the same as the day before? Ask yourselves, when you wake up in the morning, what's tomorrow going to look like? And what's the day after that going to look like? So they did this study and they found that by the time we're 5 years old, 50% of our neural network is in place. Think about that. So if any of you guys have kids, be sure to program them with all the beautiful thoughts you can and help their mind work as clean and as clear and as positive and as powerful as possible by the time they're 5 years old, because half of the way their mind works is going to connect up. The other 45% happens by the time we're 18 years old. So by the time every one of us is 18 years old, 95% of our neural network has been established. This is an actual study, you guys. So understand, when you're looking at Hex and PulseChain and you're looking at coming into a bunch of wealth, you have to understand the mind that you have is already 95% connected in thinking a certain way. Okay. So there's only 5% openness that you can work to change that. And in all my coaching, what I found is that 5%, it only happens in one area. And that one area is in the present moment. So if you look at all people, we have the past, we have the future, and we have this little chunk that's the present. And the present is what's most important. So when you guys are at this conference and you look around at each other, you have right now is the present moment. So when you go to lunch and you meet people and you talk to them, what you create there in that moment is that little 5% window. And that 5% window is what's most important. So you have to understand, when you're looking at wealth that comes from these projects, how are you going to handle it? How are you going to manage it? And what I found with my clients is that they come into all this money, but they can't help acting all the ways they've used to act, which are unsuccessful. And the reason they do that is because what I just explained, 95% of their brain is all linked up, working a certain way. And they're wondering, why do I keep getting the same results? Okay. So I want to talk to you guys about breaking down these barriers and actually understanding never work again money from a new perspective. Never work again money is actually going to that base layer of your mind and your consciousness and understanding how to change your trajectory in life. All right, y'all? That's what I want for you. I want you guys to actually turn and change the trajectory of your life and be so flexed out. I want you to be so stoked on your life when you wake up. All right? How many of you right now are 100% stoked on your life the way it is? Good. Now, can you see areas where you would like to improve yourself? Be honest. Look in yourself. Can you see areas you'd like to improve? Good. Now, when you start getting hex gains and you start getting p-hex moon running off the chart green candle, when PulseChain launches, when PulseX absolutely moon runs, we're going to have new opportunities that we never had. And I was told, I was like 19 years old, and I moved to Boston. I was studying piano, and I wanted to be a gnarly pianist. And I wanted to help people. I wanted to share my music, and I wanted to help people and enrich their lives. And I had a mentor, and that mentor asked me a question, and it changed my life forever. I want to share it with y'all. My mentor asked me, Lit, how many people can you help right now with the amount of money you have in your bank account? And I was like a fresh teenager. I just moved out to Boston. I didn't have any funds. I was struggling. I was like broke musician. And I kind of looked at him and I'm like, damn, bro, like I can barely help myself right now. And he asked me, how many people could you help if you had Bill Gates' money? This is like a long time ago. So just drink that in, y'all. How many people could you help if you had Bill Gates' money? This is exactly what can happen in this PulseChain Hex game. You understand? We're going to have unprecedented amounts of wealth. and that wealth is going to give us new opportunity. However, I want you guys to understand that opportunity is foreshadowed by the way our minds are already connected. So I decided when my mom passed away recently, much love, Mama Awesome, love you. I want to dedicate a new segment of my channel to this community. And I have worked with a lot of people over 20 years, and I've shared these tips and tricks and tactics and hacks. And what they are is they're tools. And these tools, they're designed to help you understand the world and understand yourself in a way that causes you to break off and away from the pack and start having full power within yourself. And full power is also a calm, peaceful, happy nature. So when you wake up, like stuff crumbles, and maybe your day is terrible, or maybe someone in your family gets hurt, or maybe there's things that happen which stress you out, but you have the inner tools to not get crushed. You have the inner tools to stay flexed. And that's what I want to share with this community. I decided I want to start giving all these tools away for free to all the Hexicans who have my back, because I got your back and we're in this together. So I'm going to start a new series I want you guys to link up with. And I'm going to actually teach you guys how to get to these core levels and rebuild yourself into the most powerful community online. I really believe that in all of crypto and in all the places I've done, even like personal development, all these things I've done in my life, I think we have the best community I've ever come across. And that's thanks to people like you in the stands. Give yourself a hand right now at this conference. Show some love. Now, do you guys feel that energy? There's power when human beings come together. All of y'all have given me so much love that my mom had some of the most incredible, awesome energy before she passed. And I'm so grateful for y'all. That's why I want to help you. I want to help give all these tools and tricks. And I've been able to understand human energy coming together is more powerful than just acting alone. All right, y'all? So I want everyone to understand we have an incredible, unprecedented opportunity. And Richard Hart's the leader of this mission. And I got major love for that dude because he created a product and projects that have brought us all together. And on his foundation, it's up to us what we build. Do you guys get that? You get that Richard Hart brought us all together, but now this foundation that he's paved, it's up to us what we build here. Do you guys get that? Good. Now, I want to look back on my life, and I want to be proud of what I built with this opportunity on this foundation. And the way we do that is we actually take advantage of never work again money, and we challenge our brains, and we one by one disassemble these neural connections, and we rebuild them in a new way. That's how we do it. We take the way that we've been acting and we challenge anything we don't like about it. We see ourselves as these new men, these new fire roasted chickens, and we see our ideal life the way we want it. And day by day, we start breaking habits. All right, y'all? It's called breaking habits. When you break habits, you disconnect neural networks and you can reconnect new ones. And this is what I want for all of you. I seriously, from the bottom of my heart, I want you guys to wake up and feel beautiful and feel proud of yourselves. I want you to get lit the way that I am. All right? Can you feel that energy? Can you guys feel that? Now, the way that I'm lit like that is because I've been challenging myself on these deep levels. When things come up, I don't just accept surface value. I don't just say, oh, that's how it is. I actually question, where am I at? How am I feeling? What tools am I doing? What way is my brain connecting? And I challenge it. So I want all of you to challenge yourself, all right? And the challenge is, how many people can you help with your bank account right now? And how many people can you help with Bill Gates's money, all right? How many people could you help with Richard Hart money? Look what that dude's doing. He's bringing a whole community together. He's bringing a whole new level 1 protocol. There's level 2s on it. There's a whole DEX. This is one of the most incredible opportunities in the whole game right now. And if you guys look at the world, we're in a crypto bear. The stock market tanked. We're on the verge of World War III. Everyone's all stressed out. But where are we? We're crushing it in this PulseChain thing. You feel that? Now, that is special. So if you guys understand you are a part of something special, all right, then you can actually relax. Just loose and let go of all that stress and be proud of yourselves that you're here. And I started the Masters of Onboard series a while back because I realized this is insane, this opportunity, and we need to get more people in, and it's happening. Can you guys feel the stadium getting filled? Can you feel the energy building in these projects? I'm excited, all right? I'm so happy to be here, and I want to just break down. Never work again money isn't just helping other people. It's also helping yourself, okay? It's eating good. It's feeling good. It's having the resources to help your family and your loved ones, all right? This is the bottom line. You're not going to be able to take your money with you when you die, okay? You can't take your money with you. You can't take your benzos. You can't take your properties. But what you're going to be able to take with you are the experiences and the memories you have and how you showed up as a man or a woman in this earth plane. You're going to be able to take with you the relationships that you held and grew and nurtured and the experiences that you connected with people. That you're going to take because it's in your heart. It's in your mind. You've connected them. And if you guys understand that at the base layer of all this, there is connection. That connection is what your boy Lit is all about. And that's why my life is awesome. My life is awesome because I'm not afraid to connect. You guys feel that energy? I'm not afraid to connect. I want each and every one of you today at this conference to look at each other on a break and just start connecting. And don't worry about any of that little stuff. Just understand you're a hexagon and there's another hexagon next to you. And that makes you brothers and sisters. And there's love. We've all passed the IQ test. We're all in this together. There's tons of streamers. There's tons of people in the community. And there is so much love here. And if you understand to just let go of all that 95% of the way your brain's linked up and just dive off the cliff into that new 5% and start writing a new future. Imagine you have a book and you open it up and every other page is all these chapters and it's all your past, all your life, everything that you've done now. However, on this new page, you can write a new story. And right now, you're a hexagon and you have a whole group of hexagons in real life in Vegas that you can talk to and get to know and go have lunch with and get their numbers and connect in real life. And what I'm finding is if you make a hexagon friend, you've already vetted so many things in this world. When you make a friend, there's so many things that have been vetted when you become a hexagon. Take advantage of that, y'all. Listen to your boy Lit. Take advantage of the fact that you're all here and we're all in this together because we really truly are on the precipice of one of the greatest opportunities that I've ever been involved with and I've ever seen. And you know, we all want that never work again money, but it doesn't just end with money. It ends with becoming the best version of yourself. And let me ask y'all a question. How many of y'all want to be super rich, but not have any friends and be alone? No, hell no. I want to be at the party where it's popping. You understand? I want to have good homies and tons of fire roasted chicken. That's what your boy wants. The way you do that is you actually connect with each other. All right? Don't be afraid of whatever else is in your past. Just let it all go and connect. That is the power of the people. You guys feel me? The power of the people is being a hexagon and being proud of it and connecting without worry. That actually is never work again money. When you have never work again money, you have network, you have care, you have family, you have friends, you have opportunity, you have new resources, and you can challenge all the ways you've been. And if you fall down, you have the money to be able to support yourself through any up and down. You also have the money to be able to help your loved ones. You guys feel that? You're going to become people in a position of power. And guess what happens when you have power? When you have more power than someone else, if someone has this much power and you're just off the chart, green candle, flexing on it with your power, they're going to look up to you. You guys get that? People are going to look up to you in your life if you've created financial abundance for yourself and you're flexing on all this power. You now have an opportunity to help them. And that's your choice. You can choose to help them or choose not to. And I want you to choose wisely. However, when you're struggling, you don't always have the opportunity to help people. Sometimes you have to focus, like me when I was in Boston and I was a young teenager. And I'm like, oh my God, I can barely help myself right now. I'm barely paying these bills. I'm like eating ramen. So think about that. When you can break out of that and you actually have abundance, now you have a chance to become an old dude, right? Or an old fire roasted, and look back on your life and be super proud of the connections you created and the life experience that you were able to generate. You guys feel that? That's what I want for you. Can you feel that? Like, I genuinely want that for all of you. I want you to look back on this time and I want you to be so stoked. All right. I went to Alaska and I read this history, and these gold miners, oh my God, you guys, these gold miners were out of control. They went through some of the harshest conditions. A lot of them died. They had to pick all their life savings and put it into tools to try to go into the mountain and find gold. And there was no guarantee. There's no guarantee that they were going to get anything. And people came from all over the world and all over the states. They flocked to Alaska during the gold rush. And I'm reading this history, and I started finding journal after journal and museum after museum on this trip to Alaska. And I found a commonality that I want to share with y'all. What they found is that all the struggle people had been through. There's people who froze and died and fell off cliffs. And imagine that. You're trying to find gold. You have no idea where it is. You're competing with all these other people. What do you think happened to those people after all the gold rush was over? I mean, whether they made money or not, there was rich dudes and people who lost everything. All of them. They all had one commonality. Do you guys know what that commonality was? I'm going to tell y'all. What they found, they all had in common, is they looked back on their life as they kept aging, and they realized, oh my God, that was the best time of my life. You understand that? It was the most exciting, amazing time of their life. And that truly is the opportunity we have right now. If we use this properly, I believe in my heart we can grow older and look back on our lives and be so proud of what we're creating right now. So turn to the Hexagon next to you and show them some love from your boy Lit. What's up,
Awesome.
Maddie?
Hey, thanks so much for your talk. You were very motivational and the crowd loved it. So thanks again, Lit, and hang in there. Keep up the good work.
Much love, y'all. We'll talk to you guys soon. I'm going to be back on at 3 to 4. Love you guys.
Awesome. And up next, we're going to switch the schedule around just a little bit. We're going to have Steph from Staker app do the next 15 to 20 minute talk. And then we'll have Johnny and then Kareem. So if Steph wants to virtually be added to the screen, sticker guy. Johnny Chaos to the stage. Johnny Chaos. Do we have Johnny here? See. I thought so too. Yeah, great. So do you want to stand at the podium or do you want to sit?
We're going to do the podium.
Awesome.
This is a podium type speech. I don't know, Matt. It looks a little empty in here for everybody that's been wanting this conversation.
I know, right?
Looks really empty for everybody that's been waiting on this conversation. So, can everybody hear me okay with all the voices going out throughout? We hear me in the back okay? Yeah? That's awesome. We've got better audio in here than some of the other events that we've been at. So, the question is, what is with this suit against CoinMarketCap? Right? Yes, sir. Go ahead. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. So it's very interesting that out of all the things I've done, I am the angry guy that filed suit against CMC. So let's address some of the rumors and some of the hate that we've gotten for doing this. We have a lot of people in the Twitter Spaces and trolling in the troll box and such that will say, "What a petty thing to do. They're a company. They can do whatever they want. Why are you guys so worried about being listed if CoinMarketCap isn't a thing?" Well, the reason why CoinMarketCap is a thing, the site, is because people believe it's a thing. Even though we understand the dynamics of market cap, the fact is most people don't. and they're going to CoinMarketCap as a metric of measuring what has value. And it is considered a fair and trusted site, which it is not. It is a tabloid. They list things how they see fit, and they market it through their network of influencers that said, oh, let's just go check out CoinMarketCap and pull it up, the fair and trusted site, which they are not. They are a tabloid. It's no different for you trying to go to get your groceries and somebody handing you a list and telling you this is what you're supposed to buy. So this isn't about being listed unfairly or even the relevance of these sites. It's about exposing the fact that these sites should not dictate what a person's purchasing decisions are or their perception of value based on their opinion. And since they are marketing themselves as a fair and trusted site and purposefully manipulating the numbers, that's why I filed the suit. Now, a lot of people are very interested in the financial aspect of this. If there's a settlement, how do I get my money, right? We've got other people that are looking at this from a trader's aspect on how do I buy the rumor and sell the news. This is not that kind of event. Legal cases can be long and drawn out. They take time, they take fundage. So if you haven't noticed, you have never seen me come out and say, guys, I'm going to need donations. You know why? Because there are no expectations of work of others, and I am not taking your money. I'm not responsible for your money. I want this done. I'm doing this for me. It's not your responsibility. It's my responsibility to follow this thing through. Now, that being said, what I have done is I actually initiated the lawsuit. And what that means is I paid the attorney's office. When I say attorney's office, I should say law practice. And when I say law practice, I should say law practice that's gone up against the government, Amazon, Google, and they're not afraid to get their hands dirty. So they I'm not even going to talk about their attorney. Just forget it. So the point is these companies are so under radar because they're not fair and trusted companies. They're not companies at all. It's a couple people with the min keys to a website that you're entrusting your future with, predicting on whether or not their opinion is right or wrong based on the payments that they receive from people for listing their damn coins. So it's a lot to take in. It's a lot to take in because people's reality is shaped by what they believe. And what people's perception is, they believe this to be a fair and trusted site to the tune of 270 clicks per month. Can a company like this truly, by manipulating the perception of value, affect a coin? Well, the court probably is going to say, yeah. You know what else? Would you say that when Hex was at its top market cap of 200 billion, would you not say that it would have been at least double that if it weren't for the suppression as a result of CoinMarketCap? So did the attorneys. They think that too. That's why it's a $200 billion lawsuit. These damages are quantitative and provable. These damages are quantitative and provable. Their impact due to their own analytics, due to their own boasting, due to their own advertisement on their own website. We have documented everything, and the attorney's got to file this thick. We don't really need information to win this case. We've got plenty of information in their own words as they act like a bunch of high schoolers running a website, and they're afraid that mom and dad just got home. Okay? Their inability to respond has been absolutely insane. They're like, ooh, we did something bad. What do we do? We're just not going to look. And that's what they're doing. And that's exactly how they're handling it. So here's the thing, right? So we've been attacked. We've been called scammers. And you know what? They support and sponsor influencers. That's why they direct you to CoinMarketCap. A matter of fact, you can go on CoinMarketCap site and become an influencer for CoinMarketCap. They will pay you. You have to submit your following count. That is the business, right? So literally these people that are sponsored by CoinMarketCap are also responsible. They are responsible for misdirecting their followers to this under the guise of a fair and trusted site. And I think they should hold some accountability to this too. The thing that people don't understand is that if a positive opinion can be paid for, so can a negative opinion. And if you noticed, there was quite a surge of videos with very, very little lack of content that were opposed to Hex. It seemed to all come out at the same time. It's almost like they were reading off the same script. And a person with an analytical mind would be able to look at this and go, oh my gosh, this is funny that it just happened to occur all at the same time that CoinMarketCap was being challenged. I would almost say that that would need some investigation on whether or not that was a coordinated attack and whether or not these influencers accepted payment for their opinion to promote this so-called trusted site. And I'm not actually reading anything. I'm just taking a breath here. In front of me here is actually just the schedule. So I'm doing this all on the fly here. So what's important? People want to know what we're trying to achieve here. It's not even about the money. I told you it's a level of money, but you know who cares about the money? The attorney's office. They care about the money. They're getting 30%. That's a lot of money. So they're going to push for the full amount possible that they're going to be able to obtain. There is going to be a mechanism in which we're going to find a way to distribute that to the community if you are a T shareholder. So now this is an if there is a cash settlement, okay? If there is a cash settlement that we are able to distribute, that's how it's going to be distributed. Again, no expectation of work from others. This case did not come out of your pocket. Nobody should have asked you for any money. If you sent some money, I don't know what to tell you. Now, there is an actual team of Hexicans that did pick up the attorney's retainer, okay? And I will say that a lot of you did offer to send me money, and I refused to accept it. There were a couple of us in the tight-knit circle that passed a couple $100 around, but for the most part, the cease and desist letter was mostly me, and that initiated it. And I know that CoinMarketCap doesn't really have a legal team. I know that's shocking, right? You know why? Because the legal team, any attorney that was worth their salt would have said, flip the switch. Flip the switch, this is going to cost you. Because the liability risk there was extreme. However, again, we're talking about people that are ghosts, that have no real place of residence, that go from town to town. And the difficulty of this case was tracking these people down. And we've had people at their house finding stacks of mail that they have never even opened. That's how much ghosts these people are. It required a special team to do that. And we were denied service through Twitter as a result of the fact that we needed to serve them publicly, right? As you would normally do. Twitter has never been used as a means of service before. So Hex is the first case to ever legally serve on Twitter. So win or lose, that's historical, guys. That's historical. No one can look back and go, what was the first case served on Twitter? Oh, wait, that was the Hexican community. So where does this lead us? Well, they allowed us to do that, and by all legal grounds, they have been served. Now, where this goes into compliance, right? So they can do the same thing they've always done because that's how they operate, right? Criminals do not tend to face allegations people that do unscrupulous things do not tend to face allegations. They run, they hide. Are we running and hiding? No. Absolutely. What are we doing? We are the ones that are pushing this through legal means. Why? Because we believe we are in the right. And that's dangerous. So, if we were, let's say, not to get a cash settlement, well, what could we do? Because that's the question, right? Well, if we can't track these guys down and they don't have bank accounts that could be frozen, they don't have assets that we can seize, and we can't get the money out of their crypto wallet, well, what can we do to them, Johnny? What can we do? Do they have a website? Do they have a website? I want to hear, yeah. You realize that websites are property, right? You realize that a domain is property, right? You realize hosting can be court ordered to cease, right? If a domain is property, a domain is an asset that can be seized and redirected as we see fit. Maybe it might be redirected somewhere where people actually get fair and trusted information. So I am not going to tell anybody anything that is going to help with trading and buying a rumor and sell the news. I'm not going to tell anybody what their share is going to be if they get a share. It's just going to happen. You're either with us or you're not with us when this happens. I suggest you're with us. However, it's one of those things that it's a difficult ride. Just like Hex, it takes patience. It takes time. You have to go through due process. You have to make sure everything's in a row. We could not immediately serve on Twitter. Why? Because we haven't tried enough to prove to the court that we made a major attempt going above and beyond the means of through normal legal service to make sure they got their paperwork, right? So we had to do that, and we had to go through the delay. So let's say they don't show up in court, right? What happens then? They don't show up in court, they totally ghost us. That is the worst thing they can do, because that means it's called a default judgment. Richard experienced this back in the day when he just basically paid his $500 ticket and said, you know what, let me just pay the stupid ticket, right? Because it would cost him more to fight the ticket than to just pay it. Now everybody's like, oh, he got a ticket once. Yeah, people get speeding tickets all the time. That's basically what that was. Well, in this case, this is a really big ticket. This is not a speeding ticket. And I would hate to have assets that could be seized and frozen because non-compliance with the court's orders. I would hate to have my website shut down and everything that I built just frozen up on me through the real world. Because, see, they can run around cyberspace as much as they want. They can hide from hotel room to hotel room, but there's always a physical point of failure. And that physical point of failure is where they're going to make a mistake. So they will comply, or they just won't have a website. It's that simple. And again, I'm going to point, Steph's already popped up here. Again, I'm just going to point out that, first of all, if they send out the ninjas to assassinate me, it doesn't matter. The lawyers want their money. All I did was I pointed the wolves in the right direction. I told them where the paycheck was. I said, go get them, boys. That's my part. So you guys don't need to thank me. You don't need to tag me. You don't need to say, thank you, Johnny. I paid $3,000 for some fireworks. I'm lighting them up. And now they got to deal with the consequences.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Wow, that is so legendary. Thank you to Johnny. he is an example of somebody who's not looking out only for himself, but he's looking out for this entire community. The reason I got involved in the Hex community is because of the CoinMarketCap gatekeeping. And so I really love all these positive outcomes. I love that Hex now is the first instance, or the Hex community is the first instance of a lawsuit being filed on Twitter, being notified on Twitter. Let's give it up again for Johnny. And yeah, amazing. Steph here, thanks for coming. Steph is from Staker app, and he'll be doing the next 15 to 20 minute talk. Thanks so much, everybody.
Great. Can everybody hear me? Yeah, cool. So I'm a bit busy tonight. I'm here in Europe, in Paris, but in heart with you guys. I was supposed to be here, but a good friend of mine in Ukraine did a calling last week to help refugees. So I decided to host a couple of Ukrainian plays. So that's why I'm here. In spirit, I'm in Vegas. So the plan for today is going to be to do an early reveal of what you to see in Stake version 2. So we worked really hard in the past, let's say 6 months to make that happen, and it's coming very soon. So I have a couple of screens just to give you a little taste of what you expect in the V2 version. So the big focus for us this year is going to be focusing on the meaning, right? Everybody's looking number on the but it's harder if you don't have anything of meaning attached to your stakes. So it's been a request for many months, and one of the top requests is the ability to name and customize your stake. So we'll give in a form of dream. So people will be, it's optional, don't have just to put that in, but we'll be able to attach basically at a high level what their stakes are for maybe saving for retirement or the education of your kids, doing a world tour. We'll let users do that. The nice things about doing that is obviously all of these things are anonymous, to aggregate at higher level the data, and for new stakers, right, or that wants to be inspired and emulate other stakers, we're going to be able to give them a sense of how many people are dreaming about retirement versus building a business, saving for their new Lambo. So that's coming, and it's going to be a big shift in the application, so that people are more committed thanks to the meaning attached to their stake. The next thing is, thank you guys. The next thing is to we're gonna be doing a full revamp of the app that includes all suite of statistics, including prices, infinite number of pairs, including PulseChain pairs. So we might be one of the first application providing pairs across multiple chains, including PulseChain there on the application. So very excited about that. But also a lot of time series and statistic for the thing that you know and love, number of stakers over time, the number of maybe the average duration over time. So we have about 10 different statistics that will come to the app, and everything will be there for free. So excited about just sharing all that data that will provide you with insight on how yourself. The last thing, the next we're focusing on is the achievement component. It has been in the current version of the app for quite a long time, but hasn't been our top priority because we are focusing on basically providing new support for all devices, in-app payments. And so now we're bringing a lot of gamification and exciting features on that front. Here are just a couple of examples of all the different badges that will be in the application. So trivial ones, how many times do you up during the week? So you could have a badges depending on how often you come to these things that are a bit more exciting, like the 555 club. So anyone staking for will be granted with a couple of badges, and you're gonna have different tier depending on how much you've been staking for that long. Same thing if you sacrifice for PulseChains, you will have a specific badge, and we'll keep adding all these different badges throughout the year as new products are being supported in the application. So you'll be and show off all the different badges you've been accumulating throughout the app. Piece that I want to share today with you is on security. It's a topic very dear to our heart, and we internally every single week because all of the gains that you're making in crypto means nothing if it's not secure. We're not only bringing a lot of like UX improvement to the way users are basically being presented with seed phrases, but also the ability to cover your seed phrase. So we're adding a lot of technical innovation to help having a self-custodian wallet with very. So be excited. We basically recovery is one of our top issues that we are facing with most of our users. Is probably on a weekly basis we have anywhere between 10 to 15 people coming to us saying, hey, I lost my seed phrase, or I don't know where it is. So we're going to be focusing on providing a self-recovery. Hope that people are learning more about crypto. They don't basically into the current space. So you help people securing their wealth. So sorry for the title, but that's about it. It's key takeaways here. Complete revamp of the app. It's all about right. You need to think about yourself in 5, 10, 15 years, and only then it helps you plan and put your money where you think you will be. And one of the main focus will be on security, as always been, and we'll add a couple of features that are basically don't really exist in the space right now for non-custodial wallets. Really excited to present the version 2 that will be coming very soon. I think in a couple of weeks we should be able to start testing with users. So we'll send maybe a tweet for people just to help us test the. And the only things to note there is that we'll be releasing out the V2 features in different stages. So first with the kind of V2 Lite, and then a couple of additional features as we feel confident to release them safely. So yeah, that was it for my little presentation. I hope you're excited about seeing it. I know it's been you've been waiting for it for a long time, but our priority is to give something very secure to our users. We don't want to rush. It's the same philosophy that Richard is having with the PulseChains. You want to market a very nice product that doesn't fail and that user can trust.
Thank you so much, Steph. Thank you for that talk. Everybody's looking forward to the new version of Staker app.
Yeah, thank you, Matty, for the organization and our time in Vegas. Bye-bye.
Awesome. So somebody said I was allowed to get the crowd a little bit fired up here before lunch and get everybody excited about, why are we here in Vegas? What are we doing at the Hex conference? And we're going to bring up Kareem here in a second. My name is Matty Allen, of course, and I'm putting on this Hex conference because I think it's such an amazing opportunity for us to take something crypto that's so untangible and to be able to all come together as a community. So we're here really sharing our passion for crypto and for the Richard Hart projects that we're involved with, right? Hex is something that allows people to delay gratification. And as a mental health therapist, before I retired from crypto, I really see a lot of good that comes from this idea of delaying gratification and incentivizing the right behavior. And so, we have so many examples here in the conference. We've got, about 50 different YouTube channels participating. We're here in Las Vegas, saving every dollar that we can, because we know that the next project, PulseX, could do a 10,000x just like Hex did. And so it's a really exciting time. And let's go ahead and give it up for everybody who's been speaking so far. Now, we've got a special guest coming later today, and that's Aubrey DeGray. So Aubrey is the founder of the Sense Foundation, and of course, the PulseChain community raised $27.5 million for longevity research. So Aubrey will be here in person, and we're looking forward to that later today. For now, we're going to bring up we're going to bring up Kareem and Dollar Cost Crypto. Welcome, guys.
Okay, cool. You can just leave it on me. Yes. Okay. Cool. What's going on, everybody? All right, a couple of housekeeping. Remember, I only have 20 minutes, okay? I can't do Quangate style. So I apologize if some of the stuff you hear is a little high level. Remember, repetition is the mother of all skills. I'm so glad this is recorded because you can watch it later again slowly to get better. I wanted to bring my good friend here, Dollar Cost Crypto, Hex as well. A lot of knowledge about the macro talk. If Johnny is still here, Johnny, I'm a T-shirt holder, so I'm ready. No expectation. All right, so to start off, for those who know what I'm mainly all about, right? I know we heard about all the great speakers about Hex, the price yesterday, and all this other good stuff. Today, I want to bring it all back together of the wisdom of why we do, why we follow Richard Hart, and how it actually affects the whole entire world. Those who've been watching our show, Coin Gang, for many weeks understand we're looking at multiple things at a macro level, but we bring it back to how we can help ourselves, help other people. And like I always said, I don't like to take any money, but if you can do and help somebody else receive the same information that you receive so they can free themselves from the monetary slavery, we cannot be caught up in this crazy situation. I hate politics, but sometimes you do got to get involved to get to know what's going on so you can protect other people. Because, for example, what's going on in Ukraine right now is crazy, but somebody could say, hey, why do I care, right? It's way over there, I'm way over here. Well, you should care because gas prices are up. Wheat is up. Nickel is up 150% in literally less than 48 hours. Those things matters. If sadly in Europe, you feel a lot of the pain right now. The dollar is rising, which is called the DXY, which means everything else is being affected by that. Right. Crypto has been affected by that. This is why, the crypto furu is telling you Bitcoin's going back to 100K. I'm like, nah, not so fast. Rates are rising. You see the Federal Reserve most likely are going to raise rate literally next week when they're going to meet themselves. I know El Salvador is going to launch their Bitcoin bond, but they don't understand that if this thing keeps happening, if rates keeps rising and the dollar keeps strengthening, those people are going to get hurt because they don't understand the mechanics of how market works. And this is why I always spend so much time to teach people, because don't listen to what they say, watch what they do. Right. If the dollar is strengthening, it means that big money, quote unquote, is going risk off. You are the exit liquidity. You are the person that they're looking to exit on because they always have more information that you're ever going to have. So you need to understand that you need to watch what they do to be able to see how the mechanics and the plumbing works. And the reason why it's so dear to my heart is because ultimately, I know who the real loser are. Some people who know my story, right? I'm from Central African Republic, grew up poor, right? I've seen the real danger of what war is about because ultimately the little guy gets crushed. right? Perfect example, conflicts going on right now. Ukrainians are being bombed. My good friend Steph, you just heard, literally couldn't come because he had to host people, right? Being a refugee, living your home, it's not fun. You know what I mean? On the other side, there's Russians that don't care about the war, but then the currency just tanked 70% plus on its way to zero. So there's a lot of damage collateral that's happening around the world for people that literally doesn't want to do anything with the conflict. And the reason why it's so important what we're doing, what I'm so excited about PulseChain, as everybody know, I love to onboard. I know everybody wants the mad game. I want mad games for everybody, but to me, it's mainly the cheapest cost so we can go on board worldwide. Like I said at the online conference, the fact that we get penniless fee transaction is so that we can literally remove some of the gatekeeping that's happening monetarily, because, you know, I come from a place where for people, $50 is a lot of money.
Right.
So if you only have $50, and even if you have to pay, you know, $20 just to basically make a swap, then 40% of your money is gone, right? And those people, what I've always respected is they don't need to be pity. They don't want a handout. They just want an opportunity. And for me, PulseChain is going to be the key. So I always want to remind everybody and find it in your heart, right? I say this all the time. Keep going back. Somebody told you no, go back again, right? I used to do door to door. I used to talk to 300 people a day. Here, 90% rejection. You get used to it. Just don't take it personal. Just also ask yourself, how many times somebody else that you care about that got you onboarded, you told them no, but they didn't quit on you. They spend the time to educate you. They spend the time to go back and forth. Hey, you need to hear about this, right? My good friend John is right here. You know, we have another great story. Literally, he had one of his friends. He drove to his house, find him in the yard, say, hey, you need to hear about this. This is important. So I always want to bring it back together for make sure everybody understand the mission, why is it so important. Ask questions. There's no such thing as a dumb questions. The only stupid people who don't ask questions. Right. Because if you don't know what you don't know, then you don't know what you don't know. And then you're the first one to get flooded out. You're the first one to basically lose all you have or lose all your opportunity because you don't understand what you have. You hear me tell all the time, you got to do the math, because that's what brings you the knowledge. The knowledge brings you the confidence. The confidence allows you to stand strong no matter what happens. A dip comes in, it's a buying opportunity. Wealth is made during the bear market. Make no mistake about it. That's what we love to talk about, right? Everybody knows part of my story, how literally I got in at the top, went down 85%, but I just keep buying because I knew what I was getting. I did the math.
That DCA.
That's how we want to make sure you guys out. All right. Now I want to give it to my good friend here to give him he has great market insights. Again, he's been in the crypto space actually longer than me, and also about traditional markets. And I wanted him because he has great insights that I want him to share with everybody.
Oh, hey, you guys. So obviously, hey, it's my first Hex conference ever. So yeah, my name is Dollar Cost Crypto. Yeah, I've been in crypto for about almost 7 years now. And yeah, everything Kareem was saying was right. You know, gas prices, I know like if you shut off, you know, social media, you don't really see it really, but gas prices are going to go up another $1 at the very least. Minimum, you know, there was a couple vessels, Ukrainian vessels that were pretty much sunk. And because of that, no one will insure those vessels. So the minute like there's any conflict for a country, they remove the insurance from those vessels that are transporting oil. So that means the amount that they're gonna have to charge for oil and or natural gas just shoots up like crazy. So if you take Russia, Ukraine, and all that and combine it together, we're talking and this, I'm being really generous here, probably like 9% of the oil and natural gas. So just taking that off the market, increasing the prices on that, the European Union is going to bid up the price of oil and gas tremendously, and it's mostly Germany getting really like smashed by this really, because they're super dependent on Ukrainian and Russian natural gas and oil. So obviously, I think Kareem maybe has the stats and stuff of just how much their equities markets have crashed. Basically, they're in full bear market right now. So the European Union's full bear market, and this is one of the reasons why, in terms of sanctions, that they haven't really because you can't really sanction Russia because other than vodka, right? I mean, if we lose the vodka, that'd be pretty sad. But I've been personally saying we should probably
don't believe I'm on the vodka. Vodka did nothing wrong. So.
I've been saying for a long time we need to we need to put an embargo on Adidas tracksuits and stuff. That's where we really hurt them. But but in all seriousness, everything we're doing in terms of sanctions and stuff don't work, and they're not going to work. The only thing that will really work will putting sanctions on oil. But if they did that, basically they would collapse. That would start collapsing the European Union, which then would cause a worldwide recession, basically, in terms of. That's why we've had a 70. Actually, no, I'm sorry. It was 70% the other day. It's 150% increase in the price of nickel, which means that nations are essentially stockpiling nickel for electric cars and all kinds of batteries and stuff right now, because they're expecting the possibility of like supply chain disruptions around the world. So these are just some of the major things that's happening in the market. Just like you said, we're going into a period of pretty much stagflation, which pretty much means that the Fed's going to increase rates, but still keep printing money. So me and Kareem were kind of talking about this a little bit in the background, where it's sort of like they're having to land the plane. Instead of just landing it like that, they're going to try to slowly descend down. So we had a good numbers in terms of non-farmer payroll. So they're pretty much going to increase the rates at least a quarter of a basis point, which is expected, but still a lot of people are kind of hoping for no rate increase at all, and then money printing. So as this drags on, we keep getting a couple more rate increases and stuff, but it's just a really weird time where the Fed's going to keep raising the rates, and then you got elections around the corner in the United States. So there's going to be little like pumps and dumps in the market until we get some more, kind of vision on what's kind of going on. And then of course, Biden at the same time is going to come out with regulation on crypto. So a lot of people are saying that this isn't terrible or bad, but we have no regulation right now. So pretty much is kind of a net negative, and but it would be nice to actually have some clarity and even how to do your taxes, because obviously you guys know that it's insanity and everything like that. But at the very least, Hexicans are in we're hodlers, so we should at least have long-term capital gains.
Exactly. And the thing is, the insanity is, and I've said this many times, the scary thing about the bear market, believe it or not, it's not that the fact the price is going down. It's the fact that it slowly grinds you to the point that you go insane. It's like, oh, it's going back up. Nope. Oh, it's going back up. Nope. And then every time you are the exit liquidity, because you think, oh, it's going back, and you put your new money in, because they can't just straight up crash it because there's no liquidity, but they want to get out. So they create those scenarios, those little, like Richard said it best, narrative, right? We heard the Super Bowl narrative. Boom. What happened after that? Crash. Right. Hey, we're going to, change X, Y, and Z, and then crash. And now, remember, no offense, the Fed is not your friends, okay? They worry more about controlling their system than worrying about you. And sadly, they have the perfect excuse. They can raise rates, crash market, and say, hey, it's the Ukraine war. Hey, it's this, it's that. So I want to teach everybody to always understand everything is connected. You can sit here and say, hey, the war is over there, because supply chain is worldwide. So you need to understand what is happening. The winter is just getting started in terms of the hard part, the grind part. And this is why it's so key with Hex, because again, while you're waiting, you're getting yield. You're getting paid to stake, date, and chill. That is the key. Somebody that bought Bitcoin at 40, 50, whatever it is, he literally, if it's range bound, you're not making any money, and yours can go by. And you just have the same amount of coin. That's just that. Because you don't understand that we're in the winter phase, and the time to get out was long time ago. They're going to keep raising the rates. They have the perfect narrative. They're going to crush El Salvador next week when the Bitcoin bond comes out. Perfect example. Basically say, don't mess with us because we're going to crush you. Right. And then the little guy, again, always gets crushed in between. Little history lesson, and I'm half French. The French did a revolution because the cost of bread. It got to a point where it's just like, hey, we just can't deal with this no more. They want to sit here and talk about, sanction for the oligarchs, this, that. Dude, they got money. You do sanction all you want. You're going to take my super yacht. Okay, cool, whatever. I got others. So it doesn't matter. The little guy is getting crushed because it's tick for tat. You do to me, I do to you, right? You shut the airspace, I shut the other side. You block me over here, you sanction, well, I'll block you over there. And then they don't understand that the codependency, the little guy in between on both sides, I hate politics, getting crushed. Yeah. Ukrainians lose their home, Russian lost their wealth. I'm talking about the people, not whoever is at the top. And this is why cryptocurrency, especially things like Hex, PulseChain, and what we're trying to build, is the things where when governments are doing their shenanigans, Canada is another example, we at least don't have to partake into the nonsense. We can just, eat our popcorn and let them do whatever they do and not being negatively affected. And this is why the whole speaking about, building that will come, we are building fast, we're building secure. That's why it takes time. But please remember that this is how we get the real transfer of wealth, the real revolution, and the wisdom is so that we can stop being caught up in the crossfire of military expansion that governments likes to do, or whatever it is, just, you know, in their quest of power, because we always get crushed. To me, that's what cryptocurrency is truly about. I still remember the days when we're, you know, sending money back home in Africa, Western Union, stuff like that, and pay 8-10% fee. I mean, anybody that got family across the world that have the same money know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Those are the things that we're solving. Yes, get the mad gains too, but remember while we're here, and again, please don't give up on people. Don't take it too personal. They say no, try again. Give a little bit, try again. Because when the mega crash, which is coming this year, those people are going to really, really need your help.
Yeah.
When the 401k turn to a 201k again, they're gonna
101k.
You know what I mean? You know, again, you guys know me. I keep it real. That's the key, because it's that tough love that you need to hear so that you can prepare yourself. And then when you delay gratification and you think long term, once the winter goes, right? After the darkness, the lights always come, right? The sun always rises. But if we are prepared, if we understand what is happening, we're no longer in fear. And if we're no longer in fear, we don't get susceptible. It's called SNIAP, susceptible to the negative influence of other people who sometimes target you on purpose because they want you to sell, they want you to lose your money so they can basically buy the dip. Or they'll tell you, hey, we're still great when we're not. And then every time you put your money in, they just use you as the exit liquidity. So please make sure to always keep that in mind. Help your fellow man. And, you know, we want to make sure that, you know, everybody's having a good time at the same time.
Heck yeah, man. And actually, I wanted to say one little thing, because obviously, you know, we're all Hexicans here on Ethereum for a second. Obviously, you know, this should be on everyone's mind and stuff, but I would personally stack a couple extra Ethereums, because those gas fees, even though they're low right now, they're going to shoot up in about 6 months. In 6 months from now, they're having an upgrade. I know a lot of people don't believe that's going to happen. It doesn't help gas fees. It just essentially allows you to stake the coins. So the network fees are going to shoot up basically around mid third quarter, basically. So if you're able to pick up a couple extra Ethereum, so you're able to unstake your stakes while it's cheap right now, I would definitely do that. And it's just preparing for the future, you know. And then as soon as we got PulseChain, then forget that noise.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, get the cheap ETH or get a staker out. We'll let you pay the fee.
Oh, yeah.
So USDC, either or. So no, but that's definitely important. Again, planning for the future, understanding the dynamic. And another fun fact. For those who know, the Grayscale Bitcoin Premium Trust, all-time low today. Mm-hmm. You can't even make this thing up. You know, negative 26.8%. So for the new people, this just means that nobody's really buying the stuff. Everybody's trying to run for the hills, and then they're just waiting for liquidity to come in. So that's why they'll create narratives to then dump on you. And then once they get their, you know, what's called a distribution, when they're done, then at that point they'll just crash the whole thing, and then they'll blame, you know, again, the war or whatever other excuses they're going to use. When we already know it's long overdue, we already know they're going to raise the rates. They just need to set the stage. So the way we protect ourselves is by knowing what they're doing, not listening to what they're saying. Watch what they're doing. So, and all those increasing price, rising the dollar, all this thing is telling you that there's more pain to come, you know, and they always manipulate the numbers, right? They tell you the job numbers were great, you know, non-permanent farm move that he mentioned. Hey, more people going back to work. Yeah, but they could just use that to, again, fit the narrative to say, hey, we need to raise rate. Everything is great again, when it's not true. So making sure that you're protected against that, and then just focusing on building, focusing on helping your fellow Hexican, onboarding your family member, your friends, reaching out. Like I said, I'm always available for the most part. You can see me, you can talk to me, you can ask me questions. Like, I know some people, they feel like it's hard for them to explain, but they have a group of people that reach out to another Hexican, reach out to somebody else that may be a little bit better at explaining for you. They will always, most of the time, help you out. So this is what community is about. You don't have to go on your own. Sometimes I do Zoom call. Somebody just get a group of people in the room, and boom, I come in, I just answer questions. So be creative. Reach out, you know what I mean? Obviously be respectful always, but that's the key, how we're going to be able to get to the next level faster and faster and catch those people who very, very soon are going to be in the need. But this is also how we get faster to mass adoption, by showing people there is another way. So the next time government plays with your money again, you can say, no more, I'm out of here. And that is literally the key message.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So just to say one more thing, right? So obviously I'm a man, I've been known by many names, right? Dollar Cost Crypto, Hex Jesus, Litecoin Moses, Dogecoin Muhammad. But you know, I've been able to, you know, kind of mingle around a lot of other communities, and one of the reasons why I always recommended Hex since the jump basically is just because I see something very special in the community here. You guys got something that we don't have in any other community ever. We have them in terms of just percentage of amount. We have the highest amount of community to YouTubers or podcasters or guys on Twitter. It's insane. I've never seen such community involvement. We put every community to shame. Even if it's possible that there's another community bigger than ours, we're louder than them, right? And we help each other out. I mean, I can't. Woo! I mean, over the past 2 days, like I've heard so many people. I'm gonna start a YouTube channel now because Kareem, me, Motley, like I mean, Brand. I mean, everyone's just talking to everybody. Shout out to Hexo. I finally met him. but this is just a wonderful community, and community is really the glue that keeps everything together, right? Because if we are truly going into a bear market and this grinding's happening, most other communities are pretty weak. It's bullshit. It's false. It's not real. There's the innovation they're doing isn't anything really. It's just like you're saying. It's just narratives, Kareem. So what we have here is the stickiness, and I mean, there's babies being called Hex. I haven't seen that in any other coin. I mean, tattoos, Hex, you know, all the swag, the pens and stuff and everything like that. But it's a really beautiful thing, man. But definitely, we just stay strong together. We're gonna get past this, and I can't wait for PulseChain launch and all the amazing things. We're the last L1 to launch this cycle. That means when we launch, we're the last party. We're the last stop. So there's going to be a Twitter capitulation, YouTube capitulation at some point, because when they're grinding it out and they see the gains that we're making, we're a lot louder now. If we take down CoinMarketCap. Shout out to Johnny.
No, I mean, that is the key. That is the essence. You know, we're Hexicans, right? We embrace adversity because imagine once we pass this and then the light comes again, everything just going to be like, oh, I've seen worse. And then you'll be able to not only educate yourself, educate somebody else to be like, hey, it's okay because you're not going in there on your own. That's what family is about. That's what communities mean. That's, to me, is our secret sauce. Richard Hart said it best. You know, the thing he's the most proud about, right? The community. Without community, everything else, nothing matters. Nothing sticks. It's like you lose the meaning, right? The wisdom part, like why we do what we do as human beings. You know what I mean? We need that. And that's why I continue to reinforce that. Not only we're going to survive, we're going to strive, and we're going to be able to help other people to understand what those core values are. And again, that's why I always said Hex changed my life. And now I'm just walking around the world to try to change other people's life too. Share the love, that abundant mindset. This is literally, you're going to get to a point where it sounds weird to say, but I'm sure some of you guys will experience that very soon or already have. You're going to start getting better joy from helping your fellow man than even the money that you make. Because it just becomes number on the screen. It's just too much. So, but the fact that you're able to have impact and adding value, you know, I love thank you. So, and on closing note, I love you guys. Woo! We stay, we date, and we chill.
I want to thank Kareem for sharing some of his time with me. No, shout out Kareem. Thank you so much.
First time in the flesh. And we get the Hexican social next.
Yeah, definitely. Don't forget to DCA, you guys.
Thanks, Maddie.
Thanks, Maddie.
We've got another great panel coming up now. And so if those who are speaking can make their way to the stage now, that would be awesome. I think we'll have some people streaming in as well. We might have to double up on the chairs here, but we'll fit everybody on stage and have another awesome panel here before lunch. All right.
Hi. Yeah, I met you. I'm Medical Taylor. Nice to meet you.
Want to get more chairs?
How can we get some people
Get
scheduled
more
here?
chairs?
We're gonna bring some more chairs up here for you guys. You're gonna leave it on mute.
Okay.
So don't change
Gotcha.
that. Don't change the song. Leave it how it is.
Where do you want me to sit?
Anywhere.
Anybody else coming? All right.
How's everybody doing, by the way? I mean, we're like right in the middle of the day. It's lunchtime is coming, so man, this is so encouraging. Just me personally, just meeting people and shaking people's hands and giving hugs. When you have 2 years of experience, and all of us, we feel like we know each other through Twitter and Telegram and going back and forth in DMs. This is my first Hex conference that I've actually been to. Last year I missed it and was busy with work and stuff. That's not happening anymore. Hex made me retire back in December. So Richard Hart, man, I'm not sure if he watches all of this. It's crazy amount of content to consume, but if you are watching Big Guy, you have been a true inspiration to thousands and thousands of people. So it's awesome. It's pretty powerful. So, you know, the importance of meeting each other. Lit talked about this earlier, of just meeting each other and shaking hands and being face to face. It's really valuable. This is something that's almost really unique in just the Hex community. I've been in crypto for 10 years. And
I managed the 5555 tour. Our last event was last night. And so it is a wrap for me. So here today, I'm not here representing the tour. I'm here representing myself on International Women's Day. Yes. I go by Black Hexagon on Twitter. Let's talk about Hex on Telegram because that's what I like to do. I'm a full-time Hexagon, and I do it because I do feel like there needs to be representation for women in this industry. I am so impressed by the turnout of ladies at this conference. I mean, I've seen pictures. I've never been to a Bitcoin conference, but I've heard about, you know, these events, and I've seen videos from their events, and I've never seen this much women in it. And I think that's because Hex speaks to us differently than any other crypto. We as women, we are natural savers and planners, right? We think about the future. If you do get some kind of tax return, I know me first, the first thing I think about are my kids' birthdays. I'm like, okay, I got 3 kids. I'm gonna put this amount away for this birthday and this birthday and this birthday. And then, you know, that money is just always that pot. Like I'm very secure in that, and then bills are separate and everything. And then when I found Hex and the idea that a system can reward you for time locking something, I mean, that was a huge game changer, because now when I look at getting that money, and my kids have later birthdays in the year, October, December, and I would stake that till their birthday to say, okay, it was only going to be $500, but now in the bank at the end of that time, it was going to be what, $500.02, right? And now you put it in Hex. You know, yeah, we've had some bear markets, but I have more Hex than what we started with, right? So I'm able to take that interest and use that for that birthday, and then restake the rest for another birthday. And now they have birthdays being paid for years to come, all because we had the foresight to say, look, this money is for them anyways. Let's just lock it up and be rewarded by a system that pays you for honoring the code. So yeah, that's why I'm here today, just to you know, let ladies know that this is not too complicated of a function or of a product for us to understand. It's actually super simple when you really break it down. I think sometimes we go too far into you know, the code and all these different elements. At the end of the day, if you honor the system, then it rewards you. And so that's my little spiel. I'll pass it on.
I guess I'll go next. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. Same thing as Maddie was saying. Yeah, thanks everyone for being here as well. You know, Bitcoin did 6.9 million X, but what did they do to actually change the world? I mean, they did a lot. Cryptography is amazing. But Hex is just getting started, and a 10,000 X is literally just the beginning. And so if you look at what Richard's talked about with, you know, kind of taking over the world with Hex and with staking and some of this, we just are a lot earlier than most people think. And so, yeah, it's awesome to earn passive income, trustless yield. Where else can you get that? You know, so many people, they promise you the world. Oh, hey, you can make, you know, 1%, you know, cash back and stuff like this. But anyways, I really like what Hex is doing. The community is amazing. And it's cool to see all you people here.
Yeah, let's do this. So thank you everyone for being here. It's my first time in Vegas, and I must say, it's crazy over here. I mean, I'm from Amsterdam, and I'm used to some things, but man, this place, yeah, it's crazy. And I think, yeah, most of us, we got into crypto like a couple of years ago, and I think we all got wrecked at some point, and it's just really great to just have found cryptocurrency from the beginning, that you were just able to earn interest or yield, as you should call it, and just lock it up for many years to come. And then, yeah, it's just great. I don't really know what to say, actually. So.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Great Delusionist, and I'm happy and proud to be here. All of us here in this room are very special. We're here early, and I get a lot of love and respect. These are the feelings. These are the feelings that I embrace and feel with all of you here today. And I doubt any of you have any doubts in that which you've experienced so far amongst your fellow Hexicans. Love, respect, the feelings and ideas of commitment and freedom. We're all delayers of gratification. We're all truth seekers. And, you know, we're playing this positive sum game all together. And we share ideas of mindfulness, and everyone here is proud. Everyone here is proud to be here and proud to represent the community. And, you know, it's my honor to speak to you and to share my truth with you today. And I will share my face with you here present, but I will reserve my privacy, you know, over the long term. And you all respect that, and as I respect that for you. And yeah.
I'll jump in here for a second. When you talk about other cryptocurrencies and stuff, and you realize how special Hex is, when I first started talking to Richard Hart, it was like 2017, and I didn't know he was into crypto. If you watch his first videos, you know, with the top hat, and he's talking right in front of a mic, and he's looking right in the camera. You don't know what you don't know. So I didn't know who this guy was. He was really charismatic. He's a Richard all of us love, and very few people hate. They don't understand him quite the same way we do. But he talks more about things other than crypto. Like I said, back in those early videos, you know, he wasn't mentioned that at all. It was how to give a better apology. It was how to stop gaming. It was addiction, alcohol. And think of the other founders out there. You know, Satoshi, who is this guy? Vitalik, he's done great things, but how is his community? Richard Hart has created something really special with this community, and it starts off by those building blocks of not necessarily caring about crypto only and price only. He does great things for us. And those old videos are some of the most valuable videos. Even looking back now, that people first know Richard Hart now from Hex and crypto, they can look back at his old videos and they're still there. So it just speaks to the kind of person Richard Hart is and how lucky we are to have a founder like that behind us. Because just think how rare it is for someone to show his face, talk about things, always be around. The guy was, I don't know what, early 20s, and he was a millionaire already. He didn't have to do this. But I think he really cares about truly leaving a legacy. He's talked about that before, about leaving a legacy behind. And I've got friends of mine that look at Hex and their only viewpoint is, well, the OA has a lot of Hex, has a lot of crypto. And maybe the OA is probably Richard Hart. Nobody really knows. But if it is Richard Hart, hypothetically, just think about his reason not to sell Hex. If I was Richard Hart and I was a multimillionaire and a billionaire now, and I've got all these stable coins, the crypto, I've been in early, he's a super smart guy, so he didn't sell, you know, when Bitcoin, if he bought Bitcoin at 50 bucks, he's the kind of guy that's not going to sell it at 100 or 1,000. So he has that economic mass to not sell Hex. So it's difficult to talk to people who are new to this because they're so worried about Richard Hart selling, the OA selling, or some of the OGs selling crypto. But we have an incentive to care about each other and to be much more of a community than other cryptos are. So I just think it's super, super powerful and a really big positive in our court to have a founder like him and a community like we do.
Anybody else? I guess just to piggyback off of talking about community, going around the country from city to city and seeing different Hexkins in every city, there is definitely something special about this community that I've never seen before, will probably never be duplicated. I encourage you to get involved on Telegram. I know that there is a Texas Hex group, a Philadelphia Hex group, even in Texas. I mean, you guys got like a Houston group, a Dallas group, like, but yeah, there are tons of groups in your community because it's growing to the point to where we're like family. Like we like meeting up, we like hanging out and getting together and talking about the same, 15-year stakes that we're going to be talking about, for years to come. But that community, that taking it off of the computer and connecting with real people, that's what is important. And that's how the message of financial freedom and this opportunity grows so much faster and so much more authentic than it does if we just stay online. And so there are constantly new meetups and groups forming. So I would just encourage you to explore those opportunities to learn locally, because it's great support system, especially when you run into little issues. I've seen people have just like really small things, like Google Authenticator has stopped them from being able to get into their centralized exchange. And so we're at a workshop and somebody goes, oh, that happened to such and such, and I know exactly how to fix that. And that those type of things don't happen as easily as it does in real person, as online, right? Because you can get flooded with all the, people crying about this person and what they're doing with their money and what they're doing with their money. At the end of the day, they did their time, and we all have to do, our time. You have to decide how you want to live today. Tomorrow's not promised, but you have to prepare for tomorrow, So that's all I really have to say.
You were talking about the authentication, and I was just talking to Metallic before we got up here, just behind it, just like 10 minutes ago. And we take for granted, how important our security is. I know we push it a lot in Hex, and we got some of the greatest speakers that do that. Walrus earlier today was talking about that, how if you've got a compromised wallet, that's the first time I've ever heard that before. That I know a lot of people may feel like you have a compromised wallet. I mean, looking back at the adoption amplifier, I had numerous wallets, but one of them, I'm not sure if I ever did share that or put the seed words down to something. And I know I've got 4 or 5 stakes on that. So knowing that there's a possible solution to having a compromised wallet, or even if it's not compromised, if you think it's compromised, I can't wait to hear that kind of solution. Like, what can we do if you had an early wallet and you didn't know about a Ledger or a Trezor and didn't know about hardware wallets? You know, there's a possibility. So that's just another great thing about this community. We're always fighting for each other, and you know, we're not just here to pump the bags. And once Hex gets to a certain threshold or a price point, we're gonna, you know, sell our Hex and move on to the next crypto. We are here for at least 15 years and then another 15 years. So it's really special what we've got.
And I think when you talk about compromised wallets, I mean, I started in 2011, I think, in crypto. And I at some point, I just had a wallet that I downloaded somewhere. And that was the biggest mistake ever, because the wallet worked fine for Bitcoin for many, many months until it was empty one day. And I was on holiday in Switzerland, and all of a sudden I went back home, and I opened up my wallet again because I was saving some Bitcoin. I was buying every month, and then it turned out the whole thing was empty. I was like, how is this possible? And when you look at the time stamp on the transaction, it was like 3 o'clock at night when I was sleeping in Switzerland. So it wasn't me. And it turned out that this was just a fake QT wallet that was being posted online. And the guys that were sort of running the thing, they deliberately let people use it for like many months. So you had no clue there was something wrong. Then all of a sudden they just exited all the wallets. And then, and you end up with...
Was it just BTC in the wallet?
Yeah, this was just BTC. And back then it was like $100 for one coin. So
wow.
In the end, everything worked out fine because Hex did a lot better overall. But yeah, that was a learning experience, I think. So I think security is really important. And I think if you look at the previous panels, they had a lot of people talk about security, especially the hardware wallets, because back then those things didn't really exist. They didn't even have passwords for the wallets. So I think a lot of changes have been made over the last couple of years. I think software is getting better. And I think, if you don't have a hardware wallet, just get one, please. So that would be my advice here.
I just want to ask the crowd here, who has had this type of experience of loss in crypto, or either lost or being hacked or losing funds or having this bad time? It's very common in cryptocurrency, but it's not common in Hex. It hasn't happened. It won't happen. If you choose to take a loss, that is your choice, and you are responsible for making that decision. Just as you choose to stake for 5,555 days, committing to me, committing to yourself, and committing to all of your fellow Hexicans. Could I get a hand raise and hold up your hand? Whoever has a 5,555 stake. Look around. These are the people that will be with you throughout the whole ride. And I love you. I have respect for you. And as you probably have respect for me. And I appreciate that. And you know, this isn't short term. That is very long term. I have a Hex tattoo. That's lifelong. The amount of commitment within this room, the amount of commitment within this community, it's different. It's nuanced. It's world changing. You know, we have the ability, we have the capacity to profoundly change the world, to profoundly change our relationship with money. And that's not something to overlook. Really not something to overlook.
I agree with what he said. You know, one of Richard's famous lines is like, fix the money, fix the world. And you're right, 15 years is a long time. But Richard really is playing the tortoise versus the hare game. because once again, Bitcoin kind of had that opportunity and they did a really good job to make what it is today. Same thing with Ethereum. But anyways, the point is I agree with what you're saying. Most marriages don't last 15 years, and so, or relationships. So people, they're locking up, they're committed to that more than they are. Anyways, it's just cool to see what people are doing, and once again, leading by example, and the community as well. I agree that Richard, as Maddie had mentioned, his first videos were self-help, and so you can see his intention that it's good, and slowly changing the world one day at a time, one hexagon at a time. And I agree, kind of taking that control back and having sovereignty is important.
Yeah, Balliet, I commit to you until death do us apart.
And that's the thing with the 5-5-5-5s. Is that too many fives? Anyway, the quad 5. We're not going to stop there. Like if you got a 10-year stake or a 15-year stake, the price of Hex is going to be just incredible by then. Who knows what kind of ecosystem we're going to build. Look what we've done in 2 years, and the people, not me, but people behind the scenes are, wow, it's so selfless. But to look at a 5-5-5 15 years from now and see what that's generated, those of us who understand this and appreciate it, we're not going to stop with just one 5-5-5. It's going to be that ladder was a brilliant thing. I remember first hearing about that. I don't know who did that, early 2020, the first staking ladder. When I heard that, I'm like, wow, we can get yield and get paid every 30 days or 60 days or 3 times a year. So it's so much to be proud of with Hex. And when you're in Hex and you kind of understand it and you've put hours and days into this, when you look at other cryptos and other crypto communities, there's no pressure, it feels like, from a personal level to even want to be in other cryptos. And you kind of want to dabble in it. And before Hex, you're always trying to time something. You're talking to friends and looking at YouTube videos and influencers, always trying to peddle different coins all the time. The next 5, the next 10, the next pumps and dumps. And you try to grab a hold of so many different branches and leaves. And with Hex, we only need Hex and Hex related stuff and possibly projects that other hexagons are building. So we kind of close this loop and got this spider web effect of helping each other and reaching out to each other. And it's so easy to talk to people. And that's why the community is growing so fast. And maybe the only thing that's stopping us right now, in my opinion, is the price of the gas fees of ETH. People that want to get in early right now into Hex, the floor is 11 cents. That is still very, very early. And suppressing us is the price of the transactions on Ethereum. So PulseChain is going to come, it's going to fix that. And when you're used to paying $100 or $200 for a transaction or to end a stake, it's going to be really refreshing to finally end stakes on PulseChain for fractions of a penny or a few pennies. I think the world's going to notice Hex and PulseChain in a much bigger way when you take away the Ethereum fees, and it's a big deal.
Oh, it's going to bring in so many new options. I know when we first got into Hex, it was when Ethereum fees were not what they are now. And so your strategies were a lot different. And so my husband had this strategy. We were both in education, working full time, 40 hours, 60 hours a week, most of the time. And we were so used to this idea of getting paid every 2 weeks, right? We're just stuck in this rut of every 2 weeks we get our paychecks, and then that pays our bills, and then we have this little bit of extra, to save or whatnot. And so when we found Hex, in his mind, he was like, I need to replace my paychecks, right? So when he first started staking, he would say, okay, look, we know that this is our jobs, like our kids are this age, we are good for the next 5 years. Let's just, plan 5 years and out. So if it was, March 1st, that he was receiving a paycheck, then he would stake it out 5 years down the line on that same date, right? And small amounts, like if we had an extra $50 or extra $100 out the paycheck, it was going straight into a stake 5 years from then, because in our mind, we're like, in 5 years, that $50 is going to replace that paycheck, right? And then in 5 years, every 2 weeks we'll have paychecks and we won't have to work anymore, right? That's what we were thinking. And a lot of that changed. It, you know, like for me, I've never tried to get my family involved in any type of investment, any type of, you know, anything really. I'm pretty just like by the book. This is what I do. And this was the first time ever that I was like, Hex is going to change the world. It's going to change my future, our wealth, our generational wealth. You guys have got to be a part of this. And they just were not, you know, listening. They just were. I mean, it was like I was speaking a entirely different language. They're like, so you get this at the bank? I'm like, no, you are your bank. Like, it was not crossing at all. And so in order to get them to understand, you know, what was really happening, right before big payday, we're talking about Christmas, we're planning for Christmas again. And I'm like, you know, we could do this same thing we do every year, go get this $50 gift, you know, for each couple in the family and some toy for the kid that nobody is going to think about after Christmas. They're probably going to leave it at our grandparents' house, you know, or we could give each one of them a $50 stake it to, you know, at least like a year out. So let's say like Christmas of next year or their anniversary or some important date that they won't forget. And maybe them having that, you know, will show them something. And so I downloaded the staker apps on all their phones and loaded up their wallets. And after big payday, by the time we got to April, my entire family was blowing up my phone. Nice. What is this? Like, how did this $50 gift become thousands of dollars? And I'm like, yeah, it can happen just like that. You know, so right now you're like, oh, I bought in at 30 cents or whatever cents. As long as you have a strategy and a plan and you're thinking down the road, I mean, you're going to wake up and the Hex is going to be $2 and you're going to be like, oh my gosh, I should have bought more. It was 10 cents. Like, you know, what was I thinking? So you really just have to look at it like any other investment. If you were going into any other investment, you wouldn't expect 3 months down the road that you're an instant millionaire, right? So plan it the way you would plan any other long-term investment and then be amazingly surprised when it happens so much faster. So.
So I have a question for the audience, actually. How many of you still have a job, normal job?
What was the question? I didn't hear it.
Normal job.
Oh.
Regular
9 to 5.
Yeah, because you hear a lot of stories of people quitting their job too early, maybe, and then they start doing stupid things, or maybe they don't know what to do with their time, or they just get into fights at home, you know. So I would advise everyone to just maybe not retire too soon, just keep it as a side project, and just use your regular job to, I don't know, pay off debt or maybe get rid of your mortgage, and then yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's so. And what else? I forgot.
Do you guys want to do like
advice.
a little Q&A with the audience? Do you want to do like a little Q&A with the audience?
Well, you can do
Are there
that.
any questions out there?
No, I was just gonna say that if you have like something that you can lock up for 15 years, like you said, we're gonna be here for a long time. And what's really special is that when you meet people in this room, you actually, it's like you know them already, even though you haven't met them. And I'm just being added to these Telegram rooms with people from all over Europe as well. They're planning meetups there because most Europeans, it's just a long trip to get here. And we were just wondering, why don't we do more regular meetups, like in the UK or maybe in Germany? So I think over the next a few years or months even, I think there's going to be way more meetups. And I'm really looking forward to just to meeting more people. It's like, yeah, it's cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you, Elma, and to that I'd say like our incentives are aligned, and alignment of incentives is really critical for long-term sustainability and long-term success. Our love is aligned. We love similar things, and that brings us together. That's why we're truly here. Like, love is one of the reasons we're here. As Richard Hart says in Sci-Vive, success is getting what you want, and happiness is wanting what you get. And we all want that for each other here. We want all of us to be successful. We're aligned. We all want all of us to be happy. We are aligned. And we're committed to making that possible for each of us individually, but also each other. And that's timeless. That's critical. And that doesn't die all of a sudden, because the code is the code. Like, that's what we share amongst ourselves, and that's something we love. And it's not going to go away. It's only going to get built on top of. It's only going to get bigger, and it's only going to get more profound. And the real gem here is, like, I may be younger than a lot of you, but I understand the power of generational wealth. Like, that's the real goal. For some of you, you might want to use a lot of the capital that you generate in your lifetime, and I respect that. That is your choice, and I respect your choice. But my choice potentially is to really build out generational wealth, so that never in the lifetime of my family will there ever be poverty. Like, that is what I'm securing, and that's amazing. And if most of us here in this room can do that over a lifetime, and do that not just for ourselves and our family, but the local network that we're connected into, our friends, our acquaintances, like the people that added to our lives, and we can do that for them. We can help them establish generational wealth through this brilliant designed product. That's a gift to the world that you can give, and that is your choice, and choose wisely.
Delusion has mentioned age, and I'm so jealous of people his age, like Brand. He's like 25 years old. These guys found Hex at this specific time in our life, when old guys like me, I would give anything to be 25 and Hex be around at that time. How many of you guys feel that way? Are you in your 40s or 50s, and you're so jealous, but you're happy for them too? Like, I'm jealous at the same time, and I'm super happy for you guys, because a 15-year stake to these guys, what are they, 40 when a 15-year stake ends? That is just sweet nectar. Imagine being 40, having a 15-year stake in, all the people that are going to be involved with Hex and PulseChain. It just builds off of each other. So you guys are in such a great position. So people may be watching this video for the first time and wondering about Hex, and they're young and wonder where to put their money, because if you're in high school and college, money's pretty tight. I mean, right now, you can literally, at the time of this video, March of 22, you can get Hex, the greatest asset of all time, in my opinion, for 11 cents. So take advantage of that. If you're looking at this for the first time and you're hearing us talk, take advantage of Hex. Look into Hex. That's a site that Gerardo's got. Look into hex.com. And I remember just a couple months ago in January, Richard Hart was talking to Gerardo on the January stream, the second anniversary of Hex. And he was pumping, look into hex.com, what a great site it was. And it shows these charts and stuff. Is beautiful. And it shows how Hex, Bitcoin, and Ethereum, it puts them all together, and it's got these little lines going up. And Richard talks about that, how important it is to look at it from a macro level. And if you look at that chart on lookintohex.com, it shows the correlation of Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Hex, and they're moving up the same way. So it's got the fundamentals in the background. But the unique thing about Hex, the inclination of the climb is better than Bitcoin. It's better than Ethereum. So these are the two heavy hitters in crypto, and Hex is already beating those. So it just, again, it puts in perspective how powerful Hex is. So if you're young, you're in a right spot for Hex.
Yeah. And just off of that, I'm a huge advocate coming from the world of education. I am a huge advocate of onboarding the youth. And you're saying how easy it would be for, you know, someone 25 to make it to their 40, to their 15-year stake. But imagine how easy it is for a 3-year-old to make it to their 18th birthday and to be financially free, right? So imagine if we were to actually incentivize our students in school with stakes, to where as they learn about the blockchain, and they are rewarding their future selves, right? How wonderful would that be to graduate at 18 and have college and your future set for you? So think about that when you're staking for those young ones.
Do you guys think about that, brand delusionists? Do you guys like understand? I mean, you guys probably do because you've been in Hex for a long time, but you know, can you speak to that? Like people y'all's age, friends that y'all talk to, do they understand like how great Hex is and how unique this time is at y'all's age?
I think so, but I'm not that young. Maybe these other guys.
You look great, brother.
Brand for sure.
If a 15-year stake comes out, I'm way past 40. So maybe you can talk about this. I mean, what's it like?
How does it feel?
Well, I think like you mentioned, I don't think most people really kind of do understand that. I mean, I think Delusionist made a very good point that it's cool that you can have your family be set for life. And, you know, you can have your parents be retired. You know, people are doing amazing things in this community. And like she mentions, for her kids, her family, the young ones, how cool is that to set up their future successfully? But as far as do people comprehend, do they grasp it? I don't think so. And I think after 10,000x in, you know, 1.5 years, it was designed to do so in 2.5 years. I think most people don't really realize that, yeah, it's doing what it is designed to do. And I mean, imagine when we get, you know, the first 1,000,000x or the next 10,000x. You know, I think we really are kind of setting up for that next one. But anyways, yeah, I think it's cool that you can set up your family for life.
Yeah, and I would agree, and I would say about 4 years ago, I desired very similar things to what most of the people my age desire. I wanted to be free. I wanted to have stability. I didn't want to work as hard. I wanted to work smart. And I wanted my time not to be wasted, but to be useful. And, you know, and I really, what it comes down to, I wanted to live the dream life in the conceptualization that I had of what is my dream life. And your dream life might be different. Your concept of your dream life might differ from mine, but I want you to get there, and I want you to live your dream life. And that's really kind of what we're here about. And the tools to allow you to live your dream life are rare and hard to find. We are here kind of gaining, you know, we are here together talking about one of the tools to financial freedom. And it's very rare. We're a very small community in the grand scheme of things. We are participating in a revolution within a revolution, right? Like cryptocurrency is the bigger revolution, and we're in a very small kind of subset of that revolution, right? And most of the young people that I know, like most of my friends and family that like prior to all of this happening, like no clue about which tools they were to use to attain their financial freedom. You know, it's been very sudden for many of us. Probably everyone in this room has been very sudden. And many of you are living your dream life now. And that's incredible. And you know, it is really up to you to help all of the other people in your lives to achieve what it is that they dream of achieving, you know, to live their dream life. And it's not about more, right? Like once you're living your dream life, you have to be grateful for that which you already have. And that's like where the happiness comes from, because the pursuit of more will lead you down kind of the wrong path, right? And like just more for yourself. And I really want to inspire all of you to achieve that more by helping others achieve their dream life, because that's profound. That's really what we're here to do, and that we're sharing this message because if you're listening, we want you to live your dream life. But it's
Delusionist says, he's a deep thinker, brother. I love you. That's some good
Thank
stuff.
you, thank you. But again, like most young people, Valley Brandon, my age, they're below zero. They are in the negatives. They owe money. They don't have capital. They owe capital, right? They're living literally on borrowed money, whether it's student loans or whatever it is, like just borrowed money. And that's the way the system is designed. And that keeps you waking up early in the morning. It keeps you actively creating income by working your, whatever job that you got. And what we're talking about is passive income, passive generational wealth accrual. Like this is revolutionary and could really help so many young people get away from that, as Kareem says, slavery 2.0.
And it gets your time back. That's one of the most powerful things that I've learned about Hex and working hard. I worked in the medical field for more than 25 years. And just the amount of time that you put into your day when you're working so hard, and getting up and showering and commuting and going somewhere for 40 or 50 hours a week, it's tough, man, even if you really, really love your job. So if you can have something like this that saves you from yourself, but the fact that we can stake our Hex into the future, and it's really unique to Hex. If you had Bitcoin or Ethereum or any other crypto and you had a pretty good bag, you may have that little price point where you're going to sell 20 or 50% of your bag and you're out. But Hex saved me from myself. If it wouldn't have had that feature where you can stake, and I'm not emergency in staking, none of mine are going to be that way. So if it didn't have that feature and you bought during the adoption amplifier and you may have gotten Hex at fractions of a penny, I tell a story a lot that you may not know, that there was a time when you could buy, Ethereum was about 100, 125 bucks per ETH during the adoption amplifier. There were times when one ETH, 100 bucks, 125 could get you 1.3 million Hex. So if you're getting that at fractions of a penny at that time, we weren't able to stake and kind of keep it off limits from ourselves, then I'm not sure if I could have held. It'd have been just like any other kind of crypto. You reach a certain price point, whether it's a penny or a 5 cent or whatever, and you sell a huge bag. We're so I guess lucky to have that feature in place, because it kept so many people from selling early, and you get the benefit of, that price appreciation it's pretty sexy.
Yeah, it saves you from yourself.
Yeah. And that was before self-referral. You could self-refer too. Richard talked about that. Those were the good old days. But you're right, and you mentioned downloading, a specific wallet, and Bitcoin was $100 at that time, but Bitcoin was also pennies before too. And so, anyways, yeah. Once again, RG3 talks about this, that at the first conference, that in the future he could see selling out stadiums, and I definitely see that as well.
Yeah, I mean, we had maybe 100 people at the first meetup in Vegas, right? And we have probably 600-700 people in Vegas right now. So 1 year.
We're growing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Delusion has mentioned earlier about who has 5555s. Is there anybody here that does not have one 5555? It was like a really quick hand.
It's impressive.
Yeah, need to get one.
So it's very.
Yeah, talk to me after this. I would like to get you a 5555. I'll personally put you in one. Just let me know.
Nice.
What other community does that?
Right? We have about 7 minutes. Do you guys want to just see if there's any questions in the audience?
You know, everything else is cyclical, and it's one of those things that a lot of people, like Maddie mentions, that if you, a lot of us would have sold if we didn't have stakes. We would have sold the whole bags. You know, just kind of understanding that, once again, just like the top of the market cycle with the 56 cents at the time, whatever, there's going to be, if we haven't already done it, the bottom, and then going back up again. And there's certain milestones, like I think maybe when we hit $1, $10, $100, things like that. As far as like the feelings, it doesn't get any easier seeing 80% dips and stuff like that. But if you forget who mentioned it, but just kind of having a plan, and whether it's staking ladder and doing it once per year for 15, something like that. Just kind of understanding, for me at least, that even though the price is down and stuff like that, and bought higher and stuff like this, it's nice to know, for me at least, earning the yield every single day. But as far as it being easier, I mean, it doesn't get any easier. It's kind of just part of the cycle. But then once again, just like the cycle, it goes back up again. I don't really know else how to.
I mean, you just like Dollar Cost would say, you have to dis DCA and stake and chill.
Yep.
And stake, bake, and chill, right? There's another.
And I would just add to that is one thing you could do that's really powerful is reprogram your mind. When the price is going up, be fearful. Not excited, be fearful. And when the price is down, be excited.
Be aggressive.
Be aggressive. Because if you truly understand what you own, you are slightly worried when the price is going up too fast, too quick. Why? Because those with liquid Hex can sell, and they can extract the most amount of value. That scares me. When the price is low in comparative to previous all-time highs, that is a time of consolidation. That is a time of introspection. That is a time of weeding out of the weak hands, of the weak people, of the weak-minded. And that's really when our community becomes the strongest. Not financially, but in community, and in thought, and in ideas, and in commitment to each other, right? And those that decide to sell at a loss, that is your decision, and I respect your decision. But that is not what we teach within this community, truly, right? And if you have a long-term mindset, the ups and downs become, you sort of, after a few ups and downs, you become numb to it, and it's much more easy to dissociate from those natural feelings of fear, and to be able to reverse the feelings into kind of acceptance and empowerment. Like, surrender yourself. You're staked. You can't sell. Surrender yourself to the dip. If you have capital, buy the dip. And as the price goes up, think about the consequences of that. We all love to FOMO into the price skyrocketing, but think about the consequences of the price going up too high, too quick at any moment. And also, just in terms of timeline, like, we're under 100,000 users. We will get to 1 million users, right? And so we have to think about sharing our scarce asset, our scarce product, with 900,000 more individuals, more Hexicans, more believers, just like you and I, respectful and loving. We have to make this pie bigger. We have to be respectful and share it with everyone, that comes after us. But don't lose sight of where we're going, because the price is irrelevant to that metric. Any questions?
that question?
Who's got more questions?
Somebody else raised their hand.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's just Maddie Crypto. I'm not sure why it's real. I don't know. I think that's my Twitter, but it's just Maddie. I chew on that a little bit. Yeah.
Because if you do a 15, here's my thing on 15-year thing. You're 15 thing. This is a long time, right? I promise. You don't know what's going to happen. But you could do preventive measures to make sure, even if you're not there, somebody else can benefit from it, in your family or somebody, right?
Right.
So, but don't get us wrong. We all into these projects for ourselves as well, first, and help who you can on the way, your family and everything. But I want to hear your direct. Just an example, it don't have to be your personal one, like how would you go about it? Like,
Yeah, I mean, that hits home for me too. You know, no matter where you are, you know, that's your age and you're going to feel that. So for me, it was really important because I know Hex is going to be around longer than me, longer than us, longer than young guys. So you have to put that into perspective. I made an effort, a really strong effort to get my family, kids, nieces, nephews to understand Hex and the value of Hex, because what happens if a car accident tomorrow? I want someone to know where my seed words are, how to use a hardware wallet. You know, what's going to happen to a stake and ladder? Do you really understand Hex, or just because I told you about Hex, or you're watching the Matty Crypto Show or other influencers? It's just not enough, because years and years from now, when Hex is, it's hard to think of Hex in terms of dollars if someone's just looking at an 11-cent Hex, but it's going to be there. Hex is going to be in the dollar range. We're going to have Pulse and PulseX. And like I said, this ecosystem that builds on each other. We don't have to go anywhere else. Once this is done and there's a fiat on-ramp and Hex and Pulse are just living in this own little world, we're right there together. And when I talk about people, you know, my family and stuff, that's what I tell them. I want them to learn as much about this as possible, because Hex is not something that's going to go away in a year or 2 years, 15 years. This is immutable code. It's going to be on there. It's just math and code. So not just me, but everybody young, you have an obligation to educate people and tell them, you know, how to use a hardware wallet. It's really, really important. I hear now at Papa B and Walrus and these guys talk about security, and it's still over my head. How to migrate an old wallet over to a hardware wallet. It's tough for all of us who understand and been into crypto. I can't imagine how difficult it is for someone who knows nothing about crypto. But that's the key. We have to really make sure and point them to the right direction. Because if you tell someone to look up security or look up into Hex and what it's about and try to teach them, they go to YouTube and they go to other influencers, and you get bombarded with hundreds and hundreds of channels, and it's overwhelming. I've had friends of mine look into crypto, and after just one day, they're like, I can't do it. Just make me a wallet, give me some Hex and stake it. It happens all the time. And you feel like it's almost like a full-time job. You can sit down and charge hundreds of bucks an hour, like a consultant, a crypto consultant. But I feel sorry for those people, because they may have Hex, they may be introduced to crypto, but is their wallet secure? It's not going to be secure, because I've got buddies of mine that personal friends I've known for decades that actually have put their seed words on the computer in a file or a notebook, and they told me, yeah, but it's encrypted. Stumbling, sorry. He said it's encrypted, and it makes me nervous for them, because they don't understand the value of Hex, because they may have a few thousand Hex or 10,000, even 100, a million Hex. They may look at it as 11 cent, but what happens when they look at that in 3 to 5 years from now, and it's millions and millions of dollars? Is their wallet compromised? So that's my biggest takeaway, to really make sure that people you talk to and onboard, they understand Hex in the right way first, with security and their seed words, and putting that stuff down on aluminum, you know, as secure as you possibly can be. That's the biggest key. Because I look back now at my stakes, and even the ones I think are secure, it worries me. Like, is it really secure? Did I share that somewhere? Is it on my computer? Is it on an old computer? I got old computers that I won't give away, or I won't recycle or throw away because I'm scared one day I'm going to go back and find some duckies in Hex. So just be secure. You can't be secure enough.
And love one another.
Maddie, we love and respect you so very much.
Awesome job, guys.
Thanks, my
yeah,
friend.
thank you so much.
Let's eat.
All right, everybody. Today we're using the orange tickets. What do we have in the box lunch is prime roast beef, as well as a separate choice of Asian green salad with the same sides as we had before. Now we're going to go on our 2-hour lunch break, and then we'll be back with the rest of the program. You can buy your lapel pins for $20 with cash, or go on Eventbrite at hexticket.com to get your lapel pin. Thanks again, everybody. We'll see you after lunch. Oh, and if you don't have a lunch ticket, just wait around and there will probably be extras. Thank you.
So like, you know, yeah, you gotta think of
So sending evidence back in the day. And make sure that yeah. What might not be a good idea. So, which is very nice.
I don't think so. I don't think, yeah. No, for me, so let's see here. That might. Hey, where's the Sharpie? Sticker guy. On the stage, right in front of you. Okay, cool. That's the thing. Cool. Okay. Well, don't fight me. Okay, let's see here. So okay. Right. Like that. This thing. Yes. Make sure you get it. Yeah. Like two of each. Perfect. You either post that on Twitter or send that to me. If you post it on Twitter right now. I know. For everything makes sense. But your whole content, it's true. If you don't do it, then you're gonna lose it. Yeah. Like, it's not guaranteed. Yeah, we could get into more, but you never know. Good. all like this. How long are you taking? Yeah. That's commensurate. I guess it's a shield, right? Was very vague question. I don't know.
This is where you put your own laptop.
That is right, but then I've got to know how to.
I'm going to go over to my computer and send you a link. And I don't allow you to create your system.
Okay, so the idea would be that I would not be connected with a physical device, so but rather someone stream over the
I have my own router.
Okay, well, let's figure it out. So you do what you need to do.
And I think because I'm not open about So go to the live stream and go ahead and we'll test mine first. Go ahead and add Omega 3 PowerPoint. Actually, never mind.
I imagine there is. I haven't in the past research. Right.
All right, I'll text you. I'll text you. I'll text you in the private chat. Okay. Thanks.
Yes. so I'm here to share, right? Go to slides. And it said I chose the file from my computer. Here I am. This file that my presentation really is on desktop. Really is, that's where it should be. Okay, so I mean, we can go in this way. Oh, okay, weird. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I mean, okay, that's good. So then what?
And then we're gonna see what it looks like when he
I can take them in my backpack and bring them there in the evening, but I'm not gonna go to my room. It takes me 20 minutes to go back.
Oh, I see. That's right.
I don't have that time.
You know, you look ridiculous.
I'm sorry, Polly. Like, why put it in my room? We need it. We need it today.
I know, but I
Sticker
want to
guy.
look it up. Okay, I love Scotland. Yeah, well, it's fun. I mean, it's memorable. Very cool. Oh, that's good. I'm gonna look them up. Where did you come in from? Sets up a oh, San Fran. Okay, yeah. Oh, Emirates tracks. Okay. You know, we were just at the London thing, and I thought you were going to British accent. But I was like, yeah. Okay. So you know, the 73 the 2-year celebration of Hex was in London with Richard, and you know, it's a big celebration. And actually, we was talking about celebrating. It's really neat because people are mostly communicating. You know, here.
What can I do?
Yeah.
Nothing. I just that computer is being used for audio, so I can't bring it over here. Yes.
Okay, all right, I'm excited. I'll let you share. I'll be listening.
Right, what's up, Matty? What's
For your slide.
Oh, there it is. That's good. Yep.
Here and
so now can I just do this? Interesting. Yeah. Normally the space works as well, but okay. Arrow button. I'll use the arrow button. Only the right arrow. Okay.
How are we going to film over? Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So it is important that the whole of my slides should be visible on the live stream. Like it shouldn't be a case of like, you know, the camera facing me and having a look at my slides on the side.
This is actually we're live streaming the lunch thing.
All right, so yes, this is how it's going to look. Like audience, me, talk. Fantastic. I love it. All right, that's me done.
And is that like that's his computer?
That's my computer.
Okay, so I
do that.
Yeah.
Sure. It's the same thing. It was pre-spaced, but we just did it.
Hey, sticker guy. What's the password for the Wi-Fi? Expo stage, should I try and do that one? Expo stage? Yep. I don't think we've already done it.
It was somewhere super obvious.
Yes. Like Hexagon or Hexpo. Try those two. No, it's almost like you're streaming in real time. And then you share it.
No, but let me go back. Message it like where?
Where do you want me to message it to?
He told me it's a 50% chance that I'm going to be a movie. He said I'm having a chance. I don't know. No. I'm sure that I'll survive the next 15 years. I really want to try to unstake myself. I tested the access work. Wow. Okay, we're going. Can you hear? Nine. Yes.
Just reach out and do stuff. I know. Just say hello and say thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for taking time to. I was like,
I don't.
I also years ago. Yeah, I'll get you. It's that I kind of wasn't sure if I was kind of myself. But I'm like, you know what? I don't want to get some. So it's like required also helps raise the
Yeah, right. Yeah. Talk to right? Just facing up for 6 months. Again, you created this. It's like probably getting a gallon. Can you take all the action? It's like there's a lot of hate. I saw some. You know, I saw your. Nice. It's just like, and these computers are going to be, you're going to get 5 to 8 years out of these. So it's like, I have yeah, no, I've worked with them for 10 years. My wife does too. Yeah. It is. So you don't know. I mean, all people make it. But you don't need it. Helping spirit that helps you. And it's like, you know what? I mean, again, we're all in this together. You're doing the. I know it's like it's a lot of work. I did it with my Soviet stuff, you know, whatever you name it. It's to get people in seats. You know, you're 6 times what 3 years ago someone said was 150. Still, I mean, you know, and then next thing you know, it'll be, you know, 1,200 and then 2,400. You know, I mean, it's gonna keep going, and then you pass it off to somebody else. Give it away, and then move on to the next thing. So, my wife is a coach, and she created it at possible times. And it was to bring beauty to the shoes. This is created a shoe. Well, it became just she ended up filling her with this way. So, and she was doing this, and she get 100%. You know, like representatives to get anywhere. She got CEO breakfast, and she was trying to so it just made, I know it's like good minutes. Yeah, I know. Yeah, most people don't realize that too, is the stage and the lighting. Sorry. And, which all consider everything. Anyway, it is hard when those lights are on. It's pretty cool. I could do it here. Let's go. Yeah, I already do it. Well, that's we do share.
It's curious. It's not every day. You meet somebody for the first time. It's just so cool that we have it's weird. And it's fun. That's the weird thing. So it's, well, and you get basically, if I hold up, push down, I see that my intro. If I say my name is Manny, that's the basics. So we, like, yesterday, it's like, something, it's just like, I had a conversation, and I picked up the other two. So, and they did that, and they're from Youre. So it's like, that's how powerful it is. It's you're picking up like this energy. So I would say it's a little elevated. So wait,
Does it matter where we are?
What's up, Manny?
Hey,
How you doing, brother?
Great. How are you?
Good, good.
Back again.
I want to sit by either of you guys anyway.
Where's K4K?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me put these bad boys over. Thank you.
There's Ashley Ash.
Free appetizers.
Good. That's better than the other flowers.
All right.
I haven't seen that since my kids were born.
No. All right. Let us. I'm gonna create a new one. Change your name too.
What?
Change your name.
Oh. Where do I do that?
See those dotted lines?
Yeah.
On your, Hey, Panda, did you change your name?
Let's see. It's well of the dice. I went up there actually.
Oh, hey, remember right after this? Do not let me forget. I will forget.
He went that way.
Did you get some sleep last night?
I did.
You did?
I did.
Are we gonna try to figure out something?
You want to go to Freddie Close's penthouse party?
I heard about it. I don't know anything about it.
Where you're going?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what we're doing. And then we can do something afterwards.
Okay. Do you know what time it's at?
9:30.
Oh, okay.
Down?
Let's see if I can make it.
See?
I'll do my best. That's all I've been trying.
He's an important guy, dude. Everybody wants a piece of the panda.
A piece of the panda. Oh, man.
Reverse psychology.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, dude? Good to see you, man.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. I just came up with it because I didn't want. If somebody talks trash to me about what I'm putting out there, I could be like, I told you not to comment. I told you not to subscribe. So that's my angle, man.
That's smart.
Yeah. It works pretty well. Where y'all from? Oh, Atlanta, LA? Outstanding. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah. Well, ultimately, it's all good, Dan. I mean, we need as much exposure as we can, regardless of what it is. Yeah.
Hello.
2000. Yeah.
Hello. Is my audio good?
What's up?
Can you hear me?
What's up, bro?
Let me talk to you after this. All right, brother. We'll talk.
Yeah. We aren't like, are we live?
What's up, y'all?
Sticker guy, go ahead and add me.
What's up, Lit? How are you doing, man?
Hey, and we're live.
What's up, Maddie?
So we've got an awesome lineup this afternoon. We are going to have this all-star panel, and then I'll be talking about mental health and omega-3 and self-improvement, and then we'll have Aubrey DeGray here in person.
Yeah.
So with that being said, I'm going to let this panel take it away. Thanks for being here, guys.
Rags, you're in charge.
What do I do with my hands? I don't know. What do I do? So we got so there might be some folks on here that some of the crowd may or may not know about. So maybe we can just kind of go around and maybe start with Lit and then go around and introduce yourselves.
What's up, y'all? It's your boy Lit. Happy to be here. Let's get this money.
Yeah. D-Raj.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I said, stop what you're doing because I'm about to ruin the image and the style that you used to. I look funny, but you are making money, see? I'll drink the bottle of Hennessy left on the shelf. So please let me introduce myself. Hello? Yeah. So,
my name is
no, my name is Dr. Dheeraj More. Or like the French girls like to call me Mia Amore.
Yo, you're echoing, bro.
Give me a second.
All right, Steve, you're up, Steve.
What's up, guys? Steve Hitson here, content creator. Been absent for a while, but I promise you I've been listening and watching and just waiting for this PulseChain PulseX launch, baby. That's about it.
Ashley.
Hi. Okay.
What's up, girl?
I just dropped. Hey. Nice to
Hey,
see
girl.
you guys.
It's like fire roasted in the house.
Yeah, fire roasted in the house. Let's do this.
Oh my goodness. Well, I think Rags is our MC, so you want to lead things off, buddy?
Wow, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys have. And we'll kind of just talk about this real quick. If you guys noticed today on the news, they're talking about some new crypto, I guess, regulations that are going to be coming out, executive orders that are going to be signed by the Biden administration. So I'm kind of curious, some of the folks on this panel, what are your thoughts about that type of language and those types of orders maybe being used, or just crypto regulation in general? What are your thoughts of that?
I feel like we're having a good party and the cops are about to show up.
Yeah.
And they're not here to party either.
I mean, you gotta get down to really what they can do and what exactly do they want to do. And I don't know exactly those things, so someone could say those.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know shit about regulation for sure.
So me and Bally at Brand and Identity Block, we did a little stream, but we didn't release it. And there was some language which was really scary. And what they were talking about is the ability to freeze any and all crypto transactions at will. And it's a bill that has not been introduced yet, but it's been talked about. So I don't like where this is going, y'all. You can let me know what you think, but your boy Lit does not happy with the cops coming to roost our Hex party.
Lit, what kind of language are we talking about?
It was pretty bad. It was literally like they have the ability to freeze any transaction that happens anywhere in the world. And how the blockchain works is there's different nodes, and those nodes are all over different countries. So essentially any stable coin, any altcoin can just be frozen. And if we look at the Canada situation, what happened with those truckers is they were sent crypto, and their GoFundMe and all that stuff, there was crypto being sent, and they froze it. So I got kind of freaked out, and I was like, dude, debit cards, credit cards, bank accounts, and crypto got frozen and then considered terrorism. So that's a little sketchy with the digital ledger online. They can just freeze it. So I don't like it, y'all.
If your crypto transaction can be frozen, you are probably not using crypto properly. That is the whole point of using crypto. And this news exactly is kind of nice way to similar to the China FUD. Nowadays we have the US FUD. So I would say buy the dip. because see big people are having their money invested in crypto. Just yesterday I saw Andrew Yang promoting his own DAO. So not his DAO, but he's supporting it. So yeah, politicians are in it. All the big tech companies are in it. They are not going to ban crypto in any way. And that's the thing. For a free market, we need a regulated market. That is very important. So all these regulations will prove to be helpful. So I don't think this should be taken in a wrong way. It's good for the crypto ecosystem, not bad.
Yeah, I know that China was testing stuff, and they were definitely doing it with the intentions to be able to control exactly what you could buy, what you couldn't, to be able to shut things down. So I know their digital currency that they're creating is going to be like that. I'd agree with you that if it's that type of crypto, it's not really crypto, right? We all know what real crypto is, no admin keys, all that good stuff. But you also got situations like MetaMask stopping transactions for people in Venezuela, and that's not even a crypto. That's a wallet provider. And so what do you do when you have your money in a wallet that's not Ledger or something like that? I guess that's kind of even more OPSEC reason to have it in a hardware wallet versus some software wallet that a central entity can control. So I mean, I think that's the plan, right? Like, I mean, digital dollar will come out. They'll probably try to control where we can spend it. But again, we keep our money in Hex, PulseChain, PulseX.
Yeah, I've never heard of Hex being seized or frozen because it's real crypto. So
There you
if
go.
you stick with real crypto, it doesn't matter what legislation is passed. Is really what it comes down to. If you're ever given the choice, see, the thing is, no one would ever choose the American dollar. Like if that was on the blockchain, you're like, oh, the thing that only goes down in value, no one would choose it. So the good thing is we all have choice among all these cryptos out there, and we get to choose which community and which coin we value as a group. So they may pass some laws that these certain coins can only, like they can be frozen. It's like, okay, don't participate in those. We can vote with our money. So always keep that in mind. You're not going to be forced to use these, and I don't know who would vote for that anyway. So
I agree with that.
Okay.
Every time I see some new threat, some new possible regulation coming up, I think two things. One is they're scared. That's the strongest. And the second is if they're going to force us to go around, we'll go around. Period. It's always the case. True crypto, they can say whatever they want, they can do whatever they want, but we will find a way because this is an unstoppable thing.
Yeah, and I've made the point many times. You see a lot of all the major banks and all the major institutions across the world at this point have gotten into crypto. So you got to understand that these institutions, they've got contacts within the U.S. government. I mean, you've got banks have a liaison from the bank to the Fed, for example. Do you think for a second that if they're going to dump billions and billions of dollars into cryptocurrency, that they didn't first talk to somebody in the government and say, hey, if we do this, are you guys going to break our knees out from under us in a couple years with regulation? I doubt it. I seriously doubt that that's going to happen. They can't invest that much with not having some type of assurance. And that's just me using logic and reasoning there. And I think the second thing that you're seeing across the world too, and if you listen to some of the words from Gary Gensler, the SEC chair, he talks about targeting stable coins. And what do they mean by that? I think that what you're going to see is you're going to see the government take a look at USDC. You see the government take a look at USDT, and they're going to try to kind of undermine their reputation. And at the same time, they're going to try to insert their own stable coin to be the answer for the problem that they're going to create. All right. And I think at certain points of time, the stable coin market can represent 50 to 80% actually of DeFi transaction volume. So if you were the government and you wanted to get a piece of the pie, you would probably try to insert your own stable coin to give investors, quote unquote, just stability and peace of mind. That's how they're going to sell it. So I think that the US government, based on a lot of the language that I've seen, they don't want cryptocurrency to go away. I think they do want to be the leader in cryptocurrency. And just because so many companies and businesses, all the major banks of the world at this point are involved, JP Morgan Chase, all that stuff. We talked about yesterday how JP Morgan has a small share in the company that downstream owns a piece of MetaMask, essentially. You've got Infura, which creates MetaMask. You've got Comsys, I think it's Comsys, that owns about 10% of that. So all these companies, they're intertwined. They're ready for this thing to take off. And Matt, we were talking about today at lunch, just the sheer amount of assets across the world that are not into crypto. And we talked about, if we could even get a portion of that, how much this thing would completely take off to, based on where we are right now.
Well, and if you look at the largest asset classes out there, you look at the bond market, you look at real estate in general overall, 100 trillion. Right? You look at the growth rate of crypto as an asset class, it's going to either match or exceed those largest asset classes in the world. We're just getting started. 1.8 trillion, if the future is 10x or more from there, there's a lot of room to run. But the point I think is really important, because I'm concerned about what's happening in the world. And I don't know if you guys are. We're talking about Hex and Pulse and PulseX and all that. And I'm checking on my phone and I'm going, there are a lot of people hurting in this world. And there's a lot of innocent bystanders who are experiencing massive amounts of displacement. And I would say this, we've got something that is hopeful, right? When you have real crypto, and so many people in this time of unrest are going to be searching for places that are not only a store of value, but a safe haven. And safe haven isn't just preserving wealth. It's the fact that you can actually access your wealth, right? The fact that you have your own keys, that it's immutable, that you are outside of the system. And, of course, people would say, well, what if the internet went down? We've got way more problems if the internet goes down, right? But the best thing we can do, and I see it as hopeful, but this idea of getting your house in order and getting yourself protected, because people are going to be rushing to this. Look what happened in Canada. Look what's happening across the world. People not being able to get cash, and they realize, how am I going to preserve any value? Because it's fiat's potentially going away. And this unrest here is going to affect things. My hope is it'll drive people into the crypto marketplace, and that we're going to have opportunities, because people are going to be freaking out, and you're not going to be freaking out. So we as a community are going to have the ability to provide hope to people. It's like people that help others get off grid, right? What is it like to live off grid, and how does that feel? Well, this is being off grid financially, and that's where there's some hope, right, and some security. And so I just really encourage you, in this time of unrest, realize that people all around you are going to be very, very fearful. And I think we are the folks that have a chance to calm their nerves a bit.
I just wanted to go back to the MetaMask point. See, your crypto lies on the blockchain. MetaMask and an RPC, they are tools that allow you to access these coins which are on the blockchain. If MetaMask goes down, there are multiple other wallets that can be used to access those coins. If the RPC goes down, there are other options. Now, if Infura doesn't work, there is IPFS. If IPFS doesn't work, I think there is something called Pocket Pool. So there are options, and that is how it is decentralized and really cannot be stopped. And if really things get worse, then you will have to run a full Ethereum node on your computer. That is the worst case scenario, and you will have to use satellite internet to access your crypto. But that is a very far dystopian kind of method. We will not go there. Governments are already accepting crypto. Countries have converted Bitcoin as legal tender. So we do. There will be regulations, but crypto is not going to be going away anytime soon. Secondly, why the SEC is targeting the stable coins? It is because that is the only place where they can actually control it, because that's the on ramp and off ramp into the real world. And that is why these stable coins, which are issued by institutions, have that locking function. So if so, yeah, they should be handled as that. Like they should be just as a gate into the crypto world. You should get out of them as soon as possible. That's my point.
I think some potential good news from new regulation is potentially more introduction of people's funds, maybe in the current stock market, are now, we don't know what the exact regulation is going to be, but it may allow institutions maybe easier, they have more vision into how the government sees this stuff. And so they might be able to allow these other institutions with all of this money, like in 401ks and all that, and mutual funds and all that, might be able to be rolled into crypto, and maybe just a little bit of exposure into crypto over time. As soon as you start seeing more and more of that money flow in, that could be good for the main prices of maybe Bitcoin and Ethereum. And where do those outflows usually go? If people are holding those assets. It usually flows into these other coins. Maybe it flows more so into Hex and stuff like that. So there's lots of that institutional money that's just been waiting for more regulation. So that's a potential good outcome price-wise for this ecosystem. Just an idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to clear up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to clear up with y'all. I'm not trying to FUD, all right? I just was sharing that I read that article that was about freezing transactions, but I just want to let it be known. I want everyone at the conference and the whole community to know that your boy Lit, if there's any kind of regulations brewing, I want to be in the Richard Hart projects and products, because that dude is going to innovate, and this is the best place you could possibly be if any of that stuff's coming down, because we can always create something, and we have one of the most badass multi-billionaire Mensa genius founders to have our back. So I am proud to be in this community regardless of what happens.
Ashley.
Hi. Sorry, I got booted in and out a bunch of times, but so forgive me if I'm repeating anything. But I think, everything has a good side and a bad side. So while the president looking into crypto regulation is, as we know, pretty problematic, I think one of the good things is that it could really fuel adoption of PulseChain even further for, the reasons that you said. We have this genius founder who believes the same things that we do about freedom. And so right now, and again, I'm not spreading fear about Ethereum. I still have my Hex bags and I plan on keeping them. But, a whole bunch of the Ethereum chain. Okay, I understand that they're not gonna shut down crypto, but I do feel like it's compromised more and more as the World Economic Forum does sink its claws into Ethereum. I find that very concerning because you know what, they can do shady stuff. So I feel like so blessed that we've been given this option that will never come under, WEF control. And we get copies of everything we have on Ethereum on that chain. So, we're not kind of lost in a situation of, okay, this is becoming more and more compromised. We're just stuck. Oh no, Richard Hart gave us an exit. And for that, I am so grateful.
I don't know about you guys, but I feel more confident storing my wealth into cryptos without admin keys, disclaimer, than having money in a bank that can be frozen. Like that's just a ledger that has a single node, and people don't like centralization. It's a single node ledger, and you have no access to controlling it, no voting rights, zero. Like, like if you don't like centralization, you don't like the U.S. dollar. So
Here's the problem has always been this, and this is what crypto solves, right? In the past, if you wanted to participate in an IPO, initial public offering, you had to be an accredited investor to do so, right? So you already had to have money to make more money. That's what's cool about cryptocurrency, because you don't have to be an accredited investor. Now, the government views this in this way. They say, well, you're too stupid to know with what you want to do with your money. You don't understand the crypto markets, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to bring this up because this is actually probably a positive spin on all of this regulation. One of the big narratives that you're hearing right now is crypto just screws people. It's the Wild West. All these poor investors, they're losing all their money. Russia actually rolled out a plan that said you had to pass a basic crypto investor test, essentially, in order to be able to invest a certain amount of money. Now, that's kind of interesting because you no longer have to be quote unquote accredited. You just have to pass this quiz and pass this test. This happened a while back. Now, this headline came out today, and I'm on CoinDesk right now, coindesk.com. It says the U.S. Treasury Department's Financial Literacy Education Commission will launch an initiative focused on informing the public about potential risks of investing in cryptocurrencies. Okay, so they could have gone a really strange direction. I think what they're doing is probably copying the Russian model. They're going to basically force people to take this test to be able to invest X amount of money. Now, the problem here is we don't want any type of government regulation at all. But if there is going to be government regulation, it's still going to be nice for regular people to be able to, invest money without the threat of the Leviathan government coming down on top of them. So, what do you guys think about that?
We're going to give them the Hex IQ test.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've seen and heard of a lot of people making stupid mistakes with crypto. So if you're talking about just the generalities of like, would it be good for someone to understand crypto a little bit before they start sending Bitcoin to their Ethereum address? Probably, which I've literally seen happen. I've seen hundreds, thousands of dollars lost through that. Learning to send a test transaction. I mean, simple stuff. Now, should they be barred? I mean, I made my mistakes too, back in 2016, 17. And lost, lost money doing it, right? So I don't know. I mean, I don't like regulation beyond like the local stuff personally, but I guess that's kind of it, right? As a community, especially the Hex community, PulseChain community, that's what we're really, really good at, really, really strong at, is educating each other, warning each other, teaching each other, being open, not trying to hold our cards close to our chest. So I think that's definitely one of the benefits of being in a community like this. So I like education, definitely. Do I think it needs to come from like a big government standpoint, or like from a centralized exchange telling me what to do? I don't know, but or I guess my answer is no on that one. But I do think education is important when it comes to crypto.
I think the details. Oh, go ahead. You good? Go ahead.
Okay. So one of the things I'm looking on the screen here, and you see these faces, and I thought about something. We got lit at the top, right? And I do think we all need to talk about ourselves in the third person. So your boy Crypto Heartbeat here is going to say that when I look at this screen and I see this group of folks, we got Ashley Ash, brand new content creator. We got Jim Rat Crypto. We got so many people, and guess what they all have in common? They're positive. And lit, of course, is number one positive, right? And so, yeah. And so, so your boy Crypto Heartbeat here is going to turn it over to Crypto Panda to give us a little positivity.
So I just want to say, lit, you You said you weren't spreading FUD. Dude, FUD and your name don't go together ever. So you don't need to qualify anything. I like what you said.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, of course, man. I love seeing you always. Bitcoin and some of these, longer popular cryptos, they're the gateway drug to this. People get in. I think it's like 60% of the world just calls crypto Bitcoin. They think that's what it is. It's fine. Call it whatever you want. Once you get in and they start looking for yield, they start looking for strong communities and things that aren't just promises, Hex will take over. PulseChain will take over. There's just never. I got freaking wrecked in 2017 and 2018. I quit crypto. I quit. I was like, I hate this. I don't want anything to do with it. Didn't look at my wallets. People would ask about it. I didn't want to talk about it. And then a friend told me about Hex 3 times, and I didn't brush him off. I just sort of was like, okay. He goes, I know you're not into this. And he said, listen, dude. He was hanging out with me. He said, listen, you got to watch this guy, Richard Hart. So I watched Richard and I was like, all right, if I'm going to get back into crypto, it's going to be long-term. I'm going to assess what's going on with the community. And I like what this guy is saying. And I'm going to do it for my wife and kids. And I made that decision. And then I just watched him and I watched the community. And Richard and the community are why I stuck around and why I started staking longer and why I started making content. I don't make content for any glory. I don't care. It's all about gratitude and just really being so grateful for everyone that I meet and meeting all of you all in person. Crypto Artie, thanks so much for the super sticker. Being here and sticking around and encouraging others to talk about this, it's what is going to keep this going. It's this positivity. And I was going to jokingly start this by saying we were so positive yesterday that today I want to start by talking about all the things and people we hate. And I wanted to go first. But I decided not to because it's kind of a stupid joke. But anyway, my point is that the gateway drug being Bitcoin or whatever being the gateway drug and people getting in and being like, okay, so now I'm familiar with this. They start hearing things about centralized exchanges getting hacked. Like, I don't know, lately I keep seeing it's like every 10th tweet, get your money off exchanges. And then of course the Hexicans are like, Hexicans unaffected. But that ends up being the case. More and more people are against these centralized exchanges. 3-4 years ago, there was no popularity in decentralized exchanges. There was nothing. And now regular people, because of Hexicans, because of all the people that you're showing how to use MetaMask, how to use Uniswap, the tide is turning. It has turned. So let them regulate. Let them make it safer for normies, I guess, or no coiners to get in. And then once they get familiar, they're going to ask and they're going to be looking for yield and where the real gains are. And we're going to be there. And the proof is in the pudding. I know sometimes it seems tough. We got this dip. People are getting in, but we know where this is going. So just be ready to show anyone that is in whatever crypto they're in, the truth about what's actually going on here, and we'll win. It's guaranteed. Is that good enough for you, Heartbeat?
That was awesome.
Okay.
I want to hear from Crypto Gym Rat, man. He's got talk about another guy who's got the special sauce, man.
Woo!
Yo, what up, guys? How's everyone doing?
What up, Jim Rat? Let's do this.
Yo, what's up? I'm like really new on the scene, so like even streaming to me is kind of new. Like, this doesn't bother me at all, but I'm almost going through streamer fatigue. Like I'm fucking, my bad, guys. I said I'm wrecked, dude. You know what I mean? Like I've been streaming for 4 hours a day, just trying to get used to shit more than anything, you know? Like I just want to get under the keys and really, because when it comes down to it, and I really want to be able to be effective making content, I want to have that actual knowledge, you know? Like, yeah, I know about Hex. Of course, I've heard it a million times. But do you know about everything else that you have to triangulate it off? You know, like, because other people talk about other shit. And if you don't know about anything else, you're just shilling a coin and being a furu. And that's real. That's real. Like, you got to learn all this stuff. And I tell everyone that I don't know shit. That's the first thing I say when I go into it. I'm like, I don't know nothing. And I'm inviting this guy, that guy, or the other guy to come on and teach me / educate. That's what I do. I'm a conduit right now. I'm a conduit. I'm going into the space. I'm getting the people out that I think have good info, and I'm putting them in front of a good audience because that's what I do best. You know what I mean? I don't do all the technicals, but I'm learning because I want to be effective. And guys, I want to do this the right way. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys, I appreciate everyone on this panel. I appreciate everyone at the conference. I appreciate everyone tuning in. And I want y'all to understand what we're building here. It's like we're building a house, all right? And every one of us is bringing different materials. All the streamers you see right here, some bring stone, some bring paneling, some bring nails. But together, we are building an incredible structure that will last the test of time. So I see so much value in everything you guys do, and I got nothing but love for you. Thank you for being here.
I think harkening back to the government mandated test idea, I feel like if the government itself is, oh wow, $500 donation. Let's do
Thanks,
that.
Brian.
Wow.
Whoa.
Brian Magruder. Awesome. Hexkins are like the most generous people you'll ever meet. So harkening back to the what's it called? Test for the like government mandated testing for crypto. I feel like if they feel the need to actually release something like that, I've failed as an influencer in the crypto space, as someone who is knowledgeable enough to help others be safe in this space. If they feel the need that they have to put this blanket generalization test for everyone else to complete, when I feel like it's much better if we all on a personal level are helping the people around us get familiar with this new technology that is life-changing, and in many, many ways than just one, many more ways than just one. I think of that as a failure of my own whenever I know that I can help so many people at scale using my influence. I want to scale this Hex ecosystem as big as we can get it, guys. I think this is the most important new technology we've had. Like, this is multiple centuries ahead of us. Important. It's not going away. The government is trying to regulate it like 12 years later, and they still don't seem to understand that you can't regulate real crypto. That's why they're just going after like stable coins, because it's connected to banks. And so maybe that's good for the ecosystem, maybe not. But real crypto isn't ever going away. And so getting the people around you secure and understanding this stuff is probably the most important thing for their financial future that you can do to help them. And so I think it's up to all of us Hexkins, including us influencers, more so I would say even, to be that beacon of hope, that shining city on a hill for the rest of crypto and the whole world. So that's what I think.
Nice.
I do find it kind of funny that this is going to be a test written by people who have no idea what they're talking about.
Right. That's the danger too. Who do you trust? Do you trust the government to write this mandated test? No.
Hell no.
I don't trust none of it until I see the numbers out of my account. I ain't listen to none of it. I don't even think about it. And I know that's not smart, but I don't like digging into any of that stuff because in my opinion, for me, I just get confused, man. And then a lot of the time that shit just fades away. And like all that stuff we were talking about last week was really just stuff we were talking about. But I'm not saying obviously legislation is coming in at some point, like for in some way or shape or form. So like we got to be informed. But as far as everything that I see in the media and on news articles, it's like I can hardly believe anything unless I'm chatting with a friend anymore. It's like unless I'm chatting with like a couple guys or like if Rags is there, a couple other guys that know other things where they can pinpoint it off each other, because that's what I do best. It's like I'll just ask a bunch of guys and you can almost medium the information from a lot of different smart guys and like hedge your bets on that. And that's what I'm hoping moving forward. It seems like Hex and the decentralization aspect of it, I don't want to say bulletproof, but like it's hard to see through like what legislation, like what are they going to do? We're all staked. We all have a 15-year stakes in on this panel probably. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Who in crypto is doing stuff like that? 15-year stakes? I'm 28 years old and all I can think about is T-shares. You know what I mean? Like, what is going on here, guys? This is big stuff. This is huge stuff here.
Hey man, Hex 19's 81, and he just told me he's got 15 years stake. So
yeah,
it doesn't matter.
I'd like to jump in back to what we were saying about testing. Like not that we have a huge say, because obviously it's clear that we don't have a say in anything the government does anymore. But I think we need to be really careful to push back and not make concessions, not say, okay, if it's just a test and nothing else, fine, then do it. Because I think it's very clear that the government never does anything good. It's never for our own benefit. It's always in their interest, you know? So, and I think it comes back to, if you give an inch, they're going to take a mile. And it's been made so clear during the past 2 years. I don't care what side of the COVID fence you're on, but I think it's undeniable that has been in place. So we need to be really careful not to make any concessions. That's just my thought on that.
Nice.
Great point. Hey, Ashley, we got a super chat. Someone was asking for your channel. You wanted to say it out loud real quick? I want to honor the super chat.
Okay, well, since YouTube won't let me have my own URL yet, but I've been told that if you search Ashley Ash Hex, that you'll be able to find me.
All right, get her some subs so she can get that custom
Hex skins move out.
Roll out.
Yeah, you should have all those subs by like in the next 10 minutes based on the Hex community.
I do want to give a shout out to Ashley and Jim Rat Crypto. Both of you guys have really taken the bull by the horns. You're showing up on some really good places. You're providing a lot of good information, and you're kind of the example that we were talking about yesterday of people just diving in and speaking your piece and getting out there and helping scale this message out. So I really, really appreciate it. Jim Rat Crypto, you know, I'd said this before, you turned a tragedy completely around on its head, and you did some really, really cool things to use as a positive and use it as leverage to be able to get the message out, man. So I got a lot of respect for you for that. A lot of people would have just folded. You know, if you guys don't know what happened, Jim, he had his account compromised, his MetaMask compromised.
I had Swiss cheese OPSEC. That's what actually happened. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, everyone takes the same amount of L's. Like, you know, like it just happens at different times, right? Like I haven't been on the internet or using the computer for years. Most people that are in these groups have experience getting wrecked, all sorts of things, you know, from the past, way long ago, when they were doing stuff in the infancy of them learning, whether that was stocks, bonds, or whatever trading everyone's doing. This is just happening for me now, and I'm just broadcasting it because I happen to be a content creator. And that's what content creators really should be, right? Like they should be, I'm broadcasting information, and if it's not raw, if it's not authentic, then what am I doing online? What am I doing here? Because you won't be able to keep up with me. I'm being authentic 24/7. So you won't be able to keep up anyway. So I know that intuitively. I know if I fake this, it won't work long term. I know that. And that's just like Richard kind of taught me that, or like finished out that scope of thought for me, because the way he does stuff, he knows if he doesn't do this the right way, it won't work. You know what I mean? He's doing all these things right, not because he's the most humble guy ever, the best dude ever created. No, because he wants to create the best thing that's ever existed. And he knows what that takes. It takes it takes a lot of moving parts. And if you don't do it right from the foundation, you will get nowhere.
Most of you don't realize that Bradley Cooper down there hasn't taken the limitless pill yet, but Lit's got it on the way.
Let's do this.
Crypto Jim Rat,
Let's
you
do
are
this.
the man. Bradley Cooper in the house.
The other thing that I wanted to say too, and there's a lot of work that's being done outside of the public eye. And I want to give a shout out to some of the crypto, the Twitter spaces that are run. And I'm going to shout some people out here because they're every single day in, day out, they're there. They're trying to make connections with bigger influencers to kind of spread the message. So Hex to Learn, Hex is the Way, 38%, The Famous, Keef, Trap Gravity, Hexy Cage, and Sequoia. You guys put a lot of work in, man. And it doesn't get as much as attention as it should. So thank you guys very much.
Yeah, we got to shout out Maddie. We got to shout out all Crypto Sparbuck, all the people putting these events together. We got to shout out people sponsoring Hex race cars. We have to really link up and support the people who are taking steps, because our community, we have this sphere of influence where we're all kind of linked. It's time to expand it, and there's people doing that. And I got so much love for all of y'all. Thank you so much for all your hard work. I'm just here with you, flexing on it. Let's get this cracking.
This is when K4K says something very, very insightful.
So what's the schedule for the stream later? I know that one dude's coming on, Aubrey DeGray, right?
Yeah,
That
one dude. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know much about regenerative medicine, but I'm sure that's going to be great. Is Richard coming on today or tomorrow? I heard he was coming on.
Yeah, that's tomorrow.
Oh, great. Well, I'll be watching.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that too. So, and this would be kind of an encouragement for everyone to check out Aubrey DeGray. You know, many of you know that Richard encouraged people to sacrifice for Pulse into the Sens Foundation to get a tax deduction. It's a 501c3 organization that works on longevity research. 27 million. I don't know if you ever heard Richard tell us about how he helped donate 27 million. And by the way, for those who don't know, Richard did pick the top in Bitcoin. For those who didn't know, I'm kidding. But
and the 20K and the 20K.
That's right.
Top. Don't you forget it.
But what's so incredible about that is, you know, if you follow Richard for long, you realize that we have an advocate. We have someone who cares deeply about you, right? He's always protecting you from getting wrecked, security, all those things. But if you go back into his self-help stuff and you realize we truly have an innovator who is also a real advocate. He really does care about people and is concerned about you getting hurt. But one of the things that's incredible, he's very pragmatic, right? He's like, hey, he doesn't even like to drink bottled water because it's so expensive. If you can believe it, right? He's that pragmatic. But what's incredible about him is he says, I'm going to fix the money first, and then we're going to fix your health. And I'm going to tell you what, folks, you're going to be in an abundance. You're going to have all kinds of resources because of what Richard's done. And we have a responsibility, I think, to follow his lead and participate in ways in which we're investing in helping each other be more healthy. And I'm so looking forward to Aubrey DeGray, because you're going to hear some stuff from him that is absolutely mind-blowing about how longevity and research is going and really what the future looks like for you and for your kids.
I second that, Crypto Heartbeat. That's a great thought. We have to focus on our health inside and out, because what's all this money if we don't have sound mental health and good emotional stability? We're just going to be swerving off the road. There's no need. Let's keep it smooth. Let's keep it chill. Stay healthy. And what are we going to, seriously, what are you going to do with a bunch of money if you don't have good friendships and good health?
That's right.
Right.
And you know what? Besides the long term, the fact that we're such a different community, I mean, probably the only community in crypto, I haven't seen any other communities. I think we need to really also set ourselves apart. You know, let's be the healthiest people in crypto. Let's be the smartest people in crypto. Let's, you know, educate ourselves on our own. Let's really get into reading and researching, and, you know, let's really make ourselves different and not be like, you know how other people in crypto are, right? So let's set ourselves apart. So I'm all for what you said, Matt. And I think about that a lot. How can we, how can we be the best version of ourselves for the future? But I also think, how can we do that now while we're waiting too? Yeah. So yeah, just a little bit, I think, every day, you know?
Unfortunately, we can't all be gingers.
So yeah, that was my cue. So I see a comment here in chat, and somebody says, interested in making some content for RH products, but I'm not confident enough to talk about about finance in general. So that's a really cool thing about creating content. it doesn't always have to start off with you being, you know, a super genius, because let's face it, like the more you know, the more you don't know. You're never a super genius about everything. So, well, I'm not going to say that. We know who might be. K4K and
Yeah.
and potentially Richard there, but so you can comb the internet, you can find interesting articles, you can talk about happenings, you can just give tutorials on things that you've read about. You can just do anything you can to put stuff out there. And the neat thing is when you put your stuff out there, you're learning at the same time. You're teaching yourself by providing value. And it really is true for me, at least. When I do teach something, I go through a completely different process psychologically that allows me to absorb these things. So to that person in the chat, just start somewhere, put something out there, and you're just going to learn. And that goes for everybody here too. In the crowd, crypto is a vast, vast, vast space. And there's a lot to learn. So you just start small, bite-sized chunks, and you'll get where you need to go.
Yeah, not everybody can give a 45-minute one-take monologue like Lit, but you know, everybody. In fact, the more awkward you are, sometimes the more popular you become. So, yeah, I would dive right in. You know, I think Rags actually pretended to be awkward in the beginning, if anything. But no, I mean, seriously though, like there's so many different like crypto heartbeats. You know, the sound, you know, what I consider a nice guy coming with the heartfelt message. Rags to Riches was don't follow me, don't like my stuff. You know, K4K definitely brings the brain to the subject a lot of times. Yeah, Lit, I mean, can't watch videos without smiling. And if you know, and again, so and everyone else as well. There's and I think like you said, like there's, or Ashley was implying, like there's not really, I haven't found, and I've been in crypto for about half a decade. I haven't found communities that are like this, that so many people are involved. And I think that's just a testimony to what Hex, what Richard Hart's is building here. I mean, you got the promise, you got all these things that like people just really want to help each other. There's not, I mean, yeah, of course, the money's cool and the money's great, but in the end, that actually doesn't matter either. It's the community that we're building. It's like the house or the cathedral. I don't know if you've heard the cathedral analogy before, but that's what we're building. You know, we're not laying bricks. We're building a cathedral, and you just have to look back and see that sometimes. But I think it is. It's very. I mean, for me, you know, I was creating content for like a lot in the beginning, and then I like Jim Red had said, I got kind of burnt out. Work was picking up for me. I still have to work. You know, I'm not retired or anything, but it you know, that's okay too, because in a moment's notice I can go create a PulseX video or whatever, you know, that I want to bring value to, and you don't have to put that pressure on yourself because honestly there are a lot of other people to help pick up the stick, you know, as needed in this community. So yeah, I mean, the fact that I'm even on here surprises me still, because I have not been as active in the community as I would have liked to be. But again, life comes at you a million miles an hour. You know, you got to change the wheels while the car's still driving down the highway sometimes. But again, accepting, open arms. I would like you said, like Rag said, get out there and just do it. You'll be amazed at the support you'll get in this community.
Yeah, I want to second that. I want to give all y'all. I want to second that, and I want to give all y'all new people some motivation, all right? The same way you walk into like a party or a bar and you see fire roasted chicken that's getting you all excited, you can't know unless you actually try and talk to her, all right? If you don't take your best shot, you're going to leave the bar not knowing. This is the same. You have to just put yourself out there. And I want to give y'all a little motivation, okay? All the stuff that I learned in my lifetime, all my power coaching, all my natural health, all my music, all the stuff that I've ever learned, I just wanted to pull hot chicks, all right? I wanted to be awesome. I wanted to be like, I can do that. I can do this. So my motivation was to like build myself into a better and better man, so that when the time came, I could pull the highest quality, most amazing fire roasted chicken. To be totally honest, That's what I wanted. And what happens is once you throw yourself out there and you just start doing it, before you know it, you build yourself into something more than that. Then it's not even about the chicks anymore. It's about your journey. So if y'all need any motivation or some power coaching, hit me up. I will help you with my tools and tricks and tactics, and I will get you pumped to start streaming on these Richard Hart projects and products because they are the fire.
Fire roasted.
Also, just to add to that a little bit, you know, we're talking about streaming, but it doesn't have to be streaming. And I don't know if you guys have seen Melv Tony walking around with a whiteboard and the price, but shout out to Melv Tony is in the chat updating us with the price of Hex on the regular. Like, that is cool. Thank you, Melv Tony, for being there. People are cutting up content and putting it on TikTok. People are making memes. Like, it's whatever your authentic self says, this is how I want to contribute, and make it authentic. To Jim Rat's you know, comment, like, he has to be authentic because you can't keep up the fake stuff for very long. So if you're authentic, there's someone out there that will identify with your approach and how it is that you're looking at this. And even if it's, I have no idea what's going on, but this seems totally awesome, just start. When K4K started, I kind of got mad at him because I was like, dude, I can't make videos where I'm just like, it's gonna be awesome. I gotta like do some math and research, but I appreciate him because then I started, you know, putting a little more thought into the videos that I made. And it's not out of competition. It was really, I wanted to meet him and meet him in terms of the content that he was creating and the thought that he was putting into it. And I felt like that my channel, that I owed it to him to do more thought and analysis on things. And it's not the same, but it's my approach to how it is that I'm looking at everything in the ecosystem and my take on, you know, the things that I'm excited about. So thanks for making me feel like a pleb, K4K.
Yeah. Also, making content. The great part about making content, which nobody really likes, nobody mentions off the top, is that you're learning skills that can translate to other things. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be crypto related, right? Like I'm not talking about going over to Dogecoin and making content. I'm talking about what's your family business? What's your other businesses? I have people hitting me up for social media stuff now, and I don't even know what I'm doing. You know what I mean? I'm putting out content. I'm linking everything up. It's not rocket science, but now I'm getting confident enough where I can do this in other places too. This is the most efficient place for me to be, is sitting at my desk. I was working hard for a long time doing stuff that I wasn't learning. I had no time to learn. I had to wake up at 3 a.m. to learn anything because I would have to spend those 3 hours before I went to work learning, and everyone was partying all that time. I had no interest, not because I'm special, because there's so much opportunity in this world and not enough people are invigorated. Why are they not invigorated? That's the question, right? Like, that's the real question. Why, when everyone's waking up in the morning, do they not feel like they have anything to do that's truthfully meaningful? Because, you know, there's so many reasons. The society, blah, blah, blah. You could say a million different things, but that's the goal, guys. When you wake up, you want to feel impactful, or as a man, I can't speak for a woman, of course, but like, as a man, I want to feel impactful, truthfully valuable. And that's the only way I've found to sustainably be healthy mentally as a man. Like, truthfully, like when I'm doing something and I get stagnant and bored, like, I'm out. Like, peace. Like, I don't care about the money. I don't care about like, I can be effective anywhere. I'm not staying here and wasting time anymore.
Hey, Jim Rat, what's your TikTok? Because you're doing some work on TikTok, and let people know here.
All right, I'm gonna shout out my TikTok. So the TikTok is official Pulsification. So I stream for official Pulsification 3 times a week, and I also use my TikTok as that. I also have a Jim Rat Crypto YouTube channel that I do at noon every single day, and that's just like deep dive into other stuff. But the TikTok channel is official Pulsification. I just post clips, to be honest. Like, I'm not super good at posting the videos yet, but I'm trying to post actual content now and making the videos, but it's very difficult for me. So live streams are coming in, but I'm going to start like trying to make videos comparing other cryptos just so I can know about the other cryptos and have incentive to look at them. But yeah, Jim Rat Crypto and official Pulsification on everything.
Awesome. And shout out, we've got some super stickers here. Hexiest man in the world. Respect to all of you for the contributions to the community. Excited to get back over to this conference to spend more time with all of you guys in person. Thank you so much. We really, really appreciate that. And then Heinz Crypto. Heinz Crypto, he's on YouTube as well. He's a content creator. He's doing a lot of good work there. So check him out. Please subscribe to him. Hexkins have changed my life 100%. And I know the moderator here for this thing doesn't want to pull up that other one, but here it is. Not sure if I've ever given props to a ginger before, but thanks, Rags. You motivated me last week. I made a new channel, not under this name, and after Expo, I'll be trying to add positive content. That's awesome, Craig. Keep it up. And one thing about just making a decision to do something, you got to kind of flex that muscle. And there's really two steps. First off, you got to make the decision to do it. And the second thing that you have to do is follow up with some type of action immediately to get towards that decision that you just made. If you do those two things, if it's content creation or whatever the case may be, you're going to get a lot closer to reaching your goals. And when you do that with the little things, it translates to the big things too. So awesome there, Craig.
Yeah, there's a lot of fear. People are like, well, will people accept me? And will people approve of me? And it's very scary to put yourself out there. I mean, there's security issues, all those kind of things. But I would say this, you are who you say you are. And Lit talks about your brain being connected. The whole idea of manifesting your future is deciding what you want it to be. And you can truly make it into what you want it to be, but you got to make that decision. And stepping out there outside of your comfort zone and saying, you know what, I'm going to do it. The key is be yourself. People can see through the fake stuff very, very easily. So if you're authentic and you're honest and you're consistent, Hexicans recognize that. And I believe that the rising tide lifts all boats. Everyone has an audience. You just have to be out there and you need to be consistent, and it will attract people. There are people that, I've had all kinds of people over the age of 50 come up to me, and mostly what they say is, "My dad loves you." And and I said, well, I have a way with guys over 70. He says he's 82. So evidently I'm reaching out there, and I just want you to be encouraged. There's someone that is going to relate to you. So if you're on the fence and considering it, please do it. Bring yourself to the community, because that actually is where the value is.
Yep. Well said. Well said, brother. And you got to just imagine that house that we're building. It's not like there's a blueprint that says we have to stop at this many rooms. All right, y'all? We can add new rooms, and adding a new room is going to bring new people who like that room. The lit room might get too hot for them sometimes. You get it? They might be like, oh, get me out of here. There's too much fire happening right here. So we have to have it all. This is the beauty of this community, is that there's people like Crypto Panda and K4K and Rags, and we have Jim Rat, fire content, amazing truth. We got Steve. We got new streamers like Ashley, and there's many more, and we're all different flavors. It's like an ice cream store with all these different flavors. Find your flavor, and sometimes I want to share this with y'all. You may not need to start a channel. Maybe your job is to pump the streamers who are already there. Maybe you're a connector. Maybe you can start sharing links and going to new communities and saying, you have to check out these dudes, and send them that link. And that might be getting more people into the community than you ever could by starting your own stream. So everyone has a job here if you get on it. There it is, y'all. Let's all work together. We form like Voltron. We're stronger together than we are individuated.
Awesome. Is that a Voltron reference?
Yeah.
Okay.
He slipped that in there.
Caught that.
I'm not sure what Voltron is.
Lit, you're the best.
All right, let me explain, y'all. Voltron is a transformer from back in the day. And what it was is it was all the little transformers that would come together and form this gnarly, massive dude who just could kick anyone's ass. That's Voltron.
90s, baby. Yeah. What's up?
Can I just jump in there? I'm sorry, just add one more thing. I don't mean to cut off the Voltron talk. I don't understand any of that.
That's all good.
I'm too young. So also one of the things with just starting in the Hex community, whether it's YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, anything, I think my biggest piece of advice is don't wait for perfect. Because if you wait for perfect, you're never going to do anything because we're human. We're never going to be perfect, you know? So I don't care if you think it's like the shittiest, you know, thing that, oh, I'm sorry, we're not supposed to talk that way. The most garbagey thing that you've ever put out, and who's going to watch this, just put it out. You just need to get over that hump. And I think that was the hardest thing for me. And I think it started that, last week, and then now everything is slowly but surely coming together easily, and and it's awesome seeing the support, because then once you put yourself out there, you see the encouragement, you see that people are kind and interested, and people do want to connect with you. So just go for it. You're never going to be perfect, so put yourself out there.
The man, the myth, the legend, Maddie.
Yay, Maddie. Thank you, Maddie.
Yeah. Everybody have fun at the conference.
Great. Thanks so much to this all-star panel. Thanks everybody for being here. Great. Next up, we have Cosmic Cowboy, who was so kind to get involved with helping to plan something we're going to do tomorrow at the conference, which is to do an awards ceremony for the community. And Cosmic Cowboy now has something that fits into this next section about self-improvement and therapy and longevity. And so we're going to hand it over to you for a 15 to 20 minute talk. Thank you.
Thanks, Maddie. Aloha. I won't say, but I live on a beautiful paradise island. Hey, everybody. If I could invite those that are in the back of the room to come up, I'd love to fill the front third. If you guys actually, just for a sec, why don't we all stand up? Just stretch. Take some deep breaths. As we are about to get into the secret of Hex revealed. But part of it is what we've been talking about today, which is our community, and like Lit was talking about, connecting, coming together. So I want you guys to come a little closer together, try and fit into the seats, and I want to be able to see all of you. So can we just begin by giving a hand to Maddie, all the volunteers, and the great Hexicans we've had? And how about an additional hand for the panelists for the last few days? Great panelists, both live and online. All right, well, I'm going to turn my clock on, and we are going to get started. So first of all, I just want to thank everybody for being here. I want to honor you. I want to honor your presence and your time, and everybody that is watching this from home or whenever you're seeing this. It's really exciting. I mean, I'm just really thrilled to be here. I'm thrilled to be a part of the Hex community. It's, to me, what it's all about. And I wanted to sort of, I've done a lot of soul searching, I guess you could say, like inner searching. And I feel like, for me, finding Hex was the answer of a prayer. And it would be hard to summarize it, but there's like an element to it that I wanted to talk about today, because I feel really blessed to be a part of this community and to have found this incredible thing that we call Hex. So what is the secret of Hex? Well, first we should start with, what is Hex? I think most people know that by definition, if you go to hex.com, it's the first blockchain certificate of deposit. So we all kind of can start with that. But what is Hex really? Like, what is it about Hex that drew you to it or has attracted you or made you curious?
Why is it that you might have flown to be here in person to meet other people that are into this product? What is it that has attracted you and connected you to Richard Hart, where other people might be repelled and not understand it or challenge him? A lot of people say he speaks truth. So that's at the heart of what is that the secret of Hex, is getting to the truth. Before we get into it, I always feel like there's a elephant in the room that at least has come up to me when I talk about it, which is the derivative term of Hex. A lot of people hear Hex and they think of the derivative term, which is a curse. But if you look deeper into the etymology of Hex, you'll find that it comes from the German term Hexe, which means witch, but again, it's defined as to cast a spell. Back in the day, people that were very intuitive, people that were connected to nature and energy, they were all labeled as witches. And it's also defined from the Greek hexa, which is six-sided. So these are the two definitions, but I'm gonna focus on the one that is to cast a spell. And what I wanna know is, what if Hex is casting a spell, and the spell is to create wealth and abundance out of thin air? So it's a really beautiful spell. It's a spell that I was attracted to, and I think many of us are. Because there's nothing wrong with wealth and abundance. Wealth and abundance is needed in the world. One of the great things, if you understand wealth and abundance, is that there's enough for everybody. Wealth and abundance don't run out. You know, it's like air. You don't need to hog air so somebody else doesn't get any. It's part of the cyclical nature of where we live. So it's the mindset and the mentality and that I think we're all trying to be a part of, getting away from that competitive nature. Even within the crypto community, that there is enough for all of us to be wealthy and abundant. And when you have a wealth and abundance mindset, you create a world where you create wealth and abundance in yourself, and therefore the world itself becomes more wealthy and abundant. And this is at the heart of what I'm calling the secret of Hex. Why is Hex a revolutionary cryptocurrency and a revolutionary financial product? Well, if we want to understand this, first, I've got a little game. This that you're looking here is a very special number. So I'd like to offer anybody in this audience $100, actually it's $120, I'll add 20, or 1,000 Hex, or a secret prize. You get to choose. You can have your fiat, you can have your Hex, or you can have a prize for anybody that can tell me at the end of the presentation what this number is. But what I can give you a hint at is it's why we're here, and it's something that we should all celebrate. Now, we're going to get back to the secret of Hex. In order to understand and answer the question, first we have to understand the difference between being rich and being wealthy. Being rich is traditionally defined as having lots of money, and being wealthy is traditionally defined as being fulfilled. So they're two very different things. There are a lot of people that are very rich and not wealthy. You can have cars, you can have houses, you can have yachts, you can have everything you want and still be miserable. And there are other people, I've met tons of them around the world, that have very little money and are extremely wealthy because they're really fulfilled in their lives. So it's important to understand that you don't need to have money in the moment, like fiat money, to be wealthy. And one of my teachers taught me something that has always sat with me, which is the wealthiest person in any room is not the one who has the most, it's the person that needs the least. Again, it comes from this inner fulfillment. So I just wanted to emphasize that. You don't need to have money to feel wealthy. And that is really at the heart of what I call the secret of Hex. Hex creates a vehicle where users can create their own future wealth. And the code, the immutable code that we're a part of, allows us to feel wealthy in the present moment. Raise your hands if you're a member of the Hex community, if you own some Hex, and some part of you feels wealthy right now. See, and the great thing is that wealth and abundance mindset is required. It's a prerequisite to creating physical 3D money. It's like the chicken and the egg. In order to create the 3D money, you need to feel wealthy. So that's the real gift that Richard has given us. He's created a code and he's created a project where you can get involved in the very beginning and create this feeling of like, wow, I've been struggling and now there's this product which is going to make me wealthy. And in that moment, you are wealthy, you feel wealthy. And so you've actually created the building blocks of money, of wealth itself. And it's a beautiful thing. Now, there's a whole other side of Hex that I've looked into, and that's another part that I wanted to share with everybody today, which is the energy side of Hex, which is not really talked about. I love the technical analysis. I love the streams. I love the motivation and inspiration from Lit, all these great things in our community, but there hasn't been as much touched on the energy behind Hex. So I thought I'd share a little bit about it today. If we look into nature, we'll find that the Hex symbol has been around us all the time. A logo symbolizes the essence of a product or company or organization that it represents. So it's important. And if you listen to Richard, he'll always emphasize, we've got the best logo. You know, he does talk about it. Like, he's like, we got the best name, we got the best logo. You know, it's simple, it's clean. And so it's important to look into the Hex symbol. The hexagon is all around us, and it always has been. Of all the geometric shapes, the hexagon is one of the most prominent and fascinating. And let's look at some of the reasons why. There's our beautiful Hex up and to the right. Also gotta love the color scheme. It was the inspiration for my most recent haircut. So the hexagon can be found in many ancient symbols, including the six-pointed Star of David, the Hegel rune, and in the Kabbalah's Tree of Life, amongst others. So I just wanted to sort of point out that the hexagon is created when you have two opposing triangles. And when two opposing, one facing up and one facing down, when they meet, a hexagon is created. In sacred geometry, this is a representation of balance and harmony, a perfect balance and harmony. So think about that and match it to the immutable code. These are tied together, this aspect of what is this symbol? What does it represent? Why are we here? Why are we excited about this? And how does it create abundance in the world? In the scientific realm, in the atomic realm, where protons and electrons meet, once again, we see a hexagon is created in a process called chemical union. There's our beautiful Hex again, right there. And in nature, if we look at the natural world, we'll find out that Hex is one of the dominant principal governing patterns in nature. The hexagon is even found at a microscopic level in the very structure of our DNA. It's the formation of the chains and that produce the double helix macromolecule. So in your very DNA is swimming around this beautiful Hex, or I should say the hexagon symbol. Now, what we've learned over time about the actual shape of Hex is that it is the perfect shape, both for absorbing light. If you look in the slide in the upper right, that's an insect's eye. So it is the perfect shape for absorbing the most light. That's why their eyes are hexagons. And also, it's creating the maximum amount of space. Like mathematically, a hexagon creates the maximum amount of space on any surface. So when bees are creating their hives, originally, they're actually creating circles, but they melt and become hexes because of that, utilizing space. And this also happens in bubbles, if you look at the image on the lower right. So again, this hexagon symbol is really, it's magical, and it's all around us. It's in nature. It's found naturally occurring in rock foundations on the planet. And here's the great thing is it's not even limited to Earth. One of the most fascinating discoveries of the NASA Voyager is that there is a cloud storm vortex that is at the top of Saturn in the shape of a hexagon. Yeah, okay, good. Let's get ready. We're going to be able to go there. So whether you look at the microscopic or the macroscopic, we see that this mysterious six-sided pattern is at the fabric of matter. So what does all of this mean? What does all of this add up to? Well, of course, it's open to interpretation. However, some ancient sages have said that this form of sacred geometry represents the potential for life itself. And I'm suggesting to you today that the principles that are coded into the hexagon and into the Hex project and code can literally transform our lives. So I just want everybody to close your eyes for a moment. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. It doesn't matter if you're at home too. If you're watching this at home, wherever you are, as long as you're not driving, close your eyes, take a deep breath. And I just want you to see that hex symbol. I want you to see the colors in your mind. And while you're visualizing the hex symbol, how do you feel? Literally, how does your body feel? Do you feel the energy of the hexagon? Do you feel that it's living in your body, that it's in your cells, and that it's also out in space? Do you feel that it represents wealth and abundance? And do you realize that it could be that energy that has attracted you to it, that has brought you to this project, and why we feel like we're such an important element of this whole crypto community and even beyond crypto into the world itself? Now you can open your eyes. Within the sacred geometry lies the infinite potential, not just for enormous wealth and abundance, which is why I think a lot of us are here, but it's even beyond that. It's to better our lives and to better our world. In order to demonstrate this once again, I just want to share some of the experiments and the research that was done with the hexagon symbol by looking at the crystallization water experiments by Dr. Masaru Emoto. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but he did some amazing experimentation while he was alive. And what he did was he took water and he recorded what happens to water crystals when words or prayers are put upon them. So he would start with some jars of water and he would just pour the same water in the jars. And then he would write words on tape and put them on the jars. And that was the first series of his experiments. And then he would record the results after some time. Then he went a little bit further and he would actually put the jars, he would start with the same water and he would actually say a phrase. So every day he would walk up to a jar and say, I love you, or love, or gratitude, and to the other jar, he would say, I hate you. And these different things. And then he would record the results. The results are really amazing. In the upper right, you can see his words were, you make me sick and I'll kill you. Or actually, I'm sorry, the upper left on your slide. So look at the water. Look at what happens to the water. It's completely disorganized and it's not unified at all. And it has that color. And then next to it, you can see what happened when he said, you fool. It's sort of scattered, open. But then below that, you can see when he said love and appreciation, look at the hexagon right in the middle. And then next to that was love and gratitude. So again, these are real scientific experiments. This is what happens to water in our bodies when you focus on love, appreciation, gratitude. So again, this is not speculation. These hexagons are living within us. And aren't these crystals beautiful? And here again, look at the experiments continued. And I couldn't help but notice again and again, there's the hexagon, family love, wisdom, joy, gratitude. There's our hex symbol right there. So clearly we can see that there is tremendous power in the hexagon and in the hex symbol, and now in the immutable hex code. And the question becomes, oh, here we are, wait, there's that number. What's that? Hex color code. That is a great guess. Unfortunately, that's not it, but I love the guess. Any other guesses for the prize? Yes. Very good. That's actually, that's an additional correct answer. I'm going to give you the bonus prize. Any other guesses? Actually, here, you know what? You get the bonus prize right here. You know what he gets? This is to the moon. This is space ice cream. So here you go. Come get your prize. I recommend focusing on the hex and not that bank. Okay, so this number is what happens if you look at, I was looking at our community because I felt like, you know, a lot of the time in crypto, there's a focus on adoption. Timing to me is everything. I'm a time traveler. One day I'll share my story. I mean, truth be told, I'm only into Hex because I saw what Hex is in the future. And that's what brought me into Hex. But Yes, if you take the number of stakers in the staker class, approximately 85,000, a little less right now, and you divide that into the 7.9 billion people on the planet Earth, this is the percentage. We are 1/1000th of 1%. So guys, give yourselves a hand. Look around the room for a minute. Look around, see the people next to you. We're all different. We all come from all walks of life. We're very unique and diverse, and yet we've all come together. We're part of this beautiful staker class that have adopted so early and recognized this, and it's something to celebrate. So the question is, since we've been fortunate enough to recognize the power of Hex, the question now becomes, what are we going to do with all this wealth, power, and abundance? And that's different for each of us. For me, being wealthy, being financially free is all about the ability to be of service. And I feel like more than things in life, being able to help people is what makes me feel wealthy, and making that, being of service. And that's what I'm excited about. And that's what Hex has given me. And I wanted to just introduce a project and also to acknowledge Richard, because, he chose his name, and he chose the name Hart as a last name. So I think there's a lot to be said right there. He could have chosen a lot of different things. A lot of people see a lot of different aspects of Richard without recognizing that heart. And what is at the core of the heart? It's love. And what is love? It's a recognition that we're all interconnected, that we're all unified. And when you feel love in your heart, you have a desire to help others. You want to be of service. So I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the Hexican community, because you guys are all in that. We're all in that together. There's a part of us that, again, loves wealth and abundance and recognizes that we can be of service and we can make the world a better place. So I'm starting a thing called Hex Charities, which is going to give us an opportunity to support a variety of charities with our wealth and abundance from Hex or otherwise. And it's going to be providing drinking water around the planet where it's not readily available, feeding the hungry, building schools, building homes, saving the soil, planting trees, and a lot more that we can't even think of. But it's in our hands to better our world and better our lives. And on behalf of the whole Hexican community, we look forward to all of us using these gifts to better ourselves, better our community, and better our world. Thank you.
That was really awesome. Thank you. Awesome. So I'm Matty Allen. I'm a retired therapist and neuroscientist due to Hex. And so this is, I would say, definitely on my bucket list. One of my dreams in life was to have an audience to talk about this particular topic that I'm so passionate about, which is how both Omega 369 and Hex can be good for people's mental health. And so thank you for coming to my talk. So I've been doing a show for 60 or 70 weeks now on Thursday nights called Hex Therapy Live. And we cover lots of different topics, including sudden wealth syndrome and how to regulate your emotions, how to become the best version of yourself possible. how to become the best version of yourself possible. And it's been quite the journey and quite the learning curve to be a broadcaster, to be a member of the Hex community who's trusted by so many people, who is always, I guess, trying to do the right thing even if it's not popular. And so I just feel really privileged, and the amount of positivity here in this room has been really incredible, and it's helped me deal with the trolls online. So thank you to all of you. Thank you. So as a therapist, I worked for 7 years with mostly individuals who were from a very low socioeconomic status. I worked primarily with people who are on Medicaid, which means that they made less than $15,000 a year. And whether you're having financial burdens or whether you're the richest person in the world, changing your own behavior can be very difficult. And so that's one of the things that I've explored for many, many years, is how do we kind of operate within these life hacks? How can we give people the tools they need in order to change their own behavior? Because I can't tell you how you need to change your behavior, but I think a lot of people have ideas for how they could be more fulfilled or improve themselves. And I guess I could throw in, one of the pieces of advice that I gave people as a therapist is, don't compare yourself to others. We live in a world where it's highly encouraged for you to compare yourself to the next person in your news feed on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or anywhere. And this is a very inaccurate representation of who we are and who we can be, comparing ourselves to others, because we have a particular set of advantages and disadvantages that other people don't have. And so it's a much more fair comparison to compare yourself to yourself a week ago and to see, are you slightly improving or are you slightly regressing on certain behaviors? Changing behavior is difficult, but there is one hack that I will recommend to you today. And I think that it will help you pump your bags and become the best version of yourself possible. And that is Omega 369. So we will do kind of a deep dive here on what is Omega 369 and what is the mechanism of action that occurs in the brain, and some life-changing examples and some other things that might be helpful. But at the end of the day, this was a tool that I used with multiple hundreds of people to be their first step in becoming better agents of change in their own behavior. Is there anybody out there who has any type of behavior that you wish you had a little bit more control over? Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Okay, my slides got a little bit covered up here. That's okay. So what behaviors do we want to change? So I worked with populations that were experiencing mental health symptoms, a wide variety. I specialized in trauma and ADHD and substance abuse, and also just trying to find your own motivation, right? And so that's something that everybody would love, to just be constantly having tons of energy and motivation. And that also seems to be related to our behaviors, to our moods, and it turns out to our physical wellness as well. So before I spent 7 years as a mental health therapist, I worked for 7 years as a neuroscientist, and we studied the brainwaves of people who were quitting tobacco and also people who were quitting cannabis. And we tried to understand the effects of tobacco on the brain, in going beyond just what's in the popular press, right? Because there's a reason why 2 billion people in the world smoke, and it's not just because it's bad for them and they want to hurt themselves. It's because nicotine is a mixed bag of things that benefit somebody, but also can damage lung tissue. And so that was really telling for me to help understand behavior, was to see people do things that are typically considered very difficult, like quitting tobacco smoking. That gave me a good measure early on of what it means to change behavior. So when I studied the brain and we were looking at the electrical signals that are coming out of the brain, one thing I got a great appreciation for is something called the prefrontal cortex. And the prefrontal cortex is the part of your brain that's behind your temple and your forehead. It's this front chunk right here. And it's vital for almost all of our quote unquote human functions. So problem solving, regulating emotions, preventing relapse, stopping impulsive behavior, even thinking about consequences, changing your own mood, having healthy relationships, parenting, creativity, esteeming yourself. This is a huge list of things that clients would want to work on. And in order for them to find it easier to change these behaviors and to adopt new skills, it turned out that anything we could do to pump the prefrontal cortex, the better. A further example of what types of behaviors you get when your prefrontal cortex is having more activity in it, it's on, versus when the prefrontal cortex is off. So prefrontal cortex off behaviors include, or these are things that can turn off the prefrontal cortex or occur when the prefrontal cortex is off: stress, depression, ADHD, sleep deprivation, having anger outbursts, to some extent, anxiety and fear, definitely the fear aspect. Boredom causes the prefrontal cortex to shut down. Alcohol, same thing. Being socially withdrawn or experiencing withdrawal from a substance. Social isolation, inactivity, hunger, and pain. These are all things that turn off the prefrontal cortex. And typically behaviors that we wanted to treat in the mental health clinic and in the laboratory. The types of behaviors that we wanted to teach people, the skills and the things that were, going to be positive behaviors usually, were relaxing activities. That's when your prefrontal cortex is on. Same thing with positive self-talk, good sleep, regulating your emotions, experiencing mindfulness, developing your hobbies and interests, really being able to participate in talk therapy and get into deeper levels of working on yourself, having healthy relationships, exercise, being motivated to do that, and finding it rewarding. Protein is something, glucose, having the right, nutrition floating around in your bloodstream is super important. And even new learning kind of requires your prefrontal cortex to be involved. We couldn't really teach all those skills to somebody though who had a fundamental problem with the prefrontal cortex that was due to this omega-369 deficiency. And so we're going to look at exactly what the mechanisms are there. So it's called Stop the Leak. So omega-3 is, I would always explain this to people as omega-3 creates the rubber insulation around the electrical wires in your brain. It turns out 25% of the weight of your brain is supposed to be omega-3. It's supposed to be the electrical insulation. So just like your cell phone charger needs a rubber insulation around it, just like every other electrical wire, the reason for that is because electricity is, I say, it's leaky and shocky. You don't want it to shock you and you don't want it to leak out of the wire. And so that's why the insulation is needed, whether you're charging your phone or you're using your prefrontal cortex. So omega-3 is the material that your brain needs in order to create the electrical insulation. And so we'll drop some technical terms here and explain what they mean. So omega-3 makes myelin. So the myelin sheath is the rubbery material that insulates the electrical wires in the brain. The electrical wires are called axons that connect the different neurons in the brain. And there's a certain type of glial cell, which is a support cell. It's called an oligodendrocyte, which is the cell that installs the myelin sheath. So it's the factory worker that puts the rubber insulation on the electrical wire in the brain. And so you don't have to remember all this. We're not going to have a test at the end, but the point is that it goes down to very basic neuroscience that's well understood. Is you want your brain to be insulated electrically, and okay, I said 25%. I guess there was some inflation there. Your brain should be 20% omega-3. Omega-3 is missing from the modern food supply. So it's in fact not people's fault that they're walking around in a world filled with people who have not full control of their prefrontal cortex. Everybody's walking around with electricity leaking out of the front of their brains. And it's no wonder that people can't get along, that people can't make smart decisions, right? It's because the part of our brain that's supposed to be doing all this difficult work is not able to show up and get the electricity that it needs. So cavemen and cavewomen, I think, I don't know according to who, but they got plenty of omega-369. It's because it used to work its way up the food chain. So it used to be that humans, before there were 8 billion of us here, that they used to eat meat. They used to eat animals that would eat regular grasses, like natural grasses. And so those natural grasses had omega-3 that worked its way up the food chain. And now, in order to support this huge population, we have, we're feeding our cattle something a little bit different that really doesn't have the omega-3 in it. So it's not working its way up the food chain. People don't all have access to the right fish and other kind of ingredients that are necessary. Most foods now can contain flavor and a form of sugar and genetically modified corn syrup. Okay. Government subsidies to control inflation. I know Richard makes fun of Safedine Amos for his obsession with eating steak. And I know we can all kind of laugh at Tone Vase, who charges $3,000 to have a steak with him at his conference that just wrapped up a couple days ago here in Vegas. Unconfiscatable, is that the name of it? Either way, the idea here is that there's actually been some pretty cool research done in the Bitcoin community about how this food problem exists where humans aren't getting the right nutrition, and part of there's kind of this government subsidy problem that Bitcoiners think that they can solve. Anyway, the point is that even well-known Bitcoiners or Bitcoiners who are popular, they've written about a similar problem. So let's see, primary. So there are primary effects of getting omega-369 and having the right nutrition in that department. It improves your prefrontal cortex activity. It also has these other effects. When we talk about side effects, usually it's a bad thing, but also a side effect could just be something that you weren't expecting and it's a good thing. And so some of the side effects that people experience when they take omega-369 to improve their mental health or to improve their prefrontal cortex so that they have stronger hands and make smarter decisions. Maybe you see where I'm going with this. People can stake longer and not emergency end stake themselves. So those are the primary effects, but then the secondary effects include improved physical health. So it turns out that this rubbery material that the omega-3 is needed to create, it's not only used to insulate electrical wires, it's also used for other parts of your body that need rubbery material. So your eyes are made of a rubbery material made from omega-369. Your joints have some rubber in them that's pretty critical. I've seen a few clients who ended up reporting that their joint pains went away when, and maybe this is only a third or a half of them or something, but for somebody who's living in pain, supposedly for the rest of their lives, and then they start taking something that's $5 a month at their local grocery store and it cures that, I mean, it can be a miracle. And, certainly if somebody's abusing substances or having a lower quality of life because of that pain, it's really, really cool and inspiring to see people's lives changed. We also see a reduction in psychiatric symptoms that we talked about before. There's a reduction in a lot of cases in depression, insomnia, ADHD, PTSD, anxiety, and psychosis when people have their prefrontal cortex back. Now, there's also an effect that I noticed when people would just get started working on themselves. So for the majority of the clients that I worked with for 7 years, they were court ordered to be there. So they didn't even want to change, right? So how do you take somebody who doesn't even want to change and how do you help them? Well, I got really good at talking people into trying omega-369. And there were a lot of cases where it seems like this person did have bad nutrition. And I saw a lot of people have their lives changed. My life changed when I started taking this, when I practiced what I preached, and I'll get to that part as well. But the idea here is that when people get started working on themselves, when they start with something simple, when they use a low motivation strategy instead of a high motivation strategy, when you just take a tiny tweak to your behavior and then you feel you contact success, you feel that you've done something that you set out to do, right? And that's part of having achieving mini goals, breaking down your big goals into mini goals so you can experience the satisfaction of completing the goal many times over. That has kind of a placebo effect or a psychological effect on people. So it's this combination of having better hardware running in your brain, but also having better software running in your brain. But it's easier as a therapist, or even if you're practicing self-help, it's easier to get these other skills when you upgrade your brain from an iPhone 1 to an iPhone 20, right? So it helps for me, it helped with my credibility. If I, talked somebody into trying omega-369 and they were able to notice that their thinking was more clear. I mean, this isn't the same as just taking a multivitamin. This is like, you can tell the difference. Then the person would be more likely to listen to me about, hey, maybe you should change your people, places, and things while you're at it, And then they would, clients would come to group and they would testify to each other about how this changed their lives. And they would motivate those people that even I couldn't reach. It took me probably about 3 years of being a therapist before I realized the most valuable thing I could do was to practice what I preach. And even though I haven't had the same experience as others have had with addiction, struggles, and that sort of thing, I'm still probably a good example of somebody who experienced, life-changing magic when it comes to using omega-369. I knew about it intellectually for a long time. I knew about these oligodendrocytes that are rolling around in your brain trying to, be the support system. But it wasn't until I actually got curious. I thought, well, I have a client that I want them to try this, but how do I motivate them? How do I get them to do it? So I tried to motivate myself. And it was a low motivation goal because I told myself, hey, maybe I can just set my goal as I'm just going to buy this $5 bottle of omega-3 the next time I'm grocery shopping at Walmart. And that's my goal. And if I achieve it, then I'm going to pat myself on the back. I'm going to use some positive self-talk to reward myself. And then we'll take, we'll develop the next goal after that. And then it was a process of, triggering my own behavior. So normally when I talk to clients about triggers, they think of it as, it's triggering me to use a substance, right? But in fact, other types of triggers are part of a behavioral sequence. So for me, it would have taken a lot more mental effort. It would have been more of a high motivation goal for me to remember throughout the day, when am I going to take my omega-3? When am I going to take it? Should I take it now? Should I take it later? It was much easier to attach it to another behavior. And so it becomes a simple rule. if this, then that. So my rule was, if I'm making lunch at home, then I'm taking my omega-3 before I eat the lunch. And so having that even is another good example of really imagining how to incorporate your behavior change that you want. Because it's not enough to just want to change your behavior or be a little bit curious, but you actually have to have a simple plan in place. And so by taking omega-369, I was just doing this as an experiment. I didn't think I would be able to notice the difference. But after about 3 to 4 weeks of taking it daily, then I realized, wait a second, my thinking is more clear. I'm more motivated to do chores that I wasn't interested in. I started eating better and ended up losing a ton of weight that I had put on for no good reason. And it wasn't because omega-3 was suppressing my appetite. Omega-3 was making my brain hungry for the information on the nutrition facts. I started tracking my calories and approaching weight loss from that way. It gave me energy to work out once I was eating healthier, and it caused me to sleep better once I was working out. And so that caused me to be less stressed and more productive, which kind of leads me here. I wouldn't have been able to build a channel or to study crypto at night when Hex was first coming out if I wasn't already doing all these other positive behavior changes. So again, no matter what the goal is, whether it's taking omega-369, which I think is a really good first step in any behavior change, or whether it's another first step that you're doing, using a low motivation goal is I've found that to be super helpful for people. For example, instead of saying, I want to work out, go to the gym for 2 hours every day, and you've been going 0 hours, 0 days a week, somebody might start off with doing 3 push-ups or 3 squats every day. They might attach it to another behavior that they're already doing, like taking a shower or eating. And these are ways that we can program our own behavior to really make it easy to achieve the incremental growth that we need in order to improve. Oftentimes, we want to make these big leaps. And what I've noticed about behavior changes, a lot of people, especially around the new year, have New Year's resolutions. And these are a perfect reflection of how we wait until we have a high level of motivation to try to change things. And then once we finally have this high level of motivation that only comes around rarely, it's never enough. There are so many things that we want to change for our New Year's resolution or for whenever we're feeling motivated that we make it harder for ourselves. So instead, I encourage people to use low motivation strategies, to think deeply about how can you make it as easy for yourself as possible? How can you attach it to another behavior that will trigger and remind you to do this and help you build a routine? And then how to reward yourself by patting yourself on the back, by actually doing some goofy behavior like some hand motion, like I did it, good job, or hoop, there it is, and there are lots of different ways that you can engage in positive self-talk and reward yourself. Even though this is not medical advice or therapy advice or financial advice, yada, 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 I would like to point out that not everybody should really be medicating themselves with omega-369. The good news is there's not this huge list of problems because it's supposed to be in the food that we eat. And so whether you're taking the supplement, the Nature Valley or whatever generic brand I recommend to people, or you're getting it from food, which we'll take a look at here in a second, no matter what your source is, if you're already on blood thinners, you want to talk to your doctor first. And that includes even mild blood thinners such as aspirin or ibuprofen. If you're allergic to fish, watch out for that too. So, but at the end of the day, it's just as safe as eating omega-3, having it in your diet. The Johns Hopkins and NIH and all them say, don't get more than 3 or 4 grams of omega-3 every day because you don't want your blood to be too thin. Most people's blood is a little bit too thick. You don't want it to be too thin. Otherwise, when you stand up and go off stage, you might like faint or pass out because the blood isn't getting where it needs to be. So that's just a warning. And again, this is, I originally wrote this talk to share with other therapists, but even those who have followed my YouTube channel may have already tried omega-3. Can I see by a raise of hands, has anybody tried omega-3 before? Whoa, that's awesome. That makes me so happy. So if you have had success with this and you want to share it with other people in your lives, I mean, I strongly recommend it. You can motivate people by giving them concrete feedback about where to buy it, how much it costs, $5.94 from Walmart. Share your own experiences. Let your story inspire others. Check in periodically and share it with family members and friends. We've got our little chia pet friend there. So there's different dietary sources for omega-3. It's in some fish like salmon and tuna. So if you're getting 6 ounces of that every other day, then you're likely already good on that. And then you can focus on other super brain foods that you want to include in your diet and that could help your mental health and your strong hands in crypto, like blueberries or certain types of nuts and different stuff like that. There are a little bit of dark chocolate. There are lots of different super brain foods out there for you. There are certain types of eggs and milk and stuff that are labeled that they've added omega-3. So chia seeds are actually what gladiators and all the people from 300 in real life, they used to eat chia seeds because they would be a super high source of omega-3, but they would also kind of have antioxidant properties. And so for people who like to add, just want to add chia seeds to their meals, it's doesn't have a strong taste or anything. And these are not the ones that you put into your chia pet, because those have not been cleaned for human consumption. Who would have thought? Okay, so, and then if you're getting stuck on omega-3 because you feel like you're gonna burp fish smells all over everybody you care about, they have kinds that are anti-burp that have like a stronger rubber coating around it, so it gets deeper into your digestive system before it breaks down. Another hack is you could take the regular ones and you could throw them in the freezer and then they become anti-burp. There are lemony fresh ones as well, if that's your flavor. And the dose that I recommend people get started with is 1,000 milligrams per day with food for the first week, and then 2,000 milligrams a day after that. So this kind of leads into another idea that I've had for a while. When I think deeply about where Hex could end up in 5 or 10 or 15 years, I would love to see Hex not only being used as a way for you to pay your future self. And, I think kind of introduced maybe that concept or expanded upon that concept in the community over the past year and a half, is this idea of when you time lock your money, you're paying your future self, right? And it's a 4th dimensional transaction through space and time, and something that is really powerful. I think it would be cool for people to be able to not only change their savings behavior, right? Because you do get behavior change when you time lock your Hex. If you think that you would have sold at the first double or the second double or the 10th double, right, in a row, you've affected behavior change for yourself by creating a plan and sticking to it. I think that just like Hex is used to basically time lock and create behavior change, I think you could also pay yourself for doing other behavior changes on top of that time lock. And so no, I'm not promoting Matty coin or anything like that. I'm against that kind of a thing. But the idea is maybe someday we'd be able to build on programs onto Hex where you're using Hex as a way to pay your future self by behavior locking your coins, by saying, I'm going to wait a year and I want to be smoke-free for a year, or and I want to have had this many steps in my day or in my week. And so, for example, you could earn 500 Hex per day that you pay yourself by completing health tasks. It turns out that you know, the field of behavioral economics is you know, it's predicated upon actually the strongest effect size in all of psychology is paying people to change their behavior. And it's stronger than talk therapy, in fact. So it, you know, maybe someday the health system would wake up and realize that they could pay people to change their behavior, not just pay therapists to talk about changing behavior. But we could take it one step further, and you could pay yourself to change your behavior, and that would introduce certain advantages. And so I wonder in 5, 10, or 15 years what behaviors we will be paying ourselves to change and to improve our health. I usually ask clients, what will be the most difficult part of starting omega-3 for you? And then try to problem solve around that as well. And let me see here. Another thing that I talk about on my YouTube channel has to do with sudden wealth syndrome. And I would encourage you to tune in and continue to follow my growth and learning in the crypto space and with my Hex journey. I have really been blessed for my Hex journey to line up with yours. And so thank you so much for coming to the talk. Next up, we have a really, really special guest. I'm so excited to tell you that Aubrey de Grey is here. I am so looking forward to your talk here today. Thank you so much for coming in person. And does Abit have an announcement here while we're switching speakers?
Well, thank you, Maddie, for giving me the opportunity to make this announcement here until everybody is having a seat to enjoy Aubrey de Grey's talk. I'm so excited. Maddie, I'm so thankful to organize that, and this conference is just going amazing. Are you guys excited for this next talk? So you guys, you see Hexkins right now in the rows passing out business cards, because this is for my side project that I have going on right now, pumphex.com. I have 3 goals in mind: pass out 50,000 business cards, easy peasy, we're doing it right now. Second goal, make a video myself. My girl is doing that right now, so easy as well. Third goal is really hard, because there I need the help of the hexing community. You guys help me passing out those business cards. Shoot a little video on how you do it, because you have your own creative ideas, and send that video to me so we can inspire more Hexicans on how to do that. I would appreciate your help. Thank you so much. And outside of the table, you'll find 54,000 business cards. Just grab a couple, make some videos, and let's have fun. Thanks, Maddie, for having this conference, and you guys are awesome.
All right. Let's see how this works. Great. Yeah, that's my talk. First of all, I just want to say how wonderful my last couple of hours have been. I arrived here around 2 o'clock, and I've spent the entire time with people coming up and showing me love. I am so grateful and so thankful for the appreciation that you guys have been showing me today. Well, I'm definitely going to show it back. Yes, as you can see, I'm going to give a couple of talks. You can see my email address is there, my Sense Research Foundation address, and also my personal address. Notice that the personal address is mail.com, not Gmail. Write those down if you think you might need them. But I am going to tell you a bunch of stuff that some of you probably don't know. First of all, I want to apologize in a way for the fact that these slides are going to be rather busy. There's going to be a lot of words on them. So, there's a reason for that. I've got a lot of information to transmit. And of course, this is being live streamed and it will be on YouTube forever. So, people can go back and read it later, which means that, I don't know, which means that, I have been a little bit profligate with the amount of text. So, as of right now, for this hour, please listen. If you're conflicted between listening versus reading my slides, listen. All right, so this is why I am giving 2 talks. There is a great deal of heterogeneity in this room. There are people in all 4 of those boxes. People who know about my work a little bit, or maybe a lot, and people who don't have the faintest idea what I do with my life. And there are also going to be people here who fall into 2 camps in regard to another feature of myself, which is the rather traumatic experiences that I have had to withstand over the past year. And I'll come back to that. And of course, this is the biggest reason why I want to be thorough today. There are a great many people here who gave money to Sense Research Foundation last July. And that airdrop, the money that we received during those 2 weeks in July of last year was completely transformative. It was literally, it will allow us to at least double or treble the annual amount of research that we do, which will save one hell of a lot of lives over the next subsequent years. So, who am I? Well, I was not always a biologist. I was originally a computer scientist. I researched in artificial intelligence. It's about 30 years ago now that I switched fields and started to work on the biology of aging and how to fix it. The main thing I'm known for is that I pioneered a new way of going about treating aging medically, which has now become known as rejuvenation biotechnology, and which I will talk about shortly. I founded Sense Research Foundation, 501c3 public charity, to spearhead the implementation of that approach. And I have also, I think I can say, inspired a lot of people to get into the field in one way or another. I've nucleated quite a substantial community, which is moving more and more rapidly towards the goals that I have been focused on. I also need to say a little bit about myself in relation to what's going to be the second of the 2 talks I'm giving you today, because I have had to withstand and survive some very unfortunate accusations, which are completely false, but that's just a taster for talk 2, so I'm not going to go into that right now. I'm going to start here. I'm going to talk about rejuvenation biotechnology. And here I'm going to talk about that both in an introductory way to explain to you what it is and why it's important and why it's plausible and why it's going well and so on. And also, for those of you who are a little bit more knowledgeable already, I'm going to give you some sense of what the priorities are now in this field and why they are not the same as they were even a year or 2 ago. All right, so first of all, what is rejuvenation biotechnology? Best way to explain that is to explain what aging is. This is something that has not been a controversial topic within the expert community for a very, very long time. But still, it's something that the expert community tend to have a variety of ways of describing to the wider world, and that's a problem. It has caused confusion and misunderstanding, and honestly, it's a bit of a, shooting ourselves in the foot kind of thing. So the definition for aging that I'm going to give you today is one that not many people would actually, not many of my colleagues in the field would actually use, but they also would not disagree with it. It's a perfectly acceptable definition. It is simply that aging is the accumulation of self-inflicted damage to the body that is tolerable for a while, but eventually makes us sick and kills us. So you can say that in 3 words, 3 technical words. You can say that the body's normal operation is what we call metabolism, the network of processes that keep us alive from one day to the next. And this network of processes also, in addition to keeping us alive, causes changes at the molecular and cellular level to the structure and composition of the body. And those changes are initially harmless because the body is set up to tolerate a certain amount of those changes. But they accumulate without limit, which means that eventually they exceed the threshold that the body is set up to tolerate. And that's when we get the actual health problems of late life, the pathologies of aging, which of course make us sick and make us sicker, and then sicker still, and then dead. So that's aging for you. And the reason I spell it out this way is because it makes it very easy to describe the differences, and indeed the pros and cons, of various potential ways, various paradigms for going about dealing with this medically. Now, what does dealing with this mean? What it means is, fundamentally, it means separating metabolism from pathology. It means essentially allowing metabolism to carry on happening, in other words, allowing you to carry on being alive without getting sick. So what I'm showing you here is the various ways in which we might go about separating metabolism from pathology. One way to do it would be to separate damage from pathology. In other words, to somehow develop medicines that would allow the body to carry on accumulating damage without causing us to get sick. And that's obviously crazy. It's like it's kind of incorporated into the definition there that anything that tries to do that is going to become progressively more ineffective as time goes on. As you get more and more damage, it's going to be harder and harder to stop the damage from causing pathology. But that has not stopped the world from plowing billions and billions of dollars into exactly that approach, which I'm calling here the geriatrics approach. This is still the dominant paradigm in the medical world. And that's a bit of a pity because it's been a very long time since people started to notice that it's a complete joke. It's a complete mug's game to try to tackle aging that way. More than a century ago, in fact, a few people started to say to themselves, listen, we've got to be more preventative. We've got to get in earlier in the chain of events so that we do not have the problem I just described. And that's where the field of gerontology came from. They said, well, why don't we instead try and simply separate metabolism from damage? That would achieve the same goal of separating metabolism from pathology. So this basically just means let's get our bodies to create this damage more slowly than they naturally do. And that sounds pretty promising because, let's face it, it is inspired by the living world. We see in the living world that different species age at very, very different rates. And that's basically because they accumulate damage at different rates. They create damage at different rates. So the idea was, well, maybe we can learn things from other species and emulate them and extrapolate from those differences so as to make the human body create damage more slowly. Unfortunately, that too is an absolute non-starter for a different reason, namely that the creation of damage is so inextricably intertwined with the things we need metabolism to do to keep us alive that we basically just can't mess with it. The differences between different species that cause them to age at different rates are embedded in vast numbers of genetic and epigenetic differences between the different species. And, you know, if you were trying to make us live as long as, for example, a bowhead whale, which is a really long-lived species, then in theory, you could make change after change after change, and you might get us to accumulate damage only as slowly as a bowhead whale, but you'd have to make so many changes that we'd be a whale, right? We would no longer, right? It's just not going to happen. And by the 1970s or so, really even a little earlier, the field had more or less given up because they realized what I've just told you so far, that neither of these approaches has a open hell of actually working. And, you know, gerontology became a bit like seismology. You know, people who study earthquakes, they understand that earthquakes are bad for you, but they don't have any aspiration to actually doing anything to stop them happening, right? They just, right? So it was a bit like that. And I wasn't impressed with that. I thought, well, we shouldn't give up, really. So when I started getting heavily involved in the field, I was looking for something radically new. And I pleased to say that I found it. And that's what I'm calling here the maintenance approach. So remember, the goal here is to separate metabolism from pathology. And people say, well, that means basically separating metabolism from damage or separating damage from pathology. And you just can't do either of those things. So let's all go home. Let's all wring our hands. But actually, there is a third way, which is to repair the damage, to go in and periodically eliminate this damage that's being created by our metabolism. If you can do that reasonably well, then you don't need to slow down the rate at which damage is being created. You're still going to be able to keep that damage, the amount of it in the body, below that pathogenic threshold. And it turns out that this approach is not only conceptually promising, it's also quite easy to flesh out into a concrete approach. So what I was able to do, when we're talking 20 years ago now or more, was I was able to identify 7 different types of damage, categories of damage, which I'm showing you on the left-hand side of this table, and corresponding ways to address them, to repair those types of damage so as to restore the molecular and cellular structure and composition of the body to something like how it is at an earlier age, which is what we're looking for. And it has become increasingly clear that this is a pretty good and exhaustive classification of damage, i.e., you know, we're not finding any additional categories that we need to add to the list. But the bad news is that some of these types of damage have not enjoyed all that much progress in terms of the development of the repair strategies. In fact, if you'd asked me that question 5 years ago, I would have had to say that there were 2 of these 7 categories which had seen almost no progress. That's no longer true. I'm very pleased to say that Sense Research Foundation has been able to make real pioneering breakthroughs in those areas over the past few years. So things are going better now, but there's still a long way to go. And a large part of the problem here is kind of, you know, the incentive structure of the people who are working in this field. There's a lot more money in this field now than there was even 5 years ago. And until the crypto community, and of course you guys, the Hexicans, started getting involved last year, almost all of the money that was coming in that was really ramping us up was not coming to non-profits like Sense Research Foundation. Instead, it was coming from investors who you know, were investing in startup companies in this space. But the problem with investors, you see, is of course if anyone wants to make money, they want to make it quickly, which means there is an enormous bias to work on the low-hanging fruit, on the easier types of damage that might be amenable to the development of therapies that could make money quickly, even though they wouldn't really address aging properly. You see, the difficulty here is that each of the types of damage that we see in aging is also present on its own in specific diseases, not necessarily diseases of old age. And yet, in aging itself, we have to address all of them, or we basically won't get the desired result. And unfortunately, what I just told you about investors is also true for a different reason in academia. Academics, you know, they're always fighting each other for the next grant funding. And the way they get a good hit rate with grant applications is by publishing a lot, which means, again, they have to work on stuff that allows them to publish a lot. And you don't tend to be able to publish in high-profile journals if what you have to say is that such and such a thing didn't work. You have to find positive results. So this is all not good, really. And it's a challenge that we are facing increasingly right now. We need to bring in more attention to the most difficult problems within aging, which is what Sense Research Foundation has always been focused on. And that really is the number one reason why July's airdrop was so transformative for the field overall, not just for Sense Research Foundation itself. We are the only major organization in this field that focuses on the hard stuff. Right. Also, it's important to understand that this is a divide and conquer approach, which means that we have to actually address a lot of different things all at the same time. And we don't just have to address them individually, we have to combine them. And that's a problem, because combining therapies, again, is something that the system, the community, the wider medical community, is hugely biased against doing, even when it's probably necessary. Medicine is a tricky field, and medics like to keep things simple. So combination therapies, first of all, they tend to interact unpredictably. Second of all, there's no incentive here. Academics do not tend to get papers in high-profile journals by taking something that works and something else that works and putting them together and seeing that the combination also works better. That's not exciting. And it's unfortunately true in industry as well, because in industry, combining therapies usually involves, cross-licensing of IP and stuff like that. It's generally, it's not easy to make it happen. So again, this is something where Sense Research Foundation is kind of stepping into the breach and really prioritizing the combining of therapies as they come along. Now, the startup world, I've already mentioned it a couple of times, that it burst into existence only a few years ago. It really has burst. If you go to this website I've got up there, agingbiotech.info, which is maintained as a public service by one of the most active angel investors in the field, it's got well over 100 companies, probably 200 companies there now. But some of that has gone wrong as well. People have been, tempted, or investors have been tempted into going through IPOs or mergers and acquisitions too early, when, especially in the case of IPOs, when the company does not have enough cash in the bank to withstand short selling, for example. And there have been some pretty bad horror stories because of that excessive haste. So it's important to keep that in mind from an investor's perspective. I have slides like this in my talks because I talk to investors quite a lot. Right. So I believe that people like myself have a key role here, and that's why I make such a nuisance of myself. I believe that it's critical for thought leaders in this field, especially the scientific thought leaders, to be going out and giving people reassurance that this is a rational, a sensible place for them to be putting their money, especially investors. And most of them don't do that because they're scared of over-promising and under-delivering. I say that that's selfish and short-sighted. I say that we need to take the risk of over-promising and under-delivering in order to not let the wider world make their own estimates of how hard these problems are, because those estimates will be even more prone to inaccuracy than the estimates of experts. I'm going to talk a little bit now about a clinical trial, because of course, at the end of the day, the kind of work I do as a PhD in the laboratory is only the first step. What really matters is what the MDs do when things get into the clinic and are tested in humans. So TAME is the name of a clinical trial on the anti-aging effects of a very well-known and very old drug called metformin, which is which has been used for decades to treat diabetes, and it's a pretty good anti-diabetic drug. However, there is now pretty good evidence that it may have a significant anti-aging effect more generally. And people really want to know whether that's true, so they want to do a clinical trial. The NIH, the National Institute of Health, torpedoed that. They basically said, no, we're not getting money for it. For very bad reasons. It caused an enormous amount of infighting within the field. It's going to be funded this year, but the trial should have started at least 5 years ago, and the delay has delayed the recognition of this trial's significance, which is very bad news. The significance is that this is the very first time that any clinical trial has happened where the clinical endpoint is aging. In order to make that happen, there had to be an enormous amount of wordsmithing of the clinical trial so as to make the definition of aging both accurate and falsifiable, something that could actually be a clinical endpoint where you can say, yes, the trial met the criterion, or no, it didn't. That was very hard. But that's been done now. Very, very important. Changes the incentive structure for big pharma a lot, but it only changes it once the same trial actually starts going. So that's sad. And we need to be advocating a lot more to get the world to take aging more seriously. The final emerging challenge I want to talk about is with regard to policy. So a lot of the work I do at the moment is with regard to identifying and educating people who have a voice in the Beltway, who have actually voices in the corridors of power in Congress, and of course, internationally. Those people have been worried about COVID for a while, in case you hadn't noticed, and they probably still are, and they'd rather not have another pandemic in the future. And they now realize that that might happen because, of course, if you look back over the past 20 years, you can count half a dozen cases which were almost pandemics, SARS and MERS and avian flu and so on. And we got lucky because those infections did not have the same transmissibility and so on and so on. And of course, with COVID, we didn't get lucky. But in a way, we did because COVID isn't very bad for you compared to Ebola and SARS. So we might get really unlucky in the future. And it's important to understand that rejuvenating the immune system of the elderly will be the biggest way to minimize the impact of any future pandemic. Because, of course, COVID is not unique. In fact, COVID is the norm in terms of its preferential impact on the elderly. So we need to get that into the heads of politicians and policymakers. A lot of that argument is economic. There's a concept called the longevity dividend, which is all about this, which has been circulating for 20 years or so without having any effect on public policy. And we need to fix that. There's a British economist named Andrew Scott whom I encourage you to look up because he is really spearheading the revival of this concept. And in particular, he is talking about rejuvenation biotechnology for the first time. No economist has ever done this before. He also even has come up with a good name for it, which I have there, the Wolverine scenario. I must say I was impressed with that. But yeah, so things are going okay, but as you can see, there are multiple challenges that we still have. So insofar as we now kind of know what kinds of medicine we need to develop, which I can take a certain amount of credit for, my job is certainly not done. And that's why I'm going to talk a bit more about the other thing that's been going on in my life. So, here is a timeline of last year. In the back end of 2019, my foundation, Science Research Foundation, appointed, behind my back, a new CEO. And the CEO left the foundation at the end of June last year. Comment from me publicly about why he left was conspicuous by its absence. But of course, I can only repeat publicly known information here. At the same time, an investigation was launched into allegations of sexual misconduct by me. The nature of these allegations was not revealed to me for a long time afterwards. But still, that was what happened. And then a couple of weeks later, we had the airdrop. A couple of weeks after that, some rather extraordinary things happened. In particular, a couple of people whom I had counted as friends for some time and who were arguably the two foremost female rising stars of the field came out publicly alleging that other people, unnamed, had been victims of sexual misconduct by me. How they got that impression is not public. 10 days later, I was fired for doing something I hadn't done, namely knowingly interfering in the investigation that I mentioned above, when I hadn't. Later in the year, September and November, the investigation, which had gone on for 4 months, came to an end and dismissed all the allegations against me that go beyond just completely innocent. And in December, I was partly reinstated. But the board, first of all, put out statements in relation to the investigation that can only be described as having an extremely anti-Aubrey spin to them. And second of all, when they did reinstate me partially as a consultant, they chose not even to announce it to the wider world. So, why would they do that? And again, I can only repeat public information here. But the timing has not gone unnoticed by the wider community. A lot of donors and supporters have publicly suggested online that the board want to steal donors' money. And in particular, that means your money, because 90% or more of the money we have in the bank is from the airdrop. So the question is, how credible is that allegation, that suspicion? Well, most board members are not like me. And I don't just mean they don't have long beards and crazy British accents. They are corporate types. The question is, are they more interested in making money than saving lives? I'm interested in saving lives, me. Now, they are unpaid as directors, but that doesn't necessarily answer the question, because the business model of the foundation is to spin out projects as startup companies. So if that is their priority, then I am something of an inconvenience. Now, the thing is, though, the board have a fiduciary duty as a result of being directors of a non-profit in this country. That fiduciary duty, among others, is unambiguously that they have to respect the intent of those who provided the money that the foundation is spending. So it's been a little while now. It's been 8 months since you guys were so generous to the foundation. So that's enough time for there to be data. And in particular, the situation came to a head just 1 week ago, just a couple of days before Matty wrote to me saying, could I please come to Vegas today? And this is where I want to get into why I'm really giving you this talk. Of course, I am here to thank you, as I've already done, but I'm here to ask for something else as well. Since July, we have actually hired, with your money, a few excellent new people for the purpose of leading expanded new projects and so on, and that's wonderful. But these projects need something that we currently don't have. They need lab space. We need to relocate to a much bigger facility. And that is a big thing that your donations are allowing us to do. But we haven't done it yet. These researchers, these new researchers, and of course the existing researchers, are currently paralyzed in terms of any such expansion. And the reason we have not relocated is because the board have been blocking that relocation. We must ask, why would they do that? Well, the only motive that anyone has ever been able to come up with so far is that they don't want to lock your money up in a building, even though that is undoubtedly the most sensible financially way to go, and the staff are absolutely unanimous that that's the thing to do. They don't want to do it because, in using the words of members of the community, they want to steal it. Let me use the word repurpose. Now, until now, the reasons that they have been giving for stalling and blocking the process of spending your money as you intended it to be spent has been just about plausibly deniable. But 10 days ago, it wasn't. 10 days ago, the board prohibited the staff from meeting a key deadline to put in a non-binding offer on an absolutely perfect building that we had found because they wanted to think about it more. Now, non-binding, that really means non-binding. There would have been absolutely zero penalty if we had put that offer in and then a month from now we had changed our mind. But still, the board prohibited the staff from doing that. This will cause delay to our work. It will cause delay to the defeat of aging. It will cost future lives. And that's where you come in. As I said, this is all about fiduciary duty. The Foundation's board of directors are currently knowingly and consistently violating their fiduciary duty by blocking the deployment of your funds. And some people have started to decide that now is the time to fix that. Some of the more concerned donors have already resolved to apply pressure, however much pressure it takes. I think you know where I'm going with that. To distance, on the board, to distance the foundation from the mistakes that it made last year and essentially give me my foundation back because the donors trust me and not the board to know how to spend their money. So there's a URL there which you can write down, and in fact you can probably rather easily remember it. I encourage you to have a look. The question now is, will the board try to call the bluff of the donors who try to put this pressure? And until a few days ago, I was under the apprehension that there was a significant risk that they would. And then this happened. The airdrop brought us $27 million. If we break that down, there were more than 2,000 of you who came in. Of course, it wasn't all Hexicans, but most of the donors were. More than 2,000 people. So that means more than $10,000 each on average. But of course, there was a long tail to that distribution. And the single donor who gave the most gave $10 million. This donor has never given to Sense Research Foundation before. He was dirt poor when he first came across my work. Crypto has made him wealthy beyond his dreams. And he wrote this. You can read it. Well, I don't necessarily need you to read it now, but it makes very clear that he is very angry about the misappropriation of his money and the removal of me from having overarching control over how that money is spent. The address at the top is the one that he used for his donation. The donation Etherscan URL is also there. And with that same address, he signed that message just a couple of days ago. So anyone who feels they might want to have proper, blockchain-y verification that this is for real, well, now you have it. So, key thing I need you to know about what I'm doing here and why this is the first time for 20 years that I have actually had my heart somewhat in my mouth on my way to the podium. The actions that the board took against me last year were unjustified, and this talk is not going to go down well with my board of directors. They only brought me back as a consultant rather than as an officer, perhaps because the manner in which I was fired in August from being an officer was actually in violation of the Foundation's bylaws. Now, I don't want to be refired. I'm doing important work at the Foundation, even as a consultant. But honestly, if I'm not going to tell you guys what's been going on now, then when would I? This is a moment when I could not, in good conscience, not tell you what I've told you today. So here I am, telling you. I would be betraying you if I didn't. Now, I'm going to be here all evening. I'm also going to be here all day tomorrow. I'm not flying back out until Thursday morning. So I am available tonight or tomorrow in the room across the hall for any private conversations you may be interested in having. in which, of course, I shall be able to be rather more forthcoming than I am legally allowed to be up here. But in a nutshell, you guys did not just provide us money because Richard said so. You provided this money because you care about our mission, as demonstrated by the fact that you got 25% less pulse than you would have done by sacrificing directly to Richard. I could trivially walk away and start a new foundation. I have a war chest. But I'm not going to walk away from your money and let it be stolen or repurposed or whatever one might like to say. You gave us more than 90% of the money that we currently have in the bank. So you are in the driving seat right now. The more people come in who donated money and who tell the board that they are dissatisfied with the departure from donor intent that the board is currently exhibiting, the sooner that will change and be fixed. So I am urging you to join me in fighting for your intent to be on it. Thanks. I don't think I've ever had a standing ovation in America. I had one in Thailand once, but yeah. All right, so I'm going in there. Anyone who wants to come and say hello, you're very welcome.
That's exactly what I was hoping for. I can't believe that Aubrey is taking a stand against these people that want to slow down longevity research. I already did a deep dive into all the allegations. I read from both sides, and I think that's what made me comfortable bringing Aubrey here and really defending longevity, defending this sacrifice that we all made. We're out here making sacrifices for freedom of movement, freedom of speech, and yeah, longevity as well. When I contacted the Sense Foundation, I was very suspicious that they didn't have Aubrey in the driver's seat anymore, and so I'm really happy that this conference could be part of him getting his foundation back, for sure. So it looks like for the rest of the time today, there will be private discussions happening. I'm really glad that Aubrey's going to be around in the conference room, and go ahead, and I would encourage you, whether you're a donor or not, definitely to get some FaceTime with him and to support him in all the ways that we can. For me, I tried my best to make this conference the greatest value, but also to not be blowing money left and right, because I realized that we were planning this during a time when the PulseX sacrifice was happening. And it's my personal opinion, and not financial advice, that every dollar I could have saved you with this conference, if that was sacrificed for PulseX, could maybe someday turn into $10,000 for each dollar. And so that's why I was so obsessed with controlling, the cost of this conference, because I think how much more good can we do in the world, if we have that kind of economic resource. And for me, I was able to sacrifice some of my PulseChain investment for the Sense Foundation. And I hope to continue to donate to the, whatever foundation Aubrey is in control of. And because I think that, scientifically speaking, he nailed it. It comes down to the incentives, right? And that's what crypto is based on, is game theory and incentives, understanding people's motivations and how they're going to act. And so I think it's important for us to understand, that the money that we raised, it's, in the control of a foundation. And now it looks like we have a chance to speak up for ourselves, to use our freedom of movement and freedom of assembly and freedom of speech to try to get this freedom of longevity. So tomorrow we are going to hear from more amazing panels, and then we're going to have Richard Hart himself stream in. So make sure to enjoy each other's company. And let's see, we've got more of these lapel pins on sale for $20 outside. And can't wait to see everybody again in the morning so we can finish out the last day of the conference. Thank you for coming.